Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Deku became the leader of a rebellion? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I did not join the rebellion willingly. My first year of high school I was grabbed by him to help them achieve whatever goals they had in bringing the empire down. Do I regret this happening to me though? After all that I learned, the truth of everything and the resources they provided, if I went back to when he first appeared, I definitely would have signed up on the first day. But first I'd have to tell you how I got to this point. To the day when he first appeared. Not as Deku, when he first appeared as. Everyone, meet the new transfer student from America. Yagi-kun? Go ahead and introduce yourself. It was the year after the terrorist All Might was executed when he came to our class. Most of us were 10 going on 11 when he first appeared. Looking nervous with wide blue eyes, his blonde curls a legit mess that framed his face, a face that looked plain beyond those freckles that dotted it. It had us somewhat curious on this Yagi kid. Hello. My name is Yagi Izuku. He began, obviously still uses to whatever those Americans taught him or something. I lived in America until last year with my uncles, but I wasn't able to enroll here because he started before suddenly coughing. I remember jumping with everyone from shock. Especially when he lowered his hand to have it and his mouth covered in blood. I'm not in the best health, but I still look forward to learning with you, he finished, giving a bow. There wasn't much to be said at the time as he cleaned himself up and took his seat right behind Bakugo and class resumed. It wasn't until break time that everyone started to crowd around him. What's it like in America? Do you have tuberculosis? What's your quirk? I wasn't among the crowd of questioning students, as I had decided to stand with Bakugo and Yubi, waiting to see what would happen and if this kid was worth Bakugo's time or not. You know, he kind of looks like the Emperor's missing son, just give him green hair and eyes and he looks like the projections of what the prince would probably look like now, Yubi whispered, extending his fingers just for practice. I don't see it, Bakugo simply remarked, his tone showing that he doesn't care about this new kid, probably seeing him as irrelevant to his path of greatness, to becoming the top enforcer or something. Still, I kept my eyes on Yagi to see what he would say to those questions. Oh well, in America, I lived with my uncles. Truthfully, I was born here, but with the chaos that was going on, two of my uncles decided it would be safer if we all lived in America until everything blew over and was safer. He began, turning towards the ones who asked the other questions. No, I don't have tuberculosis. This is just a genetic disease. Uncle Toshi has the same one, he continued, stopping at the third question. He gave a shift that, at the time I thought he was just embarrassed about whatever quirk he has. But then came the answer that they weren't expecting. I don't have a quirk. Uncle Toshi and I are both quirkless. There was a palpable beat of silence after that. As if everyone was processing how it could be possible for someone to lack a quirk in this day and age. What we know is that there are only two types of quirkless people. Those who are born quirkless, and those who have been punished by the Emperor in some form. Yagi was too young to have been punished like that, so he would have had to be born quirkless. Well, maybe when you grow up the Emperor will give you a quirk. In that moment I noticed Yagi had almost flinched at the suggestion. As if getting a quirk from the Emperor was something he didn't want to happen. Or it was the prospect of meeting the Emperor. At the time I didn't know, but I did know that I was the only one who noticed Yagi flinching as everyone else was more focused on what quirk our great Emperor would give to Yagi. Doesn't matter what quirk he gets. Won't be as good as mine. Bakugo suddenly said, even going as far as to demonstrate for us once again. The way Yagi suddenly turned towards Bakugo, staring at him with those blue eyes that just felt a bit off to me. Like he was not actually looking at Bakugo, he decided to say something to the top student in our class. The one with a promising future compared to the rest of us. You're going to be an enforcer, right? I guess that's the only thing you can possibly do, or else you'll just lose that quirk you love so much. We all just stood there, processing exactly what just happened. What Yagi just said to the top dog. What did you just say to me? Bakugo asked, voice taking on a dangerous tone. The truth. You fear losing your quirk because that's what makes you so special here. So you're going down a path that shows your loyalty to avoid that fate. I looked between Yagi and Bakugo, feeling a palpable tension between them that might have resulted in Bakugo going on the offensive had the teacher not walked in to have class's resume. But I knew. From that day forward Yagi had just made an enemy out of Bakugo, a mistake I thought Yagi had made, only for the opposite to be the case. Around 5 years after that day, 10 months before UA hosts its infamous entrance exam, things did not get better for Yagi and Bakugo. In fact, I would say things got much worse. To the point where neither of them would back down. Of course, Yubi and I would side with Bakugo. The three of us have known each other for years at this point, and what kind of friends would we be if we just left Bakugo to hang? It was on this day in particular, first day back to school, that things started to go on the decline for everyone. All because of our homeroom teacher asking us what our plans were for the future. I planned on following in my grandfather's footsteps, to become a well-renowned doctor who served the empire, to be his successor. Yubi brought up possibly working at the palace as a chef, causing me to think about all the lunches he would bring in and share with us. Always delicious enough to make my mouth water every time, and to help us ignore Yagi pulling out a lemon and biting into it. Skin and everything like it isn't a big deal. I already knew what Bakugo was going to do. He kept saying it on a daily basis to us, and it's only natural for the quirk he has. But of course, our teacher called on Yagi next, Yagi who just stood up from his seat right behind Bakugo. Yagi who gave this smile that almost unnerved me for some strange reason, especially as he looked directly at Bakugo when he said his plans. I'm going to UA. Whether in general studies or enforcer track doesn't matter to me, because I have enough backup plans. I could see Bakugo stiffen, as if he was realizing that Yagi was going to try and attend the same school as him. I half expected the class to start laughing or whispering amongst themselves, as if to ask how someone in as poor health as Yagi could even get in. Yagi who only attends school a few times a week before having to stay home due to his poor health. Yagi who can't even participate in PE. Yagi who frequently coughs up blood at seemingly random intervals. But no. It was almost as if the shock was enough to keep everyone from speaking. Was it the way he said it? I wouldn't know, but we just continued on until we reached a break. The nerve of that a-hole. Thinks he can follow me like some lost sick puppy? It sickens me. Bakugo raved from where he was sitting, having grabbed one of the bentos Yubi brought for us. It's concerning that he's thinking of enforcer. Someone of his health should probably stick to being a secretary or something like his uncle, I said, taking a bite of the rice Yubi made for us, hoping it will be enough of a distraction from Yagi. Yagi who brought out 3 lemons instead of 1. What is even wrong with him? I'm going to make him think twice about even considering UA, Bakugo said, aggressively eating at the food. Yubi, who was on his phone during the exchange, suddenly piped up. Did you hear? Last night Endeavor captured some members of the MLA. A person with a quirk that's supposedly able to be passed around and grows in strength turned himself in, and Muscular was left tied to a pole wearing only boxers and sporting various wounds. Even broke his spine. That got Bakugo's attention. Wait, someone brought down the 3rd-ranked enforcer? What the sheet? Yeah, he had a note taped to him. Apparently the one who did it to him will be revealing himself, Yubi continued, still scrolling through the news. Great, another rebel a-hole to bring down. Can't wait to beat his face in, Bakugo remarked. I mostly listened on in silence, more focused on eating lunch and thinking over the test questions my grandpa gave to me for studying for my own entrance exam into the best medical school the Empire can provide. Though soon the conversation derailed into plans to confront Yagi and, kindly, convince him to switch schools. Which is just another way of saying beat him until he agrees to go to some no-name school. With the plan set, we just waited until the day ended. Bakugo, Yubi, and I standing in Yagi's way. Oi, Siki, we need to talk. I don't have time for this, Bakugo, I have to report to my family's doctor right after school, Yagi said, emphasizing this with a cough. Your shitty doctor can FNG wait. First I want to dash, Bakugo began, readying his hand as his quirk starts to fire up. If you don't get out of my way then I can't guarantee you won't get blood all over you, Yagi said, completely cutting Bakugo off as he moved to push past us. "You think I give a f about that?" Bakugo shouted, reaching to grab Yagi to stop him from leaving the room. Yubi and I both moved to block the exit further, but somehow it felt like something was off about this. Especially with how Yagi seemed to be losing patience. It happened too fast for any of us to react. Yagi just turned towards Bakugo and gave a large cough, literally getting blood on his face and shirt. Yubi and I both stood there, unmoving, as we had processed what exactly Yagi just did. He seemed to have taken the opportunity to slip past us and bolt. Especially as Bakugo started hissing, and I could have sworn I heard a sizzling noise while Bakugo removed his shirt. "The hell are you two standing there for? Go grab him!" He barked at us, causing Yubi and I to give chase, luckily not losing sight of Yagi. That was until he dove right into the bathroom. At first Yubi and I thought we had him cornered there. But when we went in, we didn't see Yagi there, just an open window. "Bakugo won't be happy about this," Yubi grumbled, already turning to go back to the classroom. However, I went to look out the window to see that this was indeed the second-story bathroom. How could Yagi survive a drop like that without breaking any bones? Shaking my head of those thoughts, I went back to the classroom to see Bakugo rubbing at his face while his shirt sat on a desk. A shirt with holes in it. A shirt that was sizzling still. Sizzling to match what looked like burn scars developing on Bakugo's face. That was when I realized Yagi was more than he seemed. "Are you sure about this? We could move back and go further into hiding at least until you're older and more experienced." "I'm sure. Besides, I won't be alone in this." "Alright, just stop, be careful. If you get captured then dash." "I know. But I have plenty of ways to avoid getting caught. The night before was just a test run." "I know, I'm ready now." As he stood next to Endeavor, ex-pro hero converted into a top enforcer, Aizawa Shoyuta kept his eyes on the museum where a local organization had set up a trip for young students who only recently developed their quirks, which made them the perfect targets for the Metahuman Liberation Army, one of the two largest rebel cells that are vying to take down the Empire. Cowards! Using civilians as hostages instead of taking the fight to us directly. Endeavor shouted, fire burning hot with his rage as it seemed like his hero roots were showing through in this moment. It made logical sense, as Todoroki Enji knew of a world before the Empire. Grew up in a time where there were no enforcers, just heroes going against villains and protecting the public. Probably why he decided to join the Empire instead of fighting against it like other heroes. He probably saw it as the best way to continue with the job he had. To do what he thinks is best to help people. Shoyuta can relate to that, to the desire to help people in the most logical way possible. After all, this is more productive than taking civilians hostage and threatening to blow up an entire city like the MLA is doing. Or kidnapping and experimenting on people to try and find out ways to destroy their quirks completely, all from within the shadows, like the Shie Hassaikai is doing. Both groups are nothing but complete lunatics with differing beliefs that are nothing more than cultish. He did not want to drink their Kool-Aid, much like how he didn't want to completely follow the Empire. But what choice was there at the time? All Might probably would have been the one person he would have followed, had he not recklessly gotten himself killed 5 or 6 years ago. Without even making a scratch on the Emperor when he challenged him to a fight. Shoyuta could still remember seeing All Might struggle as he had his guts ripped out on live television. The horror that filled him and disgust. Disgust on who he was following. Disgust on what their leader did, only for the propaganda to hit and spin it to turn All Might into nothing more than a terrorist who could not see that the new society was the right one for the world. It sickened him to know that he couldn't do anything but watch and then go back to his life as an enforcer investigating to find either Overhaul or Redestro to bring them both to the Emperor to face their crimes against the Empire. It's only logical that they would use those they are trying to kidnap as hostages. They know most of us enforcers won't harm our own citizens, Shoyuta said, thinking of a way to possibly sneak in and to at least save the children. Children who should not be involved in this sort of thing at all. However, before he could even think of moving, the lights of the museum went out. Not just there, but the surrounding buildings and even their own spotlights went out. Get those lights back on before they get away. Endeavor shouted at the officers therewith. But Shoyuta knew that this wasn't caused by the MLA. They always used explosions or some other highly destructive method to guarantee their escape. This was something else. Suddenly, the lights came back on. The spotlights focused on a single point, on a single person standing on the roof of the museum, holding what looked to be a grown man over the edge of the rooftop. The figure taking. The focus wore a mask that acted more like a helmet, but the face of the mask was devoid of any features. Though it also had what looked to be a long pair of ears sticking from the top, almost rabbit-like, but he could also compare it to a crown of sorts with the middle point also sticking up. The figure's cloak cape seemed to flow in the wind as they released the person being held. Shoyuta moved then, running towards the Ma who was seemingly falling to his death only to find that he seemed to land on a large cushion that was not there before. How did it get there? Especially in the short time that the lights were out? How did they not notice it? When Shoyuta reached the man, he suddenly stopped at the sight of his outfit uniform. What was even going on here? And then the figure up above spoke. People, fear me, or rally behind me as you see fit. I am Deku. On that night, everything in the Empire seemed to stop. Everyone glued to their screens as footage from the MLA attack on a museum played, even as the ones broadcasting tried to shut it off only to no avail. Completely transfixed, the Empire's citizens watched as this Deku gave a speech. I stand with all those who have no weapons to wield, regardless of whether they be civilians or rebels like me. The Metahuman Liberation Army cowardly took innocent civilians hostage, mere children and teachers who had nothing to do with any of this, and mercilessly executed the teachers. It was a wanton and meaningless act, therefore, they have been punished. All for One sat on his throne, chin resting on his clasped hands as he watched this new player reveal himself. Completely faceless and using a moniker that could translate to useless, like a wooden puppet, he couldn't help but give an amused smile. So, the fabled chess master finally reveals himself? He asked no one in particular, but he still turned towards his empress. Amusing, isn't it? Sitting by his side, she was completely rigid as she stared at the screen in front of them. Playing the speech that at this point was playing in the background, she seemed almost transfixed. He ended up giving a chuckle, moving a hand from under his chin to reach for her face where he turned so she was facing her. I did not expect you to show interest in this, my darling Inko, All for One said, no longer paying attention to the faceless rebel as he focused more on his beloved wife and empress. Such a shame that his son couldn't be here with them, watching Deku's debut speech and perhaps giving his own insight into this? If Izuku is anything like him, then he might have a knack for analysis. Maybe even muttering whatever pops into his head, hopefully about quirks. He just knows what to say in the moment, having an air of confidence that you can feel from even here, she said, voice very quiet as her eyes were wide with fear. Eyes that at one point held nothing but love and devotion, until it was snuffed out. Instead being replaced with worry, then sorrow, and now nothing but pure fear. Probably fear for their missing son, wherever he may be. Perhaps cold and starving, stuck in a compound or even on the streets. Whether in rebel hands or not, whether aware of who he is or not. The thought of what could be happening to their Izuku never fails to get his blood boil, to then have his enforcers searching harder for his son. His son who he has not seen since he was an infant. All for One stopped, seeing some tears start to well up in his wife's eyes. He gave her a smile as he wiped the tears away before holding his other hand up in the direction of where a box of tissues lay. Using the quirk that he took from Inko, he brought the box over and used one of the tissues to dab at her face. Don't worry, Inko will get Izuku back. And if he has to tear the entire world apart to find him, then he will do it. Because nothing will keep him from his family. Just as Muscular was punished for flaunting the power he held as a top enforcer. Slaughtering unarmed people who he assumed to be collaborating with rebels despite not having any evidence. I cannot stand by and allow such cruelty to be carried out, and so I made him pay for his actions. I will not repudiate battle on a fair and level field, but neither will I tolerate a one-sided massacre of the weak by the strong. The only ones who should kill are those who are prepared to be killed. Katsuki just sat there in complete silence, bowl of snacks in his lap as he sat on Fingers' couch with wings. Fingers turning the TV on earlier after reading a report on those MLABSTRDS taking a museum hostage. And then came this clown spewing sheet about punishing MLA and Muscular like he's some neutral party in all of this? When he says that he is also a rebel. What the actual F dash? Well, now we know who broke Muscular's spine, Fingers said, pressing the button to change the channel. Leaning back, Katsuki closed his eyes as he waited for the speech to get cut off. However, it seemed to continue no matter how many times Fingers hit the button. Is there literally nothing else on? Wings asked, though it came out muffled as he had taken a large handful of snacks and shoved it in his face. If not, then I'll just go home and study for the exams Gramps is making me take. Guess not. It's all that Deku guy, Fingers said, finally turning the TV off. He'll be old news. The enforcers will grab him because he's being cocky in his speech, being a literal sitting duck there, Katsuki remarked, not even bothered by this. Plus, if this Deku somehow doesn't get caught, then that just means more glory for when Katsuki becomes a top enforcer. Maybe even surpassing Shigaraki Tamura, the current number 1. Wherever oppressors abuse their power by attacking those who are powerless, I shall appear again, no matter how mighty or formidable my foe may be. Those of you with power fear me. Those of you without it, rally behind me. I, Deku, shall be the one who stands in judgment of this world. Ida Tenya just sat there, mouth open in shock at the words that were spoken, completely transfixed by it all. By this Deku, how he completely stole the show and showed something that this world has been lacking. Something that only his brother and his brother's wife have mentioned to him in stories of the past. That is what he is. Uraraka Achiko, when she saw the speech while walking the streets, knew what she had to do in this moment. As she looked towards the application she held, she crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. She would find Deku and help him in whatever way she could. Azuitsu was with her family, hidden under the abandoned subway system, when she saw the speech through the TV that hardly worked sometimes. She had turned towards her brother and sister, to her parents, and knew in that moment what to do. Todoroki Shoto was supposed to be training as per his father's orders. However, instead he decided to watch the news to see if there was anything of note. At the words spoken by Deku, he could feel something resonate within him. He went back into the training room and looked towards the training dummies. Getting an idea, he went towards the one that was made from an old potato sack and tore at it before bringing it back to his room. There he remade it into a mask and put it on. With the words spoken by Deku, very few actually did show any fear. But another few decided to rally behind him, to form something that could truly be the largest threat the Empire has ever seen. It's starting to fade again, Toshinori said when his nephew walked through the door. He could already see the blonde starting to fade away into green, blue probably also starting to go green as this quirk his nephew picked up 9 or 10 years ago begins to wear off. But I am right. It is starting to last longer. Good, don't want Toshinori here to go bald. Gran Torino, well, Yagi Sorahiko, remarked from where he sat on the couch, feet propped on the coffee table as he ate some taiyaki. But it would be funny, him going bald before me. Toshinori just shook his head, though he did rub at his hair, hoping that it wasn't starting to thin, especially since they still need it for one of Izuku's quirks. Well, I think I might only need to refresh it once or twice a month now, probably from how I've been using it on a daily basis for almost a decade now. Izuku began, already sitting at the table where his dinner was waiting for him, still warm and probably good. At least Toshinori hoped it was good, preferably better than whatever Sorahiko could cook up. Shame that you have to turn it off for a couple of days before you can refresh it. I hate having you miss school. Even if it is chock full of Imperial propaganda, there are probably some skills there that could be helpful, Toshinori said, giving a chuckle when Izuku just gave him a deadpan look. If I could then I would just drop out of there completely and be Deku full-time. Some days I feel like something will go wrong, like someone could come in with a quirk that can shut off quirks, or disguise fades while I'm in the middle of class, or even he appears for some reason. I already screwed up once and now one of my classmates is giving me strange looks and dash. Toshinori stood up from his seat while his nephew continued to go on about school and his classmates, the stress he is feeling from everything, and just set a gentle hand on his shoulder. He knew Izuku was starting to grow up too fast at this point, not able to fully enjoy what normal kids his age get to do, but he still has to do whatever he can to help. Listen, I told you earlier when you made your debut. I told you that if you felt like you weren't ready then we could go back to America to let you gather more strength, Toshinori said, already pulling his nephew in for a gentle hug. He could feel Izuku start to calm down, no longer shaking as he returned the hug. Though his nephew shook his head, looking up and giving a smile. No, I'll be fine. Besides, if we don't stop him now then when can we? This is the best time to do it, while there are still rebellions out there. Plus you literally shook the Empire with your debut. There's already people searching for you, whether to join or arrest you. If you disappear now then they might turn towards the wrong folks, Sorahiko explained, reaching into his pocket for a stack of crumpled papers. Already found 5 potential allies. What? Wait already? But I only debuted 3 days ago. Yeah. First is Shie, wearing a potato sack for a mask of all things. Don't know his quirk, but he has mostly been throwing rocks at enforcers and fleeing from them, definitely knows how to run, Sorahiko began after Izuku took the papers. Toshinori couldn't help but look over Izuku's shoulder to read the papers. A girl with just a paper bag over her head but seems to have a sort of zero-gravity quirk, another girl who seems to be wearing a plastic frog mask and can leap high up, and a young man who is very fast and wearing that one with the speed quirk. He's from the Ida family, he said, recognizing the helmet as one that belonged to one of the old heroes from that family. They were one of the first ones to rebel, but they didn't last very long. Guess rebelling runs in their blood, Sorahiko remarked before pulling out a final paper. However, this last one is an enforcer who has been asking around. Hard to discern if it's to arrest you or to join, but he's obviously off the clock when asking. Toshinori looked to the file, seeing a very tired-looking man. Erasure quirk, I saw him at my debut, Izuku said, looking to all 5 files he received, studying them as if he was trying to make a decision on what to do with them. And then, Toshinori saw the way Izuku seemed to light up as an idea hit him. I'm going to test them. When Shoto returned home, sneaking in through the window, he removed his mask and hid it under his mattress. He half expected the BSTRD to come in and reprimand him for not training, saying that he's expected to be in top shape for UA's recommended exam. However, he remembered that said BSTRD would be gone for about 2 weeks on some mission to bust a rebel base, probably MLA since they're still the most destructive rebel cell. As he took his jacket off and dropped it to the ground, he blinked at the sound of something clattering. Something that wasn't in his jacket before. Shoto crouched down and dug into the pocket until he pulled out a small holodisk, which he knew for a fact that he did not have. Leaving the important question. How did it get slipped into his pocket without him noticing? Who put it there? As he looked it over carefully, he noticed that the button had a rabbit head on it. Not only that, but he could see some kanji in the rabbit head that spelled one thing. That. He almost dropped the device from shock. However, instead he moved to sit on his bed as he debated on pressing the button. After all, it could be a trap set up by an enforcer. Though if it was then they could have just tried to grab him. But still, he held out hope that this might be real. That he has a chance of actually joining up with Deku and making a difference in the world. Pressing the button in hand, Shoto watched as a holographic projection of Deku appeared. If you are viewing this message then that means I wish to recruit you. However, you must pass a test first before I can let you meet me in person. Shoyuda had moved to an old abandoned building when he found the holodisk. He already had a suspicion on what it could be and who it came from, which leaves the question of how he didn't notice it being slipped into his pocket. Enforcer Aizawa Shoyuda. I am flattered that you decided to start investigating me, but why is that? Were you ordered to or is it because you wish to join me? If it is the latter then I have a special test for you, a test of basic trust. If you pass it then you will be allowed to meet me in person. When those questions hit, he leaned back against the moist wall and thought about it. At this point it was a habit for him to do some investigating whenever anything new happens in the world of the rebellions. Most of the time from orders, but lately it became unnecessary to order him to go in because by the time that happened, he would already have all the information needed. But then came the other question. What if he actually was considering joining Deku? So far he didn't seem like MLA or Shie Hassaikai at all, probably has a distaste for them both. Rebelling not because of a belief, but because it was the logical conclusion he came to? 2 months have already passed since Deku's debut, and already he made an impact on the Empire. People donning their own masks and committing rebellious acts, but also helping people in need. Something that felt reminiscent of the days of heroes. I have learned that you have been teaching at UA for a couple years now. I'm going to have a mole in there, but they will need some help getting information from more secure areas. That is where you come in. If you can figure out who my mole is and don't report them, then you will be considered trustworthy enough to join. On hearing these exact details, Shoyuta could feel a sense of disbelief. Just by giving him this sort of information is risky, as there is no guarantee that he won't immediately report this. In fact, he should have brought this to the Emperor as soon as he found the holodisk. But instead, as he looked around to make sure there wasn't anyone here, he looked back to the hologram of Deku that just faded away as the message had been completed. Was he actually considering this? Treason? Perhaps he was, but he knows for a fact that his decision would be made in about 8 months during UA's entrance exam. By then he could see Deku's mole and decide from there what the right course of action is. You and 3 others will be given a test of skill. Your first step is to meet up with your future partners at the spot where you will get your assignment. I have included coordinates in this message. This was the 4th or 5th time Tenya has played this message. He remembered the first time he viewed it, the surprise showing when he was actually recognized as a good potential ally for Deku. Conveniently, it was the first viewing that Tensei had come in. Stuck in his wheelchair from when he had joined their parents in the first resistance against the Emperor. He remembered when he was very young, only to find his big brother had his back broken by one of the Emperor's top enforcers. Figures it would be karma for the enforcer who did this to get his own back broken. He remembered the worried look Tensei gave him when he walked in on that video, asking Tenya if he was sure about this, but Tenya knew that this was the best choice for him, to finish what his family started. As he stood at where the coordinates directed, wearing his grandfather's old hero mask, he looked around. One of the old underground railways, abandoned in favor of buses and above-ground subways. Ones that were up above the city even. I hope this is the right place, a voice said, feminine and sounding very kind. When Tenya looked, he could see someone walk over to where he is wearing a paper bag of all things over her head. Then came another girl, wearing a plastic frog mask, though she seemed to be hopping. Then came the third, a short boy wearing what looked like a potato sack over his head. Was Tenya the only one who has a more professional mask? Maybe he should have scrounged further in their storage room for something else, something where he would be able to fit in better with a more ragtag group? As he approached them, curious while holding up the holodisk he received. At the sight of them all holding up their own, he ended up giving a smile. So, do we come up with code names or something? The girl with the paper bag over her head asked. From what Tenya could tell, she really seemed to have a bubbly personality. Oozing with pure joy as she bounced in place, definitely excited about the prospect of code names. If so, then you can just call me Sho, the boy wearing a potato sack said, his voice seeming to lack any passion or emotion to it. Almost like he's trying to hide something. Then again, they all are hiding things, hiding themselves behind masks of their own. When I was little, I wanted to be a hero, so I decided on the name Froppy. It's nice to meet you, Caro. Froppy, the girl in the frog mask, introduced herself, even punctuating her last sentence with a small rib bit. I came from a long line of pro heroes, and my brother would have taken this name on but didn't get the chance to fully utilize it. So I'm going to carry the mantle, Tenya began, giving a bow. Call me Ingenium. He then looked towards the last member of their team, the girl with a paper bag over her head. He could see her shift with slight awkwardness that completely contrasted with her earlier bubbliness, especially as she scratched the back of her head. Oh, all of you admitted to having come from somewhere great, dreams and passion and stuff, she began. Truthfully, I came from nothing special. Was even planning on applying to UA to maybe get a better life for my family, but after seeing Deku's speech I threw out my application, 'cause things are going to change. I can already feel it, she continued, her voice picking up as she bounced once more. That and my quirk is called zero gravity, So it would make sense to go for the name Zero, right? Your name has more depth and meaning than mine, Shie said, voice completely deadpan. Tenya prepared himself to say something, but then he stopped when he heard something. Almost like a blast of air coming from somewhere, and then something really fast moved right past him. From the way the rest of the group was looking, he knew that he wasn't the only one who noticed a sudden intrusion. And then, a hologram appeared right in the center of their group. I see you met each other. I hope you discussed code names and are able to get along, because until we bring down the Empire it will be us 5 together. Now for the test. The hologram of Deku began, somehow filled with an energy that Tenya could feel in the room. Almost like Deku was right there with them. Thanks for letting me borrow your quirk, Great Uncle Sorahiko. Yeah, you think they'll pass your little test? I know it. From what I saw they all have potential, just have to get them to bring it out fully and to work together. Days after he had completed the recommended exam for UA's Enforcer program, not even using his fire for it, Shoto ignored the BSTRD at the table raving about how he would catch those pesky rebels and be labeled as a hero for the Empire or whatever is considered normal. He ignored the pathetic complaints about not using his fire, saying that it was a waste of good genetics, that he would never go far without using his quirk to its full potential, that one day he would face someone where ice won't be as effective and he would be forced to use his fire and should be prepared for it. Shoto ignored it all in favor of thinking about the test he, Ingenium, Froppy, and Zero were given. There was no time limit to complete it, only to find a way to cooperate together to fulfill a mission that should be considered simple. Breaking into an Imperial compound and taking one piece of contraband from there. Tonight was when they would do it. After months of preparation they would take a piece of contraband and bring it to the designated meeting spot. Also they could prove their worth to Deku and show him that they were worth it. That they could change the world. I'm serious, Shoto. If you don't use your quirk to its fullest potential then it will dash, his father continued with his regular spiel, stuff that Shoto has long since drowned out. Instead he got up and picked up his plate. I'm going to bed, he said, turning and setting the dishes in the sink before going to his room. He then sat on his bed and waited for the BE to leave the house. Glancing at his phone, he took note that this was also the day where the non-recommended students would take their form of the entrance exam. Perhaps there were some in there who could potentially be recruited? Well, that wasn't his decision to make. As Kirishima Ijuru ran through the mock city, looking to all the robots that are posing as rebels, specifically ones that fought during the founding of the Empire if he remembered his history class right, he could see his fellow applicants tearing through the robots. As he checked the wristband that was provided to him, he could see that he had gotten a decent score, but not an alert for any points received for completing the bonus objective. Whatever the objective is. All he knows is that it's literally worth enough points to guarantee an instant spot in UA's Enforcer program. He stopped what he was doing, turning when something tried to hit his hardened skin. Staring at the robot that resembled one of the old terrorists who had an engine quirk in his arms. Bringing his own arms up, Ijuru prepared to land a knockout blow to gain some points, only for the robot to suddenly fall to the ground. Almost as if the robot in question had its spine broken. Hearing a sudden cough, Ijuru looked towards the applicant who delivered that punch. Seeing the very small-looking boy with blonde hair coughing, bringing a hand covered in what he could only assume to be blood away from his face, he gave a wide and sheepish grin. Sorry, kind of pushed myself too hard there. I'm Yagi Izuku by the way. He greeted, almost as if they were meeting up in a casual setting and not in the middle of an exam. However, that friendly air he gave off made Ijuru give a smile of his own. Kirishima Ijuru. Hey, want a team? Up for this? They never said it was against the rules to pair up. I could be your shield and you can be my sword. How about it? He asked, holding up his arm to show his hardening quirk towards Yagi. Oh, are we forming teams now? I'm sure you would be delighted to have someone as dazzling as moi on your team, no? An applicant with a French accent that Ijuru can't tell is real or fake suddenly popped up, literally sparkling as he patted his equally sparkling belt. Ijuru blinked at this guy, wondering what his deal was. Though he could see Yagi looking at them both in a way that almost unnerved Ijuru. Especially with those blue eyes that looked almost unnatural. Actually, now that he thought of it, The blonde hair also felt off. Like it wasn't natural either. Hair dye maybe? He was thinking of dyeing his own hair red after all. Yeah. I think the three of us should team up. I do like the way you handle your laser quirk, and AG Kirishima? Your hardening quirk is also really amazing. Yagi suddenly said, his smile very bright as he looked at them like any regular friend would look at their buddies. Instead of whatever that look earlier was. Idru would take it though. Plus, if they end up in the same class together, then that means he already has friends ahead of time. Then let us go this way. I believe all the robots are gathering over there where the rest of our fellow applicants are. Sparkling Laser Boy said, pointing to where they could hear a lot of fighting. However, towards the opposite direction, Idru could have sworn he heard crying. Crying like a baby. Wait, let's go this way, Idru said, pointing in where he could hear the baby coming from. Something in his gut told him that they should go there and not to where the rest of the applicants were. You hear it too? Yagi asked, also looking. When Idru gave a nod, he took off with Yagi to where the baby was. Though he could hear Sparkling Laser Boy follow, shouting that they're going the wrong way. Idru ignored those shouts, instead turning into an alley where he saw. Wait, is that? He started to ask, staring at the hulking figure of a large robot with a wide and cruel grin painted on its face. Blonde hair styled to look like long and sharp horns, and in its arms a crying baby. Oh my. Of course he would hold a crying baby hostage, it's what terrorists like him does, Sparkling Laser Boy said when he finally caught up. Yagi seemed to have been frozen by what he saw, almost like he was not expecting this at all. Idru looked towards Yagi, then Sparkling Laser Boy, and then to the robotic All Might who was crouching and preparing an attack. At that moment, with Yagi still frozen in place, Idru didn't hesitate as he moved to stand in front of Yagi and brought his hardened arms up to block the punch that was being aimed for them. He resisted the urge to hiss when he felt his skin crack from the force of that punch, wondering if his arms would shatter. Immediately if this was the real deal instead of a robotic imitation. That seemed to have gotten Yagi to snap out of whatever stupor he was, especially as he turned towards Sparkling Laser Boy. Use your laser to try and trip the enemy up. Kirishima, keep blocking his punches. I'll slip around from behind. He shouted, showing a confidence that he hasn't shown prior. Almost as if he had some semblance of experience in this sort of thing. That was definitely something Idru could keep up. Not for forever, but hopefully long enough for Yagi to bring down this beast of a bot. He kept his arms up, lowering his stance to prevent himself from being pushed back too far. He even went and threw a punch to get the bot's attention on him. A bright light shone, Sparkling Laser Boy's laser hitting where the bot's feet were as it jumped up above it. Though soon it fell to the ground and crumpled, much in the same fashion as the robot Idru saw before meeting Yagi. It was in that moment that Idru noticed Yagi had a pair of brass knuckles on. Have to have something to boost the strength of my punches, considering I'm quirkless, Yagi admitted, as if he had read Idru's mind in regards to the knuckles. That got Idru reeling back. Quirkless? Maybe that's why Yagi is here? To show his loyalty and to hopefully get a quirk? It would make sense, though normally they only make it to general studies. Would still be cool to have a quirkless kid in the Enforcer program though. Yagi walked to where the All Might bot was laying, crouching down to pick up the crying baby before looking up when all three of their wristbands started to buzz. Guess he never gave up on this, Yagi whispered quietly under his breath, looking down at the baby he held before shaking his head. The look Yagi gave in that moment, it was something Idru couldn't quite understand what it was. What made this really get Yagi to just? As Idru checked his wristband, he went wide-eyed when his points suddenly skyrocketed. Going right for the triple digits even, something he did not think was possible unless. The bonus objective. I guess I'll be seeing you two in class next semester. Sparkling Laser Boy shouted with a wide grin. Idru couldn't believe it. He was actually in. He actually got in. Though when he looked at Yagi once more, he actually blinked when it seemed like his points were much higher than his own. How many bots did Yagi even take down? Shoyuta had almost forgotten his assignment. Not any Enforcer one, no. The one he received from Deku, until the day of Yue's entrance exam creeped ever closer until he found himself in the observation room. Sitting towards the back as the head doctor, Tsubasa, the principal, Nedzu, the nurse, Shizenji, and a few other teachers, like Vlad. During the practical portion of the test, he kept his eye on each of the fields to see if he could figure out which of the applicants was Deku's mole. At first none caught his eye until he noticed one with curly blonde hair, blue eyes, and freckles. At first he didn't pay much mind, until the missing posters flashed right to his mind. The projections of what Midoriya Izuku would look like at this time, they looked nearly identical to this blonde kid. A blonde kid who threw punches that registered as strong enough to break spines. Looking to see if the others are noticing this, Shoyuta sees that their attention is primarily focused on one of the other fields, where an applicant with an explosion quirk just destroys MLA bot after MLA bot before grabbing the bonus objective in an equally violent manner. Though the true objective is to bring Deku alive and whole, not bring only his head. Still though, Shoyuta went through the files available to him before finding the applicant he was curious and suspicious about. And that was when it hit him. Yagi Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. The first names even used the same exact kanji, which left how no one else had noticed this before him. But when he read the kanji further, he noticed a final connection. Another way for it to be read. For a very brief moment, he thought of revealing this connection to everyone in the room. To tell them that he found the Emperor's missing son, to have all of this done and over with. But then he remembered the test Deku gave him. A simple test of trust, as if he knew Shoyuta would be the one to connect the dots. Knowing that Shoyuta would immediately see the resemblance and to trust him not to spill. Shoyuta took a couple moments to think until he finally made his mind up. He turned and walked towards Tsubasa, deciding to ask him something. The kid with the blonde hair, Yagi? I wanted to ask you something, he began. Oh yes. He goes to school with my grandson, but my grandson brought something to my attention and, well, I figured the ever-observant Aizawa Shoyuta would notice that his points are unusually higher than what he would have gotten, Tsubasa began, looking towards Shoyuta with wide eyes filled with nothing but pure madness. Don't worry. I brought up what my grandson told me to the Emperor and now he wants to keep a careful eye on little Yagi there. So the few additional points were approved, though it's not like he needs them. Completing the bonus objective like a true champ in the making. This reminded Shoyuta why he did not like talking with Tsubasa. Though if it is true that the Emperor is keeping an eye on Yagi, then that means he will be exposed for who he really is and then things can go back to how they were for Shoyuta. Which, he shook his head, deciding to walk away. After all, if Yagi Izuku gets exposed and Deku disappears as a result, then nothing will get better for anyone. That was a fact Shoyuta knew. So he would help he would help Deku with whatever he needs. Just to make the world a better place. Achiko couldn't tell if it was really late into the evening or early in the morning, but she stood in an alley with her partners in crime. As they looked at the Imperial compound they were to break into. Probably teeming with enforcers, but if they play their cards right then they might be able to make it through this okay. You got the recording? She asked, looking towards Sho who held up his phone in response. Generic explosion to act as a distraction, Sho said. Achiko gave a nod, tuning towards Froppy next. You scouted out a place where we can play it? She asked. I did. Found a nearby concert hall, Karo. Just have to make it convincing. Good, then Ingenium? You run the recording over there and play it. Once it's done you run to the meeting spot, Achiko said. Right. All of you be careful, Ingenium said, taking the phone from Sho. He then turned and used his quirk to speed towards the concert hall to play the explosion loud enough to catch the enforcer's attention. Looking to Sho and Froppy once more, Achiko gave a thumbs up. Alright, we're going to go in and get out. Try to avoid property damage because we're better than MLA, right? After getting their nods, Achiko turned towards the compound and waited a few moments, almost holding her breath as a couple enforcers stepped out. Then the explosion hit. Alarms going off everywhere. Achiko had half a mind to cover her ears and cower away from it, but she didn't. Instead she kept her eyes open and watched as various enforcers left the compound, only leaving a few to guard the entrance to the compound. Just as they had planned. Giving the signal, she quickly and quietly ran towards the compound. Slipping behind the enforcers, She touched them all briefly and held in the urge to vomit as they all started to float. A long tongue shot out and whacked the enforcers in the head, enough to knock them out right as Achiko released them. "This way," Shie said, opening the door. Achiko nodded, going with him and Froppy. By Ingenium's and Shie's calculations, they only had about 10 minutes to get a piece of contraband and to get out. Not a lot of time for dawdling or searching, enough to grab and go. As her old and worn sneakers slammed against the ground, running as fast as she possibly could, Achiko kept an eye out for any enforcers that might have stuck around even as they entered a large room. Only for the room to be completely dark and almost empty. Everything was quiet for a few moments until clapping. As the lights turned on, Achiko almost held back a gasp when she saw Deku standing there, giving them applause. "Congratulations. Now you just have to get me to the meeting place and you pass your test." Achiko just blinked at that, completely dumbfounded before shaking her head. "How are you, Dash?" she started to ask. "No time for questions. According to my watch you have only 5. No wait, a little over 4 minutes before this place goes back to crawling with enforcers. Let's get a move on," Deku said, walking towards them. "Right, let's get going," Shie said, already leading the way out of there. Achiko simply followed, running with Shie, Froppy, and Deku, even while various questions plagued her mind. Like, how did Deku even slip in here? How is he considered contraband? What will they do next? Did they really pass the test yet, or will there be more? It all became a blur to Achiko, all of them getting out of the compound and fleeing to where they would meet with Ingenium. Somehow they all got away from the enforcers, which was a good thing, but was it really supposed to be this easy? Deku gave them all another clap. "Congratulations. I'm actually happy you all passed the test I put forth." He began before holding up a finger. "Though I do owe you some answers. The test was one of teamwork and cooperation. Had you not trusted each other and worked together, none of you would have even been able to pass, but you did, and that is why it was so easy." That did make sense. If it was just Achiko, then she probably wouldn't be able to effectively dispatch some of those enforcers, instead only able to disable them for a short while until she reached her limit and got sick. As for what's next? Our primary objective is to gather as many resources as we possibly can. Right now it's only the 6 of us, and we don't have as much as the other cells have. So we're going to have to work harder until we can achieve our goals. Wait, 6? But there were only 5 present in this room. "Excuse me." Ingenium piped up. "You said 6. "Correct. I had another test set up for one other potential recruit. He passed it earlier today, but you won't be meeting him until much later," Deku explained. That really got Achiko curious. Who is the 6th member? Will they be gaining more in the future? In any case, I have a list of compounds that we can break into to gather whatever resources we can. I also have a couple contacts that can help us make these resources into something viable for us to use, but until then just bear with me for a short while. Achiko nodded with the rest, though she felt that she would be fine with that. After all, she did come from nothing. So she's used to having nothing, but she will still make something for everyone. And with Deku's help, she knows they can do it all. On the day Deku made his debut, that was when I had my suspicions on Yagi. I could not get the fact that he seemingly survived a jump from the 2nd-story window, or that the blood he coughed onto Bakugu seemed to have burned him, leaving some scars on his face even. That night, after viewing Deku's debut speech, I had gone into my grandfather's office. He sat at his desk that was completely covered in holodiscs, holograms showing whatever projects were being worked on. Right before he shut them all off, my eye caught onto 2 different titles from 2 separate projections. Under each title were images that would have haunted me if I was much younger, or after I had joined Deku. Project Numu, which held an image of what looks like a man with a mutation quirk that made him look like a big, black-muscled bird thing. Then Subject 29, which held a picture of a little girl who couldn't be any older than 5. What I saw before the image faded away was that she looked frightened and had a strange growth on her head that resembled a horn. "Yatsu-chan. You should have knocked first. Come in, what brings you here? Are you having problems with the tests I gave you? I'll be happy to answer any questions you have." Grandfather greeted, starting with a half-hearted lecture before going full into his usual doting self, showing that I was not supposed to see any of the projects that were projected right there. At least, not until I had fully begun training under him as his successor. Sorry, something from today has been bugging me and I thought you'd have some good insight. I began, knowing to start with buttering him up just a bit. Play to his ego and he will at least be a little more receptive towards helping me investigate Yagi instead of just assuming it was because Bakugo wanted to use our position to bring down a potential competitor. Oh, insight from a medical professional? Is it quirk-related or related to general health? He asked, bringing a hand up to rub at his mustache. Probably both, but more so quirk-related. Do you think it's possible that someone lied about their quirk? I asked, wondering about Yagi. Could he have lied about being quirkless? There seems to be some evidence there. About having a quirk? Well, back before the formation of our glorious empire, some people would lie about it. Society was always so horrible to the quirkless, to the point where the suicide rate was at around 70%. They were also the victims of various hate crimes, all things our emperor put an end to when he formed the empire, he said, leaning back in his chair. With our emperor's quirk allowing him to take and grant quirks to others, there became no point in lying about having a quirk. They would only have to send in an application to receive one and be given a test of loyalty, he continued, seemingly deep in thought over everything. So, what if someone lied about being quirkless? I asked. Unlikely. If this was back when quirks first emerged and those with quirks were the victims of hate crimes, then it would be one thing. What brought this on? The way he asked this showed a small bit of interest, though I could tell he was probably going to dismiss this completely unless I brought up all the evidence. Which means telling him that I had ganged up on someone again while following Bakugo. Something my grandfather has constantly expressed disapproval of. To the point where if he catches me doing this again, then he would give a fitting punishment. I'd witnessed something about one of my classmates. You remember how I talked about Yagi and his eccentricities? I began, wording things carefully. Well, today he ate 2 lemons instead of 1 and later on he coughed blood onto Bakugo. Figures Bakugo was involved. Please tell me you don't join him in picking on the weak. You are better than that, Yatsu-chan. Of course not. I would never disobey you like that. I snapped before stopping and covering my mouth. I resisted the urge to start shaking with fear when my grandfather gave a disapproving look. Anyway, Yagi ran off and Yubi chased him down after that while Bakugo took his shirt off. I decided to follow just to see what the deal was from an unbiased source, but when I went into the bathroom with Yubi I saw that Yagi wasn't there, but the window was open. So he got away through the window? Seems logical to me. That's the thing, we were on the 2nd floor and a jump from that height would result in broken bones, I said, deciding that I might as well say what happened after I got back. Afterwards, I went with Yubi to where Bakugo was to get his side of the story, but his shirt had holes in it and I think he was getting chemical burns on his face. After saying this, I could see my grandfather clock an eyebrow up with interest. He then leaned forward and gave me a look like he was going to poke some holes in my story. But instead he gave a nod. I see. While Bakugo would have the capability to do this himself, burning holes into his shirt and giving himself burns on his face, I'll notify the Emperor about this. See what he says. I gave a nod. All right, I said, at first feeling relief over getting this off of my chest. But then I got a feeling of dread. Something that I did not understand at the time, but as I thought back to what I saw on the holoprojections, for some reason, I feared what my grandfather would do with Yagi. As he waved me away, I thought of what might happen. Even with the door shutting behind me, I decided it wouldn't be a bad idea to press my ear to it to hear what would be said. Whether my grandfather would contact the Emperor immediately or go back to work. For a few moments it was silent in there, until I could hear the Emperor's voice coming through. Then came a conversation that was muffled, but I could still catch a few words from there. He looks like... Does he have? Possibly. I would need. Observe for now. Get a sample. Of course. Slowly and quietly I stepped away from the door and headed to my room. I already had a vague idea on what the Emperor wanted my grandfather to do and, to this day, I still did not understand why I felt guilty for telling my grandfather about that event. About some of the mysteries relating to Yagi Izuku. Around a month before graduation, a month before we would all inevitably go our separate ways to whatever high schools we would go to, our homeroom teacher had come forth and clapped his hands. I am here to congratulate all of you on such a wonderful year so far. I could tell from the day I met all of you that you would be the most promising bunch. Perfectly loyal subjects to our glorious empire. There came the usual spiel from our teacher. I didn't pay attention to what he was saying as I focused in on Yagi, who seemed to be having trouble staying awake in this moment. Later I would learn that the raid Deku and his rebel group participated in the night before was the cause of Yagi being unable to really stay awake. As the teacher continued on, congratulating us on getting into our choice schools, he seemed to stop when he came to Yagi and Bakugu's names. Well, this is more of a wonderful surprise for us. We have not one, but 2 enforcers in training in this very room. Congratulations Bakugu and Yagi for getting into UA's enforcer program. I look forward to seeing you 2 out on the streets, protecting us from those rebel dogs. That seemed to have caught everyone's attention. None of us knew what to say in that moment. We knew Bakugu would get in, but we all figured that with Yagi's poor health he would just be ed to general studies. I watched as Bakugu seemed to whip around and glare at Yagi. Yagi, who seemed to still be fighting sleep in that moment. You better pray we aren't in the same FNG class, got it? I turned away from the confrontation, deciding to block it out completely as I looked down at the letter I brought to school with me. One that I kept on my person ever since I received it. My acceptance letter to not only the best medical program in the country, but also as an apprentice to my grandfather. Something I've been dreaming about since I was really young. And yet, to this day I still get flashes of Subject 29 and Project Numu. To what those could possibly mean. And then to what they lead to. You're scaring me. Please, is all of this necessary? We could just go somewhere, be together, just the 2, know the 3 of us. Be a normal family and do what normal families do. My dear, you said you wanted a place where our child could grow up safe and without worries. That is what I'm doing here. Back then I wasn't strong enough, but now? Now I can have the whole world at my fingertips and no one can stop me. Not even that All Might who has made a name for himself in America. Dear Inko, there's no need for you to worry. I will make this a place where the baby can grow up safe and happy, then I will give him or her the world to shape in whatever way they see fit. You do trust me, right? Inko could feel a hand brush her face, a thumb gently rubbing under her closed eyes. She only now noticed that in her sleep she had been crying once more, and her husband was right there in bed with her. Inko? Did you have another nightmare? He asked, voice showing that concern which was what had her tangled deep into his web in the first place. Someone showing concern and care for her, something she never got very often when she was little. Hisashi and one other person were the only ones who ever expressed concern towards her, but now she knows that one is a trap while the other is genuine. And yet she still can't help herself from lapping up whatever attention she got from her husband. At this point he was the only one who provided this kind of companionship for her. My dear, you know you can talk about this with me. I'm here for you, he whispered softly, voice holding a honey sweetness to its tone that Inko had half a mind to just tell him everything. What the dream was about, why she was crying, and... I'm just scared, she finally said, keeping her eyes closed. Even as her husband moved his hands down, moving so she was laying her head on his chest, she didn't open her eyes because she knew he might try and call her out on this. She feared that he secretly knew what really happened, and was waiting for her to confess. You're always frightened even when there is no need to be, he said, hand going down to her bare back to massage into it. You know I'm right here and I won't let anything harm you, correct? He continued, pressing his hands firmer and getting a small mule out of her. She could feel her body start to relax under his hands, practically turning her into pudding. Had she been younger and more naive, Inko knows that he mind would have also fallen victim to this. Especially as he brings a hand up to her head to massage her scalp next, giving her goosebumps from the action. If you're scared for our son though, Hisashi whispered, hands stopping as he just held her close. Though from the way he spoke, she could almost imagine he was grinning. Like he knew something that she didn't. A potential lead has been found. I even have Dr. Tsubasa investigating this in case it is the truth. Inko's eyes snapped open from that declaration. She looked to her husband to see that wolfish grin he had on his face, an air of confidence around him. Are you sure? What if it's Dash? She started to say, praying to whatever gods are out there that it isn't true. That her husband hasn't found their son yet. That Izuku was still safe and far from Hisashi's reach. There is some evidence there, but I'm not going to strike until I'm 100% sure. For all we know, his kidnappers might take him and disappear the moment they catch wind of our suspicions. Once I know the full situation and all who were involved in his kidnapping, then I'll bring him home and punish those who took him from me. Inko could feel her heart pounding in her chest at his words. Wondering if she would share the same fate, considering that. She couldn't even complete the thought, instead looking at her husband and giving a false smile. I hope we find him soon. Hisashi's grin widened as he pulled her closer, close enough to where their lips very briefly brushed, and he whispered something that would have made her heart flutter out of pure adoration. I'll bring him home, and then we can be a family together. Just like what you wanted. That night, while her husband slept and her whole body felt too sore to be sneaking around the palace, Inko kept her robe wrapped tightly around her as she pulled out the key card she swiped from her husband while he was distracted. As she pressed the card to the scanner, Inko waited for the door to unlock while constantly looking over her shoulder in case a guard or a servant came by. Knowing that she would have a tough time explaining why she was slipping into her husband's office in the middle of the night. Once the door unlocked, Inko quickly went inside and headed straight for his computer. She knew how to avoid being seen by the camera that was situated there by heart at this point, had to learn all of their blind spots while PRing with Izuku. Turning on the device, she tapped her foot while waiting for it to boot up. She had to resist the urge to sit down in the large leather chair behind the desk, an easy feat considering how sore her but was right at this moment. When the password screen came on, she immediately went to work on inputting the password, a date that was very important to Hisashi. July 15th. Everyone else would assume his password was a variation of his quirk, or something extremely obscure that no one else would know, not even thinking that their son's birthday was what he treasured the most. Clicking through the files saved into the computer, Inko kept her ear open in case someone would somehow come in. Her eye briefly glanced at a file labeled Project 29, before ignoring it in favor of the entire folder labeled Ducky. One of the many little nicknames Hisashi gave to Izuku. Selecting the folder brought her to all of the clues that resulted from Hisashi's search. All neatly organized and labeled, to show the care he took in this. Even a side search for a person named Shiratoko Tomoko. Deciding to ignore that one, she looked for a file that was recently added or edited. Something to make sure that he was only bluffing, trying to get her to spill or something. Because why else would he take her quirk outside of punishing her for what she did? No matter how careful she was, covering up whatever tracks she left behind, she still can't help but think Hisashi knows. Knows but won't do anything unless he gets a confession out of her. Inko could feel her heart drop when she saw what was most recently added. A very basic file of a boy named Yagi Izuku, with his quirk diagnosis highlighted red. A marker she learned meant that they were calling into question whether the diagnosis is accurate or not. She brought a hand up to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at the photograph provided of Yagi. Of Izuku. Of who she knew was her son, her baby. Uncle Sora Dash, she started to say, muffling the rest with her mouth as her eyes widened when she felt the air start to shift slightly. As she quickly shut off the computer and dove under the desk, she completed what she was going to say in her head while listening to Kurojiri walk around the office. She heard him walking up to the desk, careful to cover up her breathing. She waited for him to leave. Praying that he didn't see anything out of the ordinary or was imagining things or not knowing if it was only a few minutes or a couple hours. Inko resisted the urge to give a sigh of relief when she heard the door open and shut. Even then she still waited, only moving from her hiding spot when she's 100% positive no one else was in the room. Mission complete, she headed out of her husband's office and back into their bedroom where she crawled back into bed with him, feeling ever grateful that he was still asleep. Now if only there was a way for me to get the warning out to Uncle Sorahiko. Uncle Sorahiko. Please. Take care of him, he's innocent of all of this and I can't let him be warped by Dash. Gran? What's going on? Why do you have a baby? Great Uncle Sorahiko. My Quirk came in. When Sorahiko woke up, he gave a groan as his bones seemed to creak when he sat up, placing a hand to his back. He popped his spine only to give a sigh. Reaching for the drawer at his bedside, he pulled out a small book that contained various photographs that he has kept over the years. One of him and Nana, both doing a silly pose at an amusement park while wearing some headbands with animal ears. Next, at the very same amusement park, was him, Nana, and a young Toshinori. Back when Toshinori was still in middle school. Toshinori and Nana both grinning wide as this was more of a break from training than anything. It was also the last photo the three of them took together. Flipping to the third photo brought him to a couple years after Toshinori graduated from UA and left for America. To him and a small child who continued to remind him of Nana even to this day, only her hair and eyes were green instead of black and gray. Little Inko, a small orphan who would come to his old agency and volunteer there as a part of a program her orphanage does. Her smile, the brightness in her eyes, even the way she styled her hair, it all made him think to his closest friend. Almost like he had met her second coming or even, though he knew that Inko couldn't possibly be because he knows Nana only had one child, a son that he was not allowed to meet or even interact with. So it really had to be a coincidence that she looked so much like Nana, nothing more than that. Closing the small book, not able to look at more of the pictures, Sorahiko set it back in his drawer. Grabbing his cane next, he climbed out of bed and went down the stairs and into the living room to sit on the couch. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see it had started to rain, making him think of that day all those years ago. Late at night, back in his old house before he left the country, when he heard knocking on his door. Seeing his niece, the little girl he had decided to adopt, all grown up and looking to him with fear as she held a baby in her arms. Asking no, begging him to take care of. "Mail's here." Toshinori suddenly shouted from the doorway, moving with more energy than he should have considering that BSU tore out his guts all those years ago and losing one for all almost a year ago from this day. He tried to warn Toshinori against picking that person, able to see the rat he truly is. They should have tried to push Izuku harder into accepting, but it seems their nephew was convinced it might make him easier to find. Speaking of which, he could see Izuku sliding down the banister of the stairs. His smile as bright as his blonde hair as he looked up to Toshinori. "Anything from UA yet?" he asked, bouncing even as Toshinori seemed to be slowly looking over the letters. "Let's see, junk, Imperial Propaganda, which is just junk, letter from Melissa, and a letter from UA. Both addressed to you," he finally said, giving a grin as he handed the two letters over to Izuku. Sorahiko sat up fully, looking towards the two letters. "Well, did you get in? Or will you have to rely on your mole that you put in there?" he asked. As Izuku tore open the letter from UA, Sorahiko could see that it lacked a holodisk. Probably something that UA doesn't use anymore, not since the BSTRD decided to remake the school into his own image. "Congratulations Yagi Izuku. Blah blah blah. You scored a particularly high score thanks to completing the bonus objective. You will be placed in Class 1A in the Enforcer program. So, that means your infiltration plan is a go," Toshinori said, voice holding a large amount of concern. Sorahiko couldn't blame him, especially since Class 1A, according to the Imperial Propaganda, is always the one that is watched closely by the Emperor. Typically reserved for the best of the best, golden apples of the Empire, or even people with quirks that the Emperor is particularly interested in. "Well, seems I have my work cut out for me," Izuku said, giving them both a smile that was supposed to be reassuring. But Sorahiko could see right through the facade. 'Cause in those blue eyes he could see fear buried deep inside, reminding him of days after the kid made his debut as Deku, of the anxieties he confessed to having. "Well, too late to pull out completely. It would be more suspicious if we suddenly disappeared at this point, so try not to bring attention to yourself. Got it?" he decided to say, somewhat hoping it was the right thing to tell the kid. "Don't worry. I'll do my best." Shoyuda never thought he would be a teacher. Well, he never expected anything of his life. Only that he would take a path of least resistance, but one that could still let him help in whatever way he can. Sometimes he regretted not taking Hisashi's and, "Excuse me, sir? Are you sure taking a nap out here is a good idea? What if you get trampled?" He cracked an eye open, looking directly at the kid who actually took notice of him. Upon seeing blonde and blue, tugging at the tight collar of his uniform shirt, Shoyuda stood up and removed his bright yellow sleeping bag to look down at Yagi. "Down at Deku. You're the first one to notice. Congratulations on passing a basic observation test," he said, voice very dry and taking on a sarcastic tone, especially with what he says next. "Always need observant enforcers." Yagi gave a nod, before smiling wide up at him. "I'll definitely do my best." Seeing this bright optimism, Shoyuda was reminded of a few different people who were similar in this regard. To the point where he actually debated on expelling Yagi here and now, just for his safety. Instead, he just waved Yagi off, telling him to hurry inside with the rest of his classmates. Once Yagi was inside, Shoyuda peeked into the room to see how his class was interacting. Seeing them as nothing more than children who should not be trained for something like this at all. And yet, here they were. Shoto kept quiet, watching as his classmates all went around the classroom and introduced themselves in some capacity. He watched them because he knew that one day he might be fighting against all of them, and this would be the best way to discern any possible weaknesses. Some were easier than others. Like the kid with purple ball for hair who kept ogling some of the girls, easily distracted. Just keep him distracted and then freeze him in a block of ice. The guy with spiky blonde hair, displaying a foul temper, would just need a good few words and he would go sloppy with his attacks, losing his cool and leaving plenty of openings for Shoto to take advantage of. One guy with unruly purple hair and bags under his eyes didn't look in good physical condition, probably not training very much prior to whatever exam he took. May have only gotten in because the Emperor is interested in his quirk, whatever it was. A few good physical attacks in would make this guy crumble. However, when he looked to the boy with curly blonde hair and the brightest blue eyes he has ever seen, to the point where they were unnatural, Shoto couldn't help but feel a sense of danger from this kid. Like he was someone he should not fight at all. Which was odd, considering how he seemed to carry himself. Displaying signs of what should be obvious sickness, but Shoto just stared and found that something was off about him. Like he was throwing up hundreds of thousands of red flags. He was interrupted from contemplating this stranger further when what he could only assume to be their teacher stepped in, carrying a yellow sleeping bag of all things. Even from where he was seated towards the back, he could tell that this teacher held no patience for dawdling, which caused just about all of his classmates to immediately rush to their seats. "It took you too long to quiet down," the teacher said, voice dry as he stood at the podium and studied them all. "My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, and I will be your homeroom and fundamentals teacher if you survive the first day," he continued, pulling out a set of clothes and holding them up. "You were issued your gym uniforms, so change into them and meet me at the field. Your first test starts now." "But sir, Imperial regulations state that we are not to miss the opening ceremony. Our Emperor is supposed to be there to give a speech and dash," the kid with purple ball for hair began, hand waving as he stood up in his seat. "I'm aware, but regulations are not my class rules. The Emperor expects the best of the best in this class specifically. You are to be the golden eggs of the Empire as he calls it. So it's expected that I put you to the test on the first day," Aizawa remarked, already walking towards the door. "Don't make me repeat myself or I will expel you on the spot." Shoto quietly stood up once Aizawa stepped out, already heading towards the door and to the changing rooms where their gym uniforms were set up. Though he stopped when he heard one of his classmates suddenly give a shout, more like a squeal at this point, only for her to start speaking in English. "Izuku, is that you? I haven't seen you since the big send-off at our old school. How are you? Is it nice here in Japan? I only just moved here to take the exam and see if I could get in this elite school." She seemed to blabber on and on in English, bouncing with excitement as she stood in front of the kid who gave Shoto so many flags and warning signals. all of which seemed to go away immediately when the kid gave an awkward smile before responding in English as well. Pony, I thought I recognized you. From the way they spoke energetically, Shoto could only assume that they were friends at some point. Even if this boy wasn't giving off those signs anymore, Shoto still couldn't shake them off. Which is why, despite seeing Ibags use his quirk on Ballhead to get Ballhead to shut up and change in a corner away from some poster, Shoto decided to go over to this boy who has been giving some vibes when their teacher announced what they would be doing while standing by an obstacle course. There are a few objectives in this course. Take control of them in whatever way you see fit to gain points. You are allowed to form teams, but you cannot team up with anyone from your testing grounds or anyone who went to the same school as you. You have 5 minutes to form your teams, now go. He finally gets the chance to kick Siki's butt and to show that he is better than everyone in this class, he will carry his team to victory and win it all. He didn't know the exact details of any of the quirks of his classmates, most of them being irrelevant, but he immediately beelined for the kid with the eye bags. After seeing what he did in the locker rooms to Ballhead, he knew that this jackass would be better suited on his team. You're joining my team, if you have any complaints then keep it to yourself. Our target is Siki over there, got it? Eyebags just looked at him with a deadpan stare before shrugging. Fine, whatever. Guess I didn't need to use my quirk to make a team myself, he said, voice almost as dry as their teacher's. Oh hey, I like your spirit. Some jackass with shitty hair suddenly shouted, running right over to Katsuki with a wide smile. Originally wanted to form a team with Yagi and Aoyama, but we were in the same testing group so that's not allowed here. Katsuki's eye twitched, especially as this idiot continued to yammer on, until he demonstrated his quirk. Hardening. Basic but still useful. Fine, you can join my team if you shut the F up. I'm not here to make friends, I'm here to be the best. The moment that was said, he heard a buzzer go off to signify that team building was done and to begin. Immediately, Katsuki beelined for the entrance, the losers on his team following behind him and going too slow for his taste. Even as he saw an objective in sight, he turned and looked until he finally saw him. That stupid curly blonde hair. Makes him sick to see that jackass. Palms open, he prepared to strike that weakling down and show him that he didn't belong here, but then he stopped when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. Turning, he saw Eyebags suddenly choke as, wait, were those horns? A pair of horns just holding Eyebags in place against the wall, by the throat, stopping him from using his quirk. Siki just clapped his hands, bringing Katsuki's attention towards him. Giving Katsuki a very wide smile, he tilted his head before finally speaking. Is something wrong, Bakugu? The way he asked that, it made Katsuki's blood boil as he saw nothing but red. Quirk flaring up, he started to launch himself right at this weakling. Not even noticing the temperature around him dropping until, for some reason, he couldn't move at all. His quirk not even able to activate as it was like his sweat was fro. Thanks Shoto. Couldn't have done it without you. What the hell just happened? Why couldn't he move? Why was it so effing cold? It set him off. As his students went through the basic exercise he set up, Shoyuta monitored them from his tablet that was hooked up to the cameras all over the course. So far he could see some obvious flaws in everyone. But they were easy ones to get rid of, especially with how young these students are. Yaoyorozu needed a bit more confidence, while Monoma and Bakugu both needed to be knocked down a pedestal. Shinso to not make his quirk obvious, even if that stunt in the locker room was necessary to stop Mineta from falling for a trap that one of the staff members set up to weed out the weak-minded. Mineta needed to work on not getting distracted easily, among a few other students with more minor issues. At this moment, he watched Yaoyorozu's team going up against Yagi's. Her team having slipped in somehow before Todoroki could construct a large ice wall to guard the objective found. Efficient, but also gives their position away to everyone else. He watched Todoroki quickly bring Ishido down with his quirk, showcasing another student who was probably overly reliant on his quirk. Though according to his record, only relying on half of his quirk instead of its full potential, which is a habit that will need to be broken and soon. Because a quirk that isn't used to its fullest will just be taken and maybe replaced, if the Emperor is feeling generous enough. After bringing Ishido down, Todoroki seemed to turn towards Yagi, who was going against Yaoyorozu in close combat, but Yagi seemed to shout something towards Todoroki which got him to turn and help Tsunatori against Monoma. Shoyuta decided to not focus on Monoma, or Todoroki, or even Tsunatori as he observed Yagi's fight against Yaoyorozu, showing that he had obvious training from somewhere, but from where? Deciding to turn on the audio when he saw Yaoyorozu point her staff right at Yagi's neck, thinking she has him down and starting to gain a light to her face and maybe a bit of the confidence she was lacking. "Surrender, for your sake," she said, expression turning to concern when Yagi started to cough. As Shoyuta watched further, he noticed that this was obviously a trick of some form, which became confirmed when Yagi coughed blood right onto Yaoyorozu. She immediately jumped back from shock, concern going full-blown. "Oh my, are you Ardash?" Only to get cut off and caught off guard when Yagi suddenly grabbed her staff and yanked it from her hands. Yagi put on a grin and used the staff to sweep Yaoyorozu off of her feet. When she was on the ground, he pressed the staff into her stomach to keep her down. And that was when the buzzer went off, signaling the end of the exercise. Shoyuta took the few minutes he had to go over the footage of everyone else, taking note of how they could possibly grow and develop. He looked to where the students were coming. Bakugo and Ishido literally shivering, Shinso rubbing at his throat, Yaoyorozu and Yagi both fretting over Todoroki, who is also shivering, and then Yaoyorozu fretting over Yagi for the blood he's still coughing. "Aizawa, if you ever get in a position where you can collect some of Yagi-kun's blood, then our glorious emperor would really appreciate it if you could bring us the sample." Pushing Dr. Tsubasa's words from his head, Shoyuta walked to all of the students and nodded at each of them. "All of you have potential. Go back to the classroom and pick up your schedules. Yagi, try not to cough blood on your classmates. Even if it's effective for distracting them, it's also unsanitary and dangerous," he said, the last bit a more subtle warning. "Don't let them access your blood." Yagi simply gave him a smile, wiping the blood from his face. "I'll try," he simply said, probably to answer both of Shuta's requests. As the students all headed back to the main building, Shoyuta looked to his tablet to review the footage once more. Remembering the one detail Dr. Tsubasa told him in regards to the blood Yagi will spit out. But he didn't see any of this so-called acidic properties when it landed on Yaoyorozu, which means Yagi is probably trying to cover all of his bases or something, to show that whoever tattled on him is making things up. While reviewing the footage a few more times, a notification popped up on his screen. When he tapped on it, he just shook his head. This is a courtesy notice for Aizawa Shoyuta, homeroom and fundamentals teacher for Class 1A, that the Emperor himself will be personally viewing the battle trial lesson that occurs on the second day of classes. Please prepare accordingly. If there isn't an exposure tomorrow with the Emperor being there, then Shoyuta will need to go out for a good drink. Even after today he would need one, just from the stress that will definitely be caused by Yagi. He can already feel it. Early in the morning, before the sun had even started to rise, Toshinori found Izuku passed out on the couch. Still dressed in his Deku gear with the mask barely hanging on his head, body covered in various files and paperwork that he had collected the night before during one of his raids. Quietly walking forward, Toshinori slowly picked up the papers and set them in a neat stack on the coffee table for Izuku to go over when wakes up. He then took the mask off and also set it down before grabbing a blanket and putting it over Izuku. Giving a very warm smile, he reached and lightly tousled his nephew's hair before walking to the kitchen to start making breakfast. While turning the stove on, his phone buzzed with a message from one of his co-workers at the office. "Night, how is your nephew? Still sick?" Toshinori remembered meeting Night Eye when they all came back to Japan, a simple code name he gave to them so if the time came then he would be able to continue working behind the scenes while able to keep a public appearance. No one even found out there was a Night Eye out there, that they had someone with a precognition quirk on their side, helping them avoid detection from All for One. Yagi, his health has been improving as of late. Hasn't needed to skip school because of it lately. Night Eye, that's a relief to hear. So everything is going well for him? Has he made any new friends lately? Sometimes Toshinori wishes the codes weren't necessary, but there's no telling if their phones have been bugged or not upon purchase. So he thought carefully on how to respond without throwing off any alarms for whoever runs surveillance. Yagi, he brought up a couple classmates he'd like to befriend, but nothing is set in stone for him. His main priority is getting through school in one piece. Hopefully this was good enough and Enaitai would understand the code he was using. Honestly, this would be easier if it was David instead of Night Eye, because at least David would have explained which codes to use and what were appropriate, instead of having him learn them on the spot. Night Eye, tell him to pick wisely. I'm sure a few will be trying to earn his favor, especially if he picks something up in a couple days. Toshinori just shook his head, promising to forward the warning to his nephew before asking some mundane office-related questions to maybe throw off anyone even further than before. After they went to focus on making a good breakfast for Izuku and then maybe a lunch. He knows Izuku will be needing it, especially if the intel from his main spy in UA is accurate, and All for One will be making an appearance in Izuku's fundamentals class. If only Izuku could skip today without drawing any scrutiny from his father. He almost joined wholeheartedly. Came close to swearing fealty because any good leader would see the opportunity he could provide them with, especially with the quirk he has. He may have seen what greatness the Empire would have brought, if it wasn't for one person he met while on the road to where pro-heroes would come to swear fealty. A small child had crashed into him. Probably around 4 or 5, but when he helped the child up he didn't realize what had happened until he felt pinpricks go into his hand, small black spikes with a glowing red, and then his quirk activated and he could see that child's future, or lack thereof. To see a world where this new emperor would pluck people with interesting quirks and take them for himself, or even, in a flash he saw this child's broken and bloody body. The emperor grinning at a shiny new quirk, the one this child held, before giving the child to an older guy with green goggles. "I'm sorry, sir. I still can't quite control my quirk yet," the child apologized profusely, giving a bow. He remembered quietly taking a step back. His quirk sealing this child's fate, and then he knew. He would not stand for this. He would not follow a man who would hurt an innocent child like this. On that day, when he was supposed to swear fealty to the Empire, Sir Night Eye instead turned and ran. Ran to find a place to hide. A place where he could hopefully meet like-minded people and lend a hand somewhere. To put a stop to All for One. To hopefully save any other innocent lives. Minoma Nito kept his head held high throughout the second day of school. He had heard rumors that the Emperor would be watching his class, so of course he would do what he can to stand out and gain favor. To prove that his quirk is not an inferior version of the Emperor's, that he can still stand on his own and become a top enforcer. No one ever expects to have their quirks turned against them after all. He could see how tense his teacher was as they were brought to the training fields, in their gym uniforms, which confirmed the rumors that he was hearing. "Today there will be a special guest watching your assignment," Aizawa began, standing tall and fully awake. Not like how he was yesterday. Keeping his head up high even as he kneeled along with the rest of his classmates, Nito tried to get a peek at the Emperor as he stepped in to stand next to Aizawa. "As you were," the Emperor began, waiting for everyone to rise before continuing. "As the leading class, the golden eggs of the Empire, each and every last one of you has my full attention. Do not disappoint me." Nito never dreamed of being a disappointment at all. He dreamed to prove his merit. To prove himself worthy of being here at all. Today will be simple indoor combat exercises, one team playing rebels while the other as enforcers. Everyone goes through this, Aizawa began before pulling out a list. "Based on observations made in yesterday's test, I have conducted teams for today's lesson." Nito didn't want to think about yesterday, of that embarrassment. Sure, he was able to help Ishido and Yaoyorozu bring down the ice wall Todoroki had acted, but that was it. Almost immediately he was brought down by Tsunatori and Todoroki together while Yagi fought Yaoyorozu. Maybe if he had a better team with better quirks, or... Minoma and Yagi will be playing as rebels and facing off against Bakugu and Yaoyorozu first. Nito almost choked. Paired up with that weird sick kid? What quirk did he even have? He didn't see him use any and couldn't try to copy one off of him. What if he has a quirk that isn't helpful for this? They were going to fail this assignment and then make fools of themselves in front of the Emperor and... Lost in his thoughts, Nito didn't notice the rest of the class went to the observation room while his opponents went to the designated building. What was he going to do? How was he going to win? He has to prove himself and… A hand set itself on his shoulder. Are you going to be okay? His partner asked, bare hand on the cloth of his shirt, so even if Nito tried he wouldn't get anything off of him. Not without skin-on-skin contact. Don't know how we can possibly win this. My quirk is only as good as the quirks I can copy off of people, and there are still set limitations there, Nito said, looking to the building. I know Yaoyorozu won't let me get close enough to copy her quirk. It lets her create anything she knows the full composition of from her fat lipids, and I think Bakugo has something to do with explosions? Probably can't get close to him either. Looking at Yagi once more, he actually blinked when this kid actually started to smile. Well, you won't get much off of me since I'm quirkless, he admitted. Yup. They're FNG doomed. However, I know Bakugo personally. He has a grudge and hatred towards me that gets him to laser focus on me, which was his downfall yesterday thanks to Shoto, Yagi continued. This kid got on first-name basis with Todoroki? How the hell? So if you need a good quirk to copy, then use Bakugo. He sweats nitroglycerin in the palm of his hands and can ignite it. Just be wary of the recoil in the joints, which provides some good takedowns there if you want to use that. Same for the fact that he always opens with his right hand without fail. He looked towards the building and gave a smile. You only need to trust me, and I can help us achieve victory. In that moment, Nito was reminded of someone. However, he couldn't quite place who Yagi was reminding him of. Come on, let's get a plan together so we can beat Bakugo. Perhaps not all hope is lost for them. After all for one kept his eyes on the screen as he thought of the students gathered. All of them seemed to hold potential, whether as enforcers or for his doctor's personal pet projects didn't matter. With this first round he looked to the two teams. According to the records he had glanced at, Bakugo's team would completely dominate the opposition. Monoma, being forced to rely on others for his quirk, and Yagi, who is registered as quirkless, wouldn't stand a chance. But that's only records. Not real life. Real life? Hey, what's Yagi doing? A voice quietly whispered, trying to not be too loud to draw his attention to whoever spoke. All for one decided to put his full attention on the screen. Remembering all the information he had his people gather about this child in particular. Quirkless, frail in health, light-haired, made him remember his little brother in a sense. But then came the visible similarities to the projection of his son. On the screen, Yagi seemed to be coughing as he walked. He couldn't see why doing that would cause a question, probably a classmate concerned for his health or something. But if it really got in the way, then he wouldn't have been able to pass Aizawa's first test the day before. Yagi straightened up suddenly, turning and giving a casual wave of all things towards Bakugo who had just appeared. He then said something, making all for one grateful that he was also given an earpiece that allowed him to hear what's going on. Leaving the other students in the dark. Targeting me again, Bakugo? I figured you would want to show your better qualities to our emperor, not allow him to see you as someone who would attack the frail and helpless. You're a lying piece of shit, and I'm going to expose you for what you really are. Propelled by his explosions, Bakugo launched himself at Yagi. Right hand reaching out to deliver an attack that would severely burn someone, Bakugo seemed to be sneering. Yagi responded in turn, actually sidestepping Bakugo to then grab his right arm. He gave a wide grin as he slammed Bakugo into the wall. You forget, Boo, I have been watching you and your underlings ever since I transferred to your school. After those words were spoken, Monoma appeared and brought up an object of some form and smacked Bakugo in the head hard enough to knock him out so they could both hog-tie him. All for one would give it to them. Working together to bring down an opponent with efficiency and swiftness that an enforcer would need for bringing down rebels. Especially with all that Deku has done in the past year. Breaking into and robbing from various Imperial facilities, interfering with the work of enforcers, and then having the gall to deliver all sorts of speeches to try and inspire others to join him in his rebellious acts. It's getting to the point where all for one himself may have to get involved. Provided Tamura or this batch of students can't bring him in. With how swift this victory was, Monoma distracting Yaoyorozu long enough for Yagi to retrieve the objective, All for one could already tell that this batch of students would surpass the previous batch. Bakugo, who was still hogtied as he was dragged into the room, did well by not further humiliating himself outside of struggling in his binds. Bakugo, don't rush into battles against an opponent who obviously knows you and your moves. Your reckless actions were what caused your team to fail in the first place, leaving Yaoyorozu alone to take on 2 opponents at once, Aizawa said, dry voice cutting through the air and causing Bakugo to actually stop. All for one didn't pay further attention to Aizawa's lecture, finding that it was only reserved for the students' ears. No, instead he looked towards Yagi. Watching the way the boy stood, making an attempt to try and peel away whatever disguise could be worn if this was his son. To hope that this was what he had lost and he wasn't being delusional or something. When Yagi briefly looked in his direction, all for one could see it in that moment. A spark that threatened to burn into a raging inferno. Something that his brother had all those years ago. All for one held back the urge to give a wide grin. He may just have to keep a very close eye on Yagi to make sure that fire will burn in his favor. Next is Mineta and Shinso going against Hagakure and Ojiro. Man, I can't believe the only girl in our group is invisible. Shut the F up, Hitoshi said, eye twitching at the constant whining of his partner here. Why he had the misfortune of being paired with this annoying little rat was beyond him. Perhaps it was karma for using his quirk on Mineta the day before? No, that happened real quick when Tsunatori launched her horns and Hitoshi rubbed at his throat, remembering the feeling of suffocating. Unable to breathe let alone speak, until he blacked out. All because that Yagi kid did a hand gesture of some form and Tsunatori went right into it. Did Yagi already know about his quirk? He knew he should have been more careful, but Mineta snooping around that poster would have caused them all to be late if allowed to continue. He had the power to stop it, so he did. Then again, if she stripped down all the way to try and sneak up on us, that's actually kind of hot, Mineta continued, ignoring Hitoshi telling him to shut up. Hitoshi just looked at his partner and wondered how he could get him to focus before deciding he had no other choice. Hey, Mineta, can you do me a favor? He asked, even tapping Mineta on the shoulder to get his attention. What is dash? Mineta started to say, having looked at Hitoshi. However he stopped, eyes going blank. Hitoshi grinned. Much better. Now go and lay as many of your sticky ball around the area as possible, he ordered. Maybe having Mineta on his team will be a good thing after all. Mashareo still couldn't help the way his cheeks pinkened slightly, especially as Hagakure was the one who handed her clothes to him. Then again she's invisible, so it shouldn't really count, right? He decided he'd rather not think of that as he instead contacted Hagakure with the earpiece he was provided with at the beginning of the exercise. Did you find them yet? He asked. Yeah, they're on the 2nd floor. The room seems to be covered in those purple ball growing out of Mineta's head, Hagakure said, keeping her voice quiet over the earpiece. Right, be careful. I'll meet you there, Mashareo said, trying to remember if he saw Mineta's quirk in action or not. He knew of Shinsu's, wasn't all that subtle in getting Mineta away from that poster. He wouldn't be surprised if the entire class knew what Shinsu's quirk was. Making his way up the stairs, Mashareo kept his eyes open for any sign of Shinso wanting to launch a sneak attack. Or even of Mineta pulling whatever plan he has in place for those weird purple ball Hagakure mentioned. Keeping his eyes ahead of him, Mashareo failed to notice where he was stepping until a squish sound reached his ears. Huh? He asked, attempting to take another step forward only to stumble forward and his other foot to hit another squishy object on the ground. Waving his arms to brace them against the wall, he noticed too late that one just hit yet another squishy thing. A purple ball. What even are these? He asked, moving his tail up to try and get something to pull himself off from these weird sticky ball. However, when he looked over he paled as his tail became stuck against one that was on the ceiling for some reason. Ojiro and Hagakure have both been taken out. The winners are Shinso and Mineta. Mashareo almost wanted to cry over losing like this. Being so careless as to not keep an eye open for all potential traps. But it seems that fate had plans for him to lose. Perhaps next time he will win. Shoyuta kept his breathing calm and even. He couldn't afford to let the emperor suspect any sort of treachery, so he remained calm while watching his students go through the standard exercise for the second day. Some showed excellent teamwork while others floundered, some not even bothering to communicate with each other and instead going off on their own. Those were the ones who obviously failed spectacularly, especially when pitted against the ones who showed teamwork of any form. Once the last pair finished, with Aoyama destroying the objective thus giving his team the win somehow, Shoyuta handed out the critiques he had written down for each individual student and then their teams as a whole. So far, the majority of you are an unorthodox lot, the Emperor began once Shoyuta handed out the last of the critiques. So I will keep a close eye on each of you to see how you grow, but I have a list of those that I will be watching even closer than the rest, as those will be my favored students. Shoyuta watched as some of the students started to murmur quietly, a few trying to figure out who had gotten the Emperor's attention so quickly. A routine by this point, Shoyuta took the list the Emperor provided and gave a bow along with the rest of his class. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yagi shift slightly, only a few centimeters to the side when the Emperor walked past him. The movement was something only the most observant would notice. As soon as the Emperor was gone, Shoyuta looked to the list of names, to see which ones were favored just for their quirks or because they had other potential uses. Bakugo Katsuki, definitely his quirk. Minoma Nito, more than likely having other uses. Mineta Minoru, other uses. Shinso Hitoshi, his quirk. Todoroki Shoto quirk. Yaoyorozu Momo quirk. Yagi Izuku. Shoyuta kept a straight face. The list was much shorter than usual, which meant the Emperor wanted to pull as much of his focus into these 7 students specifically, probably even wanting to watch one in particular extra close. As he pocketed the list, he walked over to the students and prepared to dismiss them, though he did stop Yagi at the door. Is something wrong? Yagi asked just as the rest of the students were leaving. Shoyuta glanced to the cameras in the room before deciding to speak in a way that wouldn't DM either of them. Be careful where you step, you might get hurt. Yagi looked at him for a few moments. Understanding flashed across his face as he gave a nod. Thanks, I'll keep an eye out, he said. Shoyuta watched Yagi leave before setting a hand on his pocket where the Emperor's list was. He could tell that they were all treading a very thin line at this point. Eri had very few memories from before she was locked in what they call her room. First a kind old man who would always hug her and tell her how much he loved her, and then the younger man who was supposed to take care of her. He always wore gloves and the mask the doctor wears frequently, saying stuff like how the world is sick. She always thought he was kind of funny, but also got a bad feeling around him whenever he was nearby. Then came that day. When she was playing with her bunny while the old man was working on something, the whole room shook until a giant. She stiffened when the door suddenly opened and in walked the doctor. When first meeting him, she thought he was funnier than that one man, which also caused him to give her an even worse feeling. Good morning, Subject 29. How did you sleep? The doctor asked, seemingly smiling cheerfully from behind his mustache. Whenever he looked at her from behind those green goggles, it always felt like he didn't see her as a person. Eri kept quiet, remembering the last time she spoke, and asked if she could go back to her family. Instead she waited for him to give her breakfast, because afterwards would be more tests. More needles and making her make people disappear. She especially hates making people disappear, but there's no refusing because the doctor would then take away more of her things. The first thing being taken was her bunny, then more toys and decorations, until she was left with just this white room with blinding white lights and a bed. Finish your breakfast quickly, Subject 29, because we're doing more tests today. That means more needles and making more people disappear. Eri long since gave up hope of getting out of here, but sometimes she dreamed that one day she would at least get her bunny back. Tenya sat at the makeshift table they had in the old subway system that made up their base. The table really just a couple crates pulled together and a sheet put on top of them to continue with the illusion. On the table were a set of cases that Deku brought in. 5 cases in total. For with his, Zero's, Show's, and Froppy's codenames on them. The last completely blank, almost like something a standard salaryman would carry on him. What are these for? Show asked, voice still a bit muffled from behind his now scorched potato sack mask. scorched after a particularly close encounter with Endeavor. Zero's paper bag was still stained from a Numu's quirk, while Froppy's had a couple cracks in it. Tenya remembered examining his own before coming here, how despite it being more professionally made it was still fairly damaged. "These 4 are for you," Deku said, sliding each case to them. "It took some time and gathering enough resources and funding, but I was able to finally pay my benefactor to make some gear for you guys," he continued, probably grinning brightly from behind his mask that he always wore without fail. Tenya looked to his case. As he opened it, he went wide-eyed at the sight. The style was almost the same, in the helmet that is. Only it reminded him more of a knight or even a robot than the one he snagged from his family's storage. As he pulled it out, a small sheet of paper slipped out and hit the ground by his feet. Taking the paper, he took note that it was a letter. And it read, "Ida Tenya, yes, we know who you are and we appreciate that you are willing to go so far as to help us in this rebellion. This gear was made with not only your quirk in mind, but with your family legacy as well. Use it well to help my cousin with his dream, because it matches yours and your family's. Shield." Tenya read the letter, seeing that further down it went into detail over his new gear. He turned towards Deku and gave a bow. "I sincerely thank you for this. Ingenium, please do not bow to me. I get it's a sign of respect for you, but I would rather my friends not do that," Deku said, seeming like he was trying to hide how truly uncomfortable he was with this. Tenya stood up straight and gave a nod. "Right, my apologies, Deku." Though that brought on a couple questions for him. Like, why was Deku uncomfortable with bowing? Who even was Shield? Is he or she actually Deku's cousin? Maybe they could be a hint to who is behind the mask. In any case, this final case is the details of the next Imperial compound we're raiding. Once that's done, then we will work on finding a better base and recruiting more members. Kai would never forget that day. When enforcers broke into their safe house, the behemoth Gigantomachia literally tearing off the roof of their shelter that has kept them well hidden from the Emperor for as long as he could remember. He rushed in the direction of where that giant was, to do something to stop him because Eri was in that room and he still needed her. Especially after the discovery he made with a small blood sample he collected from an accident. But all was in vain. As he looked over the files Chronostasis brought, about a compound owned by the head doctor, Kai could tell that this was probably where they were keeping Eri. If not there, then she'd probably be found in a ditch somewhere, Quirk in the hands of a man who reeks with the plague. As he looked over the security systems in place and calculated how many resources he had to spare for this operation, he realized that this was too high of a risk for a rumor. He would have an easier time allowing for the MLA to break in and grab Eri if she is there, to then take her from them. We'll wait for the MLA to break in. It's inevitable when it comes to someone with a powerful quirk. Deku? Why is there a sleeping giant right there? Shoto didn't say anything as he stared at the compound they were breaking into. According to the briefing last week, it belongs to the head doctor, and is guarded to the point where even attempting to break in was complete suicide. Well, they were rebelling against All for One anyway. Not like they were going to live forever doing that. That's Gigantomachia. Normally he's at the palace as the first line of defense, but on occasion he will be brought here to give the other enforcers a small break. Explains why they chose to go on this day instead of any other day or even night. Plus this was on a day where he didn't have to go to school, so more points towards Deku for excellent planning. We just have to get past him, the turrets, and the alarm system set up. Not only that, but the traps laid out inside and to avoid the cameras, Deku continued, making it sound like it would be easy or something. And how are we going to accomplish this, Karo? Froppy asked. Easy. Ingenium will catch Gigantomachia's attention and run as fast as he can possibly go. You and Zero will be focused on disabling traps and cameras. Sho and I will be taking whatever we can reasonably carry out of there. Research, papers, samples, whatever you think we'll need and can possibly profit off of to then set up an actual base of operations. Yet another calculated plan with a set goal in mind. Plus fulfilling a few more hidden objectives that none of them would notice until after the fact. Though this one was more obvious than the rest. To truly have the public's faith shaken, because if they could slip past Gigantomachia and the security system here, Then who's to say they can't slip into the Imperial Palace? Ingenium stepped up, giving a thumbs up to Deku once he was given the signal, and then went in the most suicidal move Shoto could honestly believe. Chucking rocks right at the sleeping giant. The ground rumbled as the giant woke up, standing up and towering over the building. He seemed to be looking to find the culprit who woke him up. Locking onto Ingenium, who threw one more rock at him, the giant gave a roar as he lumbered over to where Shoto's teammate was standing. And then came the most comical chase scene Shoto has ever seen in his life. "Get back here, you rebel scum. My lord will be happy to have your head. Now's our chance. Let's go," Deku said, motioning for them to follow him. Shoto nodded, immediately running towards the building that had turrets lined up. Though, he couldn't help but notice that the turrets weren't even firing. "Oh my, it appears Gigantomachia was led away from his post by a rebel," Dr. Tsubasa said, smiling wide whilst watching the camera footage of his facility. "Though, this will prove to be an excellent test for my lovely creation." His grin widened as he pressed a button, seeing on another screen a door open to a cell as a large form with pitch-black skin stepped out. "Let's see how this Numu handles these rebels." This entire compound was like a maze for Ochako, though based on the way Froppy and Sho were looking around, the same could be said for them. Even Deku seemed to not know exactly where he was going, but he always seemed to be the most confident out of all of them no matter what. It always made her feel safe, that they would always get out of this no matter what the Empire pulls on them. As they all floated above a pitfall trap, Froppy holding her steady in case the nausea hit, Ochako started to wonder if this was all there were to the traps. Pitfalls and tranquilizer darts that shoot from the walls. When they entered yet another room, Ochako immediately looked to the cameras and nodded towards Froppy. However, right as Froppy shot her tongue out to destroy the cameras, something very large and very fast ran in and grabbed the tongue. Ochako almost froze at the sight of that, whatever that thing was. Face shaped like a bird, eyes wide and dull like brain exposed, muscles and skin that was black as night. It can't possibly be human. "I applaud you for getting this far in here, Deku. But this will be where you come to an end." A voice over the speakers shouted, "Numu, kill Deku." The thing, Numu, released Froppy's tongue and ran faster than Ochako could track. Ran right in Deku's direction. She only blinked, and Deku seemed to have slid out of the way somehow. There was no way she could do that, no possible way at all. "Zero, Froppy, get the cameras. Sho, continue with the objective. I'll keep Numa busy." Deku shouted, barely avoiding another swipe, and then avoiding another grab attempt. Ochako gave a nod as she tapped herself and pushed from the ground to reach one of the cameras. Froppy shot her tongue at the other camera, and they both disabled them. She then pushed back to the ground, releasing and holding in the urge to puke. "Deku, the cameras are out," she shouted, seeing Deku had brought out his bow staff and is using to block Numu's hands from grabbing him. Though she could see that he was steadily being pushed down, so she started to run in his direction. "Good, you and Froppy go with Sho. I'll meet up with you later," Deku said, voice actually seeming to be straining until he released his hold on the staff to slip out from under Numu's legs. When he turned to face Numu, his back was towards Ochako as he brought a hand up to his mask. Ochako seemed to freeze at that, wondering what Deku was actually planning in that moment. How was he going to beat Numu? Someone grabbed her hand then, pulling her out of the room, though not before she could see Deku start to slide off the mask and there was a flash of what she thought was more green. Ochako shook herself from her stupor, instead turning and following Sho and Froppy out of the room. She knows she can trust that Deku will be okay. When the cameras in that room went out, Dr. Tsubasa had immediately gotten out of his seat and ran as fast as he possibly could to reach the room. He had that Numu designed to fight against someone who is All Might level of power, and Deku hasn't shown any feats that could match All Might. So why was he feeling apprehension? Was it from victory being close, and he was unable to view it from his cameras? Maybe he should have ordered the Numu to kill all of them instead of focusing solely on Deku, but that won't matter because Deku is the obvious head of operations here. Out of breath, Dr. Tsubasa made it to the room and opened the door. Already expecting to see his Numu standing victoriously while holding Deku's lifeless corpse. But no. He completely froze at the sight before him. On the ground, with the bow staff stabbed right into the brain, laid the pneumo. Dr. Tsubasa fell to his knees, just staring at what happened to his creation. How did he even accomplish this? Eri remained in her bed, even as the lights suddenly flashed red. She had never seen that before, but it scared her even more and made her wish she had something to hold on to outside of her blanket. She expected the doctor to come in, to suddenly tell her that he has what he needs from her or... When the door opened, Eri pulled the blanket close around her until she noticed who came in. Dressed in green and wearing a mask that made Eri think of a bunny, the figure seemed to stop at the sight of her. Neither said anything for a few moments. Just stared at one another until finally, "Who are you?" Eri asked. The figure continued to look at her before walking closer and crouching down. He then held a gloved hand out to her, though she noticed that the palm of the glove was completely bare. Eri flinched back, not wanting him to touch her. Because that would mean, "Please don't. I don't want to make more people disappear." The person stopped, pulling his hand back very briefly. He then finally spoke. "Is that why you're here? To make people, as you say, disappear?" he asked. Eri looked up once more when he spoke, voice holding nothing but pure care and concern. Just like with that old man who kept telling her that no matter what he would always love her. She shook her head. "No. The doctor sometimes takes blood and wants me to do tests. If I refuse, then he gets really mean." Saying that made her remember when he took away her bunny and said she wouldn't get it back until she behaved herself. "I see. Do you want to get out of here?" he asked. Eri went wide-eyed, wondering if this was real or if she was dreaming once more. She started to say, wondering what would happen if she said yes. "If you do, then you just have to take my hand," he said, holding the hand out to her once more. Eri gulped. What if she accidentally makes him disappear? Or he's actually working with the doctor, and that this was just a trick to get her hopes up only to destroy them? Even then, there was still that small glimmer of hope. Enough to where she actually reached out and took the hand. "At this moment you can call me Deku. What's your name?" he asked. "The doctor calls me Subject 29, Eri said, looking down as she remembered the times she tried correcting him. Deku seemed to move, already picking her up and wrapping her in his cloak cape thing. "I asked for your name, not what the doctor calls you," he said, moving to readjust his hold on her. Eri blinked, looking up at him before giving a small and hesitant smile. "It's Eri. My name is Eri." "All right, Eri, let's get you out of here." When Chronostasis put a report on his desk, Kai could already tell it was about the doctor's compound being attacked. Though when he read further into it, expecting to see it was the MLA attacking and grabbing Eri, he found that it was attacked by someone else. By Deku. "I thought he had little to no resources for this, so how did he and his crew get through this unscathed?" Kai asked, closing the report and looking to Chronostasis before shaking his head. "But with this news, it's becoming likely that Deku has Eri now, and it should be even easier to get her than getting her from the MLA. All they have to do is find Deku. Chronostasis, put a group to finding Deku. See if he actually has Eri, and if he does, then retrieve her by any means necessary. If that's the case, then that means they can get to work on the Quirk-destroying bullets. Use them to assassinate the Emperor and bring down the MLA one by one. All for the revival of the Yakuza." Shoto did not understand why his upgraded gear was designed to make him look like a walking scarecrow, but he would take what he could get. Plus the potato sack became iconic for him, so the fact that his new mask had a similar texture to it brought a smile to his face. The hat even makes a nice touch for him, and seemed to be made of something more durable than the sack he wore at the beginning. Though, he kind of regretted this look when the small child Deku had carried to them looked to him with fear as she curled in further under Deku's cloak. Even days after they broke into that compound, Shoto thought of little Eri and wondered why she was even there. What manner of experiments that crackpot doctor was doing with her, whether that thing Deku faced was any indication for Eri's future fate or not. "Sho? Is something bothering you?" Deku asked, actually dressed down from his costume, which unnerved Shoto to see even after seeing Deku like this a few times prior when going to meet with one of his contacts. Scarf wrapped around the lower portion of his face, bandana wrapped around his forehead, And even a hoodie up to hide whatever hair he has, if he even has any hair? The only thing Shoto could see that could possibly identify Deku were his eyes, but even those were never the same. Today they were a bright green, but he remembered when they were a familiar bright blue, but there were other times when his eyes were brown. Whichever was real, Shoto didn't know, but he suspected that color contacts might have a role in this. I'm fine, just thinking about what happened a few days ago, Shoto said, keeping things vague in case there were people listening to them. I understand, Deku said, turning and leading Shoto down an alleyway that they have been down together a few times already. Leading into a very seedy-looking bar that was literally found in a hole in the wall, only a simple tarp acting as a door. Last time Shoto came here, he was thrown out for getting into a fist fight with one of the regular patrons. Some 20-something guy with purple skin grafts who told him that the nearest convention was in the next city over. When he stepped in, he could see that same a-hole sitting in the very same spot in perhaps the exact same bar stool. I see you got an upgrade, Scarecrow, but the convention has been over for a month now, a-hole with the skin grafts said, giving a grin toward Shoto. Shoto decided he was not going to get kicked out again, so he politely threw a finger up at the a-hole before following Deku into a part of the bar that was completely covered in shadows. At first he wondered why they were coming here, until he finally noticed someone move from within the shadows. Good to see you again, Chess Master. Did you get anything from your latest game? The figure asked. Indeed, I also brought my friend here, Deku said, taking a seat at the table before turning towards Shoto. This is Shadow. Shoto looked towards Shadow, trying to see if he could discern what the man could possibly look like, that only to come up short as it seemed like the shadows almost bent to keep this man concealed no matter how hard he looked. Yes, I saw him and Dabi over there get into a fist fight last month. Amusing seeing them get thrown out. Shame I couldn't see their quirks in action, Shadow said, making Shoto almost shiver. It was like Shadow knew who he really was or something. But how? He was careful to avoid doing anything that could reveal himself. The only thing that could possibly give him away were his eyes, but it's not like people were observant enough to notice. In any case, show me what you acquired and I can give you your payment if it's good, Shadow said, tapping the table with a finger from what Shoto could hear. Remembering the simple briefcase that he was given, Shoto set it on the table and watched as a hand slipped out of the shadows and took the case. Upon opening it and viewing the contents, Shoto could hear Shadow give a whistle. Research documents on Trigger, some of the projects the head doctor is working on, a few things that I know Overhaul and the MLA would literally kill for, Shadow began, closing the case and tapping a finger on the top of it. How does 50 sound? He asked. Wait, that was all of this only worth 50 yen? There is no way they went through all of this effort just for 100 probably sounds more reasonable, considering how hard my team and I worked for this, Deku said, leaning forward to put his chin on his clasped hands. Shoto could almost envision a smile on his face or something. 55, I have to make a profit somewhere. You know how business goes, Shadow remarked. Then I'll lower my offering to 95. Shadow seemed to give a sigh, almost leaning back. You really are killing me, Chess Master. Very well, 75. I will not go higher than that. Deku seemed to consider it before nodding. Yes, I can agree to that. After all, knowing you'll turn around and sell it for triple the amount paid. Kid, you know me so well, Shadow said, probably giving a grin before snapping his fingers. Shoto still couldn't believe it. Were they really only getting 75 yen just for all of that? He prepared to argue, demand for a higher price because of how hard they worked, but stopped when someone came and set another case down in front of Deku. The case opening to show so much yen that Shoto literally bit his tongue. He resisted the urge to spit out the blood he could taste, wondering what the F just happened. Also, I'm going to give you a friendly little tip. On the house even, Overhaul is trying to locate you. So I suggest you watch your back, Shadow said as Deku closed the case full of money. I'm well aware of that, but thank you anyway, Deku said, standing up while holding the case. Perhaps I should meet your other informants then. Shoto just quietly left with Deku, but looked to him with confusion, really wanting to ask him what the F this was all about. Shadow, I met him when I first came to Japan. He and my benefactor have been a great help. him being where I get most of the funding from. Speaking of which, we have some funding to at least get a stable base now. Shoto just shook his head. Though from what Shadow says, Deku seems to have more informants. Just who were they? At the rate that this was going, Shoyuta knows his hair would go completely gray before the school year even ends. All from the actions of one student in particular, and the Emperor keeping an eye on his class that so happens to include said Emperor's son, the son who is in disguise and is secretly Deku. Shoyuta rubbed at his temples, reading over the report that he was given access to in relation to Deku breaking into one of the most well-guarded compounds in the entire empire, sans the Imperial Palace. There was that report, and all the intelligence he gathered on a man named Overhaul. That intelligence set to be forwarded to Deku. Still, he pulled his focus on the report. Seeing that a few specimens from the doctor's projects have vanished, with one being mercilessly killed. He almost forgot that this report was all classified information, that only trusted enforcers would be given this information. Looking through the files of the escaped specimens, Shoyuta noticed a small girl amongst them. Just like the one he saw with Deku, meaning she would be one he doesn't turn in. So the others if he spots. Shoyuta suddenly stopped when he got to a page. No. It can't be, he whispered, rubbing his eyes in hopes that the image was someone else because, when he looked at the picture again, he still saw who it really was. A man with long blonde hair and wide green eyes that looked almost haunted, face incredibly pale and almost sunken in. Hisashi. According to the file, he was next on the list of specimens to go through the process. Already getting a second quirk and next in line to get a third that may or may not break his mind. That was, until he escaped when Deku broke into the compound. Shoyuta continued to stare at the picture of his former classmate, the one who insisted on being his friend no matter how hard he tried to push him away, how loud and energetic he really was, and he took a breath, committing the photo to memory as he moved on to the rest of the report and files on other escaped specimens. No info. No details on where he lives, where his base is, nothing. Absolutely nothing, to the point where it seems like he is just a ghost. Kai still refused to give up. He had resources, men, funding, everything that should find one single brat and his weaknesses. To exploit them to then get him to release Eri, but there was nothing at all. No known details about Deku. Not even a quirk to go by. So when a paper with a meeting place was set on his desk, signed with just a bunny head, Kai decided to bring Mimic, Chronostasis, and 2 of his expendables just to be safe. Only because whatever details they can find on Deku are lacking. So when he made it to an old warehouse found deep within the slums of a city, stepped inside to see Deku there completely alone, he raised an eyebrow. Keeping an eye out for any of Deku's men, because he knows there has to be at least 50 people in his organization to even explain all the stuff he's able to pull off. Apologies, it's only me right now. The rest are currently working on our new base, he explained, hands behind his back as he tilted a masked head to seemingly look more at Kai and his men. It's also a relief that I'm not the only one wearing a mask here, so I thank you for that, Chisaki. Kai clenched his teeth, already irritated by this brat's bragging or something. You sent the letter to us. If it's to waste my time then you better be ready to die right here, he said, moving to remove his glove. Chisaki Kai, Quirk Overhaul. Allows you to deconstruct and then reconstruct whatever you touch to fit your image, correct? Deku said before nodding to the others that are with Kai. Kurono Hari, Quirk Chronostasis. You can slow down time for a person when they're hit by your hair. Irinaka Joy, Quirk Mimicry. You can transfer your mind and body into an object. Setsuno Toya, Quirk Larceny. You can instant move an object in a person's possession right into your hands. Rappa Kendo Quirk Strongarm. Rotating your shoulder sockets with extreme speed and power, you can deliver a flurry of devastating blows, he continued, crossing his arms. Get to the point already, Kai said, glove off as he took one step towards Deku. Very well. Kill me and you will never find Eri. That got Kai to stop. How did he know they were seeking Eri? He already had information about their quirks and identities. What else did he know? If he knows of their plans. My informant who has been keeping an eye on your organization told me everything. From your identities to your quirks, to how Eri connects to you, and even to what you wish to achieve in the very end. To destroy quirks and have the Yakuza take power, correct? Deku asked. He then continued before Kai could even say anything. I won't hand Eri over to you either way. She already suffered at the hands of that lunatic doctor, but I am willing to give you some samples of her DNA. But for a price, of course. Now they were getting into some familiar territory, though it soon became apparent to Kai who held all the cards here in this moment. So he decided to put his glove back on and listen to Deku's terms. See how far this kid would push, and then see how he could benefit more than the kid here. Because no matter what, Kai would not allow a child to have the upper hand at the very end. Toshinori did not like having an enforcer in their home. Even if Izuku trusted him, even if Eri seemed to have taken a shine to him, even if he did provide all the information he had on Overhaul, Toshinori did not trust him fully. At any time he could very easily report to All for One about all of them. About who Deku is, who Yagi Izuku is, who he is, and then be done with it. So what was stopping him? Toshinori turned when he felt the air shift slightly, almost worried that Aizawa did turn them in and this was Kurogiri appearing, but instead Izuku seemingly popped out of nowhere, removing his mask and going to sit at the couch. From the way Izuku had moved, with the smallest hint of a shiver there, Toshinori could tell something was wrong. So he reached and set a reassuring hand on his nephew's shoulder. How did it go? Was Aizawa's information accurate? Toshinori asked, looking towards said enforcer. Swearing that if this was some setup and Izuku barely got away from an army of enforcers then. Yes, it was all accurate. I guess I wasn't as fully prepared as I thought I was for this meeting, Izuku admitted, looking towards Toshinori with wide eyes filled with fear. The same fear that was held at the end of Izuku's second day at UA, when he was in the same room as his father for a prolonged period of time. Though Toshinori knew that Izuku was shaking way worse than he was now. What happened? Did he try to attack you? Aizawa asked, leaning forward from where he was seated, even briefly reaching a hand out. Overhaul took his glove off and got one step forward. I could tell he was ready to use his quirk and it was difficult to stop myself from going right towards him to dash, Izuku began before shaking his head. I panicked and said if he killed me then he would never find Eri. It was all I could say to stop him from getting closer, from using his quirk because then I might not have been able to dash. Izuku seemed to ramble on, but Toshinori knew exactly what was going on. He tried to think on when was the last time Gran let Izuku borrow Jet, because Izuku knew he couldn't just start taking strangers' quirks without revealing himself. Not unless those strangers were near death, but Toshinori knew that Izuku was rarely in that kind of situation. The last time being around 6 years ago, right after Toshinori decided to try fighting All for One. You wanted to take his quirk, Aizawa said, cutting right through Izuku's ramblings. A look of pure guilt flashed across Izuku's face when Aizawa said that. He then gave a small nod. Not just his. All of theirs. I could just tell how nice their quirks were and… Toshinori immediately moved to hug Izuku. He also made a mental note to ask Gran to let Izuku borrow his quirk again, just to help sate Izuku's urge to take quirks so they don't have any major disasters that result from people holding in their quirks for too long. He would never forget when he was in his first year at UA and witnessed a former classmate from his middle school snapping because he had a quirk called Energy Drain. Not even allowed to use it on small plants or even on heat or electricity because energy is such a vague concept. That disaster would forever etch itself into his memory, and he refuses to allow for Izuku to fall down a similar path. I see. Do you get this for your classmates as well? Aizawa asked. No. Because I actually like most of them, I can tell that the majority of them are good people. I refuse to permanently take quirks from people who I know are good, Izuku said, leaning into the hug. Aizawa simply gave a nod before pulling something out. In any case, the real reason why I'm here is because I need your help. That compound you broke into recently, a bunch of subjects escaped and the Empire is calling all enforcers to locate them and bring them back to the head doctor, he explained. What? You want us to help you with your work in serving that monster? Toshinori almost snapped, barely keeping his voice level. The opposite. I already know where one of the subjects are and I'm not turning her in because she's safe with you, Aizawa began before holding out the paper in question. I want you to locate this one, and prevent the other enforcers from finding him. Izuku took the paper and started to read it. He seemed to have quit shaking, so Toshinori released the hug to allow his nephew to read it properly. And so he could also read what was there. Yamada Hisashi? Why him? Toshinori asked. He, Ida Tensei, Shirakumo Oboro, and Kiyama Nimuri all went to UA with me. Coincidentally, all four of them joined what became known as a clock's revolution, Aizawa said, elbows now resting on the table as he leaned forward. Though those involved in the underground know it as something else. Knuckle Duster's revolt, Izuku said, having set the paper aside. Indeed. With a clock, or Knuckle Duster, being executed alongside Shirakumo, Hisashi imprisoned, Kiyama and Ida were the only survivors of that only because Ida suffered an injury that made it impossible to continue fighting, and Kiyama lost her quirk, Aizawa explained, though Toshinori swore he was still holding something back. I know Kiyama and Ida are safe, just in hiding, and now Hisashi is free. Toshinori nodded at that, already knowing that Izuku would have his crew bring Yamada to a safe place like with Eri. Alright, we'll do what we can, Izuku said, putting the paper down on the table. Thank you, and now for the reason why I was sent here as a teacher. What are your plans for the sports festival? Oh crap, that's coming up in a few weeks. Maybe Toshinori can convince Izuku to sit this out. After Deku broke into my grandfather's facility, that was the turning point for me. The point where I started to realize how insane everything was, but I wasn't willing to leave quite yet because where else was I supposed to go? Little did I know, because a week after that event. How could someone who hasn't shown a quirk do that? Does he have all might levels of strength? No, that would be impossible unless. My grandfather was still raving about that even as I worked on the homework he had assigned to me, as part of my test to even get an internship under him. Stuff that I have already been studying for years because in his words, "You're never too young to start learning your future role in the Empire, Yatsu-chan." My role to become the next head doctor, a role that I was excited to have because that would mean the fame and recognition, and to make my grandfather proud. So even as he continued to speculate on how Deku could have killed one of his experiments, I focused on analyzing the blood samples he gave to me. Samples that showed the difference between someone with a quirk and someone without one, the difference between an emitter, transformative, and mutation quirk holder. And then to compare them all to the sample of the Emperor's blood that was generously provided to my grandfather. It held such an amalgamation of all the properties of these different types of quirks, and yet it all seemed to come together in a harmony that would make sense for the quirk the Emperor has. Especially when compared to the blood from someone my grandfather called Numu. Numu who had mixtures of mutation and emitter, and yet it all seemed jumbled in a way that showed he was lacking whatever it was the Emperor has. That had me wondering how this person has something that mirrors the Emperor's, but without the finesse of it? Yatsun, have you figured out which is which? My grandfather asked from where he was sitting. B is an emitter, K is transformative, and M is mutation, I said, looking over to see if I was correct in my analysis. That is correct. Now, can you figure out what their quirks are exactly? You don't have to name the exact quirks, just tell me their properties. Look into the quirk factor, Yatsu-chan. After taking some time to analyze the samples again, I came to a quicker answer than before. Sample B seems to remind me of firecrackers, so probably something to do with explosions, which meant this one came from Bakugu. Sample K appears to have something hard to it, and sample M might have something to do with glue? All correct. I have trained you well in looking into the details of quirks. Maybe I will let you look over what we have left of Subject 29's blood samples. Subject 29, that little girl who was part of my grandfather's research. One of the projects that got away when Deku broke into the compound she was being kept in. Though with the way my grandfather talked, I started to wonder if there were others in the same situation as her. I wondered if I would share the same fate as her if I wasn't so insistent on following in my grandfather's footsteps. I didn't take as much time to think on that, knowing that I would have to finish this quickly so I can be on my way to school. It was on one of those walks that I met him. Days after I studied those samples under my grandfather's eye, about a week or two after Deku broke into that compound, I was walking home from school. The sun setting, I wasn't quite paying attention to my surroundings because the route was so ingrained into me at this point. However, I stopped when I heard voices. It looks like he passed out. I am surprised he's still alive. From what I hear, this man kills enforcers because they lack the conviction Knuckleduster had. That was Deku. Why was he here? Was he going to try and recruit someone, or? The smart thing to do would be to call for some enforcers, tell them what I saw and hope they can catch Deku off guard. To then have one rebel cell gone for good, one less threat to our empire. However, instead I moved into the alleyway and hid behind a dumpster to watch, rationalizing that it would be better to listen to the conversation happening and then give a full report to my grandfather and the enforcers because maybe I will be lucky and get a hint into where their base is. From what I could see, Deku had crouched down to examine the unconscious enforcer further. The palm of his gloved hand resting on the enforcer's forehead, probably to check for any fever or something, which is completely illogical as the best thing to do in this moment is check for a pulse first. Are you here to get in the way? A new voice asked, the owner of which jumping down. Red scarf fluttering as the man held a sword in his hand and was decked out with plenty of sharp weapons. I just came to see what kind of person you became, Stendhal. Or is it Stain now? Deku asked, standing up and seemingly looking right at the figure. The Stain. So you know who I was. And what of you, Deku? What do you want exactly? Stain asked. Me? I want to destroy the Empire. Isn't that what everyone who rebels wants? No. They want to seize power for themselves, all except Knuckleduster. He was the only one who just wanted to bring down the Emperor himself. So, are you seeking power for yourself? I continued to watch this. Seeing Deku seemed to take a moment to think until he finally shook his head. But that did make me start to question Deku's motivations, his true motivations. I was already offered power once by someone. However, I told him I didn't want it because I know what power does to people. Look at All for one, he has all the power at his fingertips in this very moment, and it all got to his head. So no, I don't seek power when I say I'm going to destroy the Empire. I only seek to make the world a better place where no one has to fear ever again. My heart raced at those words spoken by Deku. In that moment I started to really see him for what he really was. A true threat to the Empire, someone who may literally be risking everything just to destroy it. I could only get chills down my spine, especially when Stain started to laugh. The sound being so sudden that I actually fell back slightly, foot connecting with it. It was in that moment that I remembered I was hiding behind a dumpster, and that a foot connecting with metal would create such a loud noise, and when in an alley with one person who would definitely kill me. I only had a few seconds, so I turned and immediately tried to run, allowing for my large red wings to grow so I could at least fly out of their reach and to then tell my grandfather of what happened. Tell him so he could hopefully hurry with getting me my internship, and then I could just stay at his lab full-time and not have to worry about running into terrorists or mass murderers. However, I was far too slow. I remembered the pain, feeling something tearing into my wings and letting out a scream in response. Luckily, I didn't make it too high into the sky, because any higher and I would have broken bones or even died from the impact. And then I couldn't move. When the realization struck, I was hit by a blind panic to the point where I could not even understand what was happening around me. Only that I was likely going to die in this moment, at the hands of someone who has killed countless enforcers. I think more talking happened, or there was a scuffle of some form. Maybe a scream? Where did it dash? Where's my dash? Even with that one voice cutting through somehow, I couldn't comprehend what that new voice was talking about as I tried to focus on my breathing that had continued to elevate and elevate, enough to match my heart rate, which continued to quicken the longer I realized I couldn't move. And then, just like that, everything went black. I did not expect to wake up ever again. Perhaps if I did, then it would be in the afterlife, if it even existed. Maybe as a ghost, so I could haunt either the cause of my death or to see how my grandfather is handling it. Actually, when I did open my eyes, I thought I was in some form of heaven. The sound of running water and birds chirping hit my ears as I stared at a paper door, something that invoked a more traditional style than anything. When I sat up, I noticed I wasn't in my school uniform anymore and that I had bandages wrapped across my chest. Hearing the door slide open, I looked to find a girl who looked around my age with brown hair and giving a warm smile. "Oh, you're awake now," she said, smile bright and friendly in a way that had me questioning what was even going on here. "Sorry, my boss brought you in and told us to take care of you. He'll meet with you soon enough. So while you wait you can enjoy some of the facilities here, we even have hot springs." She continued, almost bouncing with excitement at that prospect alone. I just stared on in confusion, trying to remember everything that happened before I fell asleep. I know I was on my way home from school, but something got in the way of my route here. And then it hit me. "Deku, is this his base?" I asked, knowing that if this is true then this girl has to be part of his organization. Which was making me question exactly how large it truly is. The girl simply shook her head. "No, there's no one named Deku here. You're in the Green Forest, which is a hot spring resort that recently opened," she said, clapping her hands and giving a wide smile. "It belongs to my boss, who is named Nisagi Ichiki. So nothing relating to Deku at all." Seeing the way her smile seemed to strain slightly, I could pinpoint that she was lying. Which means that this is indeed Deku's base. This girl is part of Deku's crew, and Nisagi Ichiki has to be Deku. But something tells me that Nisagi Ichiki is a fake name. However, I decided I would play along. Let them think they have tricked me fully so I can get the layout of this base, find out where it is or figure out how to get the coordinates to my grandfather so he can send a rescue team for me, and then get out of here. "That's enough, Zero. Our guest here isn't buying the cover," someone said, his footsteps echoing on the ground as he stepped into the room I woke up in. "But, Nisagi," the girl Zero said to the person who entered the room. "It's fine, you did your best and I'm grateful for it. Allow me a few minutes to talk with him, please," Nisagi said, looking right at me with brown eyes. An eye color I didn't think Deku would honestly have, but then again it may not even be his real eye color. Zero just gave a nod, telling Deku to be careful before leaving and shutting the door behind her. I just looked at Deku, taking him in to see he has dressed down from all of that grandeur he is always seen in when in public. Kind of strange, seeing the masked terror of the Empire dressed in plain shirt with the kanji for suit printed on it, baggy shorts, a hoodie, and a beanie with strands of gray hair poking out. Though he seemed to be wearing a surgical mask. "That can't be your real hair and eye color," I decided to say first, which seemed to get a laugh out of Deku. "You aren't the only one who says that, Tsubasa Yatsu," Deku said, sitting at the table and pinging his head to the side in curiosity. "You know, I was planning on letting you go. But then that would mean Stain would have followed and killed you, and I know you don't want to die. Is that correct?" I remembered that panic I felt, especially when I couldn't move, but I refused to give him the satisfaction of being right in this case. Actually, the way he went about this, saying something he knows to be a fact, reminded me of some of the first words Yagi said to Bakugo. In any case, I guess it is fortunate for us that we have you here with us. You did get accepted into one of the top schools in the Empire, one that the head doctor himself founded, and would have been starting an official internship with said doctor in a matter of weeks. Deku began, leaning forward and placing his elbows on the table as he studied me carefully. "And how did you know this?" I asked. The only thing that could clue him into what school I was going to was my school uniform, and it could be inferred that I would be following in my grandfather's footsteps by being his successor, but he spoke of this like he knew me personally. "I have eyes and ears all over the Empire, but that's enough about me. In truth, I need your help, Tsubasa-kun," Deku said, reaching into his pocket and holding out a crumpled sheet of paper towards me. "First, what do you know of overhaul and experimenting with DNA?" he asked. I took the paper, smoothing out the creases to read it only to go wide-eyed at what was written. This is Dash? Someone is actually planning on Dash? I sputtered, disbelief evident in my voice as I wondered why someone would be planning this. Indeed. Overhaul already has some samples from Eri, a girl with a quirk that can rewind living things into a previous state. He's already working towards making bullets that can permanently destroy all quirks to then put the Yakuza in power. I want you to develop an antidote to the serum. This was madness. How could anyone believe that destroying quirks would be a good thing? Quirks have only now started to help advance our world. Destroying them would cause us to regress back and… I looked at Deku once more, wondering why he grabbed me when he could have just leaked this information to the Empire or something. Before you ask, the Empire had Eri. They were performing what could only be seen as unethical experiments on her only because of the nature of her quirk. It was likely that once they found out every last detail of it, the Emperor would have simply taken it and then she would have been disposed of. That's the sad truth of your grandfather, Tsubasa-kun. He only sees people as potential test subjects, probably sees you in that way as well. Those have to be lies. My grandfather cares about me and is doing his research to help the Empire. Believe what you want, Tsubasa-kun, but that doesn't change the fact that we still need your help so innocent bystanders don't get caught in Overhaul's plans. I looked down to the paper once more, the paper describing everything about Overhaul including his plans. I also thought of the recognition I would get for being the one who brings down this insane man, the reward I would get from the Empire if I somehow escape from Deku and bring all of my findings there. In that moment, I knew what the right course of action would be. Just give me a lab with the proper equipment. Excellent, I knew you'd make the right choice. Indeed I did. All for One was in the midst of reading through his invitation to view UA's sports festival, a formality at this point as he always attends for the award ceremony and to see how far the students have come since he saw them last. That was what he was doing when an enforcer came before him, bowing low and giving so many apologies that it started to sicken All for One. I thought someone with an enhancer quirk would be enough to bring Stain down, or were you not the one who I gave a quirk that boosted your reflexes and reaction time? He asked, leaning forward to stare down this enforcer, originally quirkless and graduating from UA's enforcer program recently if he remembered this individual correctly. Somehow he got the jump on me. I barely got away with my life, the enforcer said, voice quivering until he decided to look up. And I can't use my quirk anymore. That caught his attention. What happened exactly, and do not leave out any details. All for One ordered, knowing that this might finally be a real clue to the whereabouts of his son. Even if it brought a bit of disappointment in regards to Yagi. But of course, he was only ever 80% sure Yagi could be his son. With this coming to light though, that brought his certainty down to around 20%. I was on my patrol, checking down an alley to make sure there weren't any rebels hiding there, when I was jumped. I was able to use my quirk to dodge a fatal blow and even run off, but he probably still got me somehow as by the time I reached another alley I took a fall and blacked out, the enforcer began. When I came to, I saw Stain there with Deku, that scarecrow-looking guy, and some kid with red wings who was knocked to the ground. In that moment I felt an emptiness that reminded me of before you generously gave me a quirk and dash. All for One leaned back, only half listening as he thought of the implications here. From the way the enforcer spoke, Izuku is probably either in Stain's or Deku's clutches. Though based on the story, and Stain being a loner after Knuckleduster fell, that only leaves one possible lead. He then turned towards one of the enforcers put in charge of guard duty. Notify Tamura, Todoroki NG, and other top enforcers. Their priority is bringing Deku in, alive and by any means necessary. He was going to get his son back by any means, and if that means torturing Deku to get the whereabouts of Izuku, then he would do it before either executing Deku personally, or hand him off to the doctor. Speaking of which, he turned towards the enforcer who lost his quirk and gave a grin. As for you, I believe you deserve a reward for giving me a clue, he said, grin widening as he stood up. Go see the head doctor first, and then I will give it to you. The enforcer immediately gave a bow before leaving, not knowing what fate truly awaited him. Though All for One knows that his doctor would have plenty of fun with this. Second day of school, he tried to eat lunch by himself. However, his plans were foiled by Yagi when he dragged him to a table where Kirishima, Aoyama, Ashido, Todoroki, and Tsunatori were seated. By the third day Monoma and Yaoyorozu had joined them at the table, and soon Hitoshi found himself getting used to their company. To Tsunatori and Yagi talking excitedly in English, Monoma even joining in before turning towards Aoyama to talk in French. Ashido having an arm around Kirishima as she tried to swipe his food, Yaoyorozu talking with Todoroki about their plans for the future. Hitoshi mostly kept silent, but even then he found their company to be better than eating alone. So, the sports festival is next week. How do you think you all will do? Yagi suddenly asked, looking at all of them with curious eyes. If it wasn't mandatory then I wouldn't participate because I have better things to do, Todoroki said, seemingly staring Yagi down for some reason. However, since I am forced to do so, I might as well win to shut my father up. And why should he have any impact on your life or choices? Yagi asked. Says the one whose father was killed about 6 years ago, Todoroki remarked, still staring at Yagi. That made Hitoshi a little concerned. What could Todoroki even be talking about? He could have sworn Yagi told them that his parents gave him to his uncles while the empire was at its most chaotic to keep him safe from it all. Shoto, I believe we already went over this. Besides, wouldn't Pony and Monoma also be part of that theory of yours? Since you seem to be judging it based on my appearance alone, Yagi said, pointing his fork at Todoroki. What are you two even talking about? Hitoshi asked. Todoroki turned towards him and started to open his mouth, probably ready to spill the full context of whatever theory he has. Only for Yagi to beat him to the punch. Shoto thinks that because I have blonde hair and blue eyes that I'm All Might's secret love child, Yagi explained as if it wasn't a big deal. Like that accusation alone wasn't enough to have the Emperor himself pick him up for personal training to act as a spit on All Might's grave. Unless that was already happening? Wait, you aren't worried about the implications that this theory has? Monoma, the voice of reason in their group, asked. Yeah man, the Emperor could take this seriously or something. No, I'm not worried because if the fact was true then I wouldn't even be in this school, let alone in Imperial territory. There's that and the fact that All Might has not been recorded in taking on any lovers, so it's illogical to say he has a child, Yagi explained, calmly taking a sip of his water. When put like that, Hitoshi could now understand why Yagi wasn't worried about Todoroki's theory, a conspiracy theory at that. But anyway, I know I'm not winning the sports festival. I don't plan on it even, but I do have a plan, Yagi said, putting on a grin as he looked in a direction. Curious, Hitoshi looked over his shoulder at where Yagi was looking only to find Bakugo sitting there and glaring right at their table. Did the plan Yagi mention involve Bakugo somehow? If so, then what could it possibly be? Well, no matter what, I say we have as much fun with this as possible. Ashido said, her grin wide as she takes more of Kirishima's food. Hitoshi found himself smiling at that statement, realizing that even if he wouldn't win against his classmates with the quirk he has, he would still do his best to show that he does have a place here. What, you alone this time, Scarecrow? Of all the times that he has seen this guy, he was always with that chess master guy Shadow will meet with. Instead, Dabi found him to be alone at the bar with a glass of juice put in front of him. Scarecrow didn't seem to acknowledge him this time, only staring down at the cup. His hat was resting in his lap, hands fiddling with it in a way that showed he was probably slightly nervous, an emotion Dabi didn't think this kid could possibly feel. Maybe stress would be more accurate for. Still, Dabi went and took his usual seat, which so happened to be next to Scarecrow. So, how are you going to drink that while wearing the mask? I just have it for appearances, Scarecrow finally said, still staring his drink down before looking towards Dabi. Will you actually be serious, or are you going to continue with the sarcasm? Sarcasm is my whole identity, Dabi said, smirking when Scarecrow started to groan at the fact that he was continuing to be sarcastic. But fine, I'll quit it if you actually talk about what's bugging you. Don't even try to deny it, 'cause you haven't flipped me off yet. A few minutes passed in silence, Scarecrow not even responding to Dabi's accusation. Even as Dabi's usual drink was set on the bar, neither of them moved or spoke until finally. It's my father, Scarecrow finally said. Now there was a familiar issue. Fathers are the worst, tell me about it, Dabi remarked, taking a sip from his drink as he prepared for the dam to break. And break it did. Yours probably isn't like mine, Scarecrow remarked, shaking his head. He wants me to follow in his footsteps, to be the perfect prodigy and to be victorious in every little thing. To have the top grades in school, win whatever petty competitions they have. I'm sick of it, I'm sick of being seen as his little tool, but I'm also at my breaking point. To the point where I want to win this DMN competition just to get him to shut up. Yup, This issue was becoming increasingly familiar for Dabi the more Scarecrow talked. Let me guess, you're the result of a Quirk marriage and Daddy Dearest isn't happy that you aren't performing to his standards? Dabi asked, remembering when the Emperor outlawed any future Quirk marriages but still allowed for arrangements if the children got along in some form. Still did not end any Quirk marriages that were presently happening or happened in the past. If anything, the Emperor just gave the scum who profit off of it more incentive to do it deeper in the shadows or to make even more of a profit off of it because of the high risk people take just to get powerful offspring. Then came the speculation that the Emperor himself was part of a Quirk marriage anyway. You too? Scarecrow asked. Yeah. My body wasn't built for the Quirk I have, so I was pushed to the reject bin and decided to run away from that house, Dabi said, taking another sip of his drink. At first I debated on completely rejecting what I got because my body rejects it anyway, and the fact that the Quirk itself matches that of my dickweed of a father's, he continued before shaking his head. However, I decided he could go F himself. This Quirk is mine to use how I want it, and I will use it no matter what. No matter what my father says or thinks, no matter how my body handles it, I will still FNG use it until the day I die or I'm unable to use it ever again. Scarecrow just turned and stared at him when he said that. What are you trying to say? He asked. It's really simple. Why should you let your father have an impact on your life and choices? The Quirk you're born with? It's yours, not his. So you should just forget about him and what he thinks, focus on yourself and how you want to use it. Still staring at him, Dabi could imagine Scarecrow probably blinked, but then he started to chuckle lightly. You know, my best friend gave me similar advice, Scarecrow admitted, still chuckling. Well, your friend is right. It's your Quirk, Scarecrow, use it however you see fit and not how your father wants you to use it. Scarecrow nodded as he held his glass up. Thanks, I might take that to heart then, he says, bringing it up to where his lips would be. Only to have the juice spill down his mask and costume. Dabi just gave a laugh. Maybe next time you should ditch the mask. The day I do that is the day I will never go back to my home. His earliest memory would always be when he was saved by Sensei. The warmth of Sensei's hug, Sensei telling him that everything would be all right as he was brought to Sensei's home. Sensei even telling him that there were a couple people that he would be meeting soon, only to see that kindness morph into sudden rage and the purest of anger that he has ever seen. Sensei shouting to a couple of his workers to scour the country, to leave no stone unturned until they find what was lost. Even after Sensei apologized for scaring him, he would still remember that fear he felt. The fear that soon morphed into a promise. A promise to find and return what Sensei lost. And here he was now, around 15 years later and still searching. This time, thanks to a newfound lead, they only had to worry about tracking Deku for now. A much easier person to trace as he actually has a presence, unlike the ghost that is Sensei's lost son. Laying on the table in front of him was a full map of the old subway system, various entrances either circled or X'd out until he finally brought out his red pen and made a few circles around an entrance in particular. One that can lead to all sorts of places where Deku and his crew could infiltrate and then leave. That must be the entrance to their base, he said, grin wide on his face as he thought of the plan they had for the attack. First send Endeavor and some of the Doctor's latest projects into the base, and then he would do a sweep through to find where they're keeping Sensei's son. And all of this would happen while the Empire's attention is on UA, watching the students go through their annual sports festival. It would be the most opportune time to do this, and to prove to Sensei that he truly deserves to be in the top spot for enforcers. To show him that he would be the perfect choice as a personal bodyguard for when Izuku is brought home. Plus this would make for a nice surprise when Sensei and Inko-sama return from watching the sports festival. And then, everything will be perfect. Just as Sensei promised him. To the unopened letter on her desk, already knowing the contents despite not reading it yet. In all her years she never once imagined this day would come. Actually, she never thought that their society would turn into an imperial one. Perhaps in another world she would have been allowed to continue as a hero and then a school nurse. To then help All Might once more, him and then whoever he would have chosen as a successor for his quirk. A quirk that once belonged to a close friend of hers. As she set her hand against her chest, where she could feel a locket under her shirt, she gave a very small whisper. "Don't worry, Nana, I'll be meeting you within the next year." Slowly taking the letter from her desk, the notice that probably has information on her replacement and the date that she is expected to retire from her position as the school nurse, meaning one less person connected to Nana and even All Might left in this world. "Well, I better prepare for my last sports festival. Wish me luck," she whispered, getting up from her chair and putting the letter in her pocket. She had lived a long life at this point, so the only thing she can hope is that her replacement has some compassion and isn't too tangled in the web of lies that the Empire has forged. Nito almost felt his heart drop down to his stomach when he saw just how many people were in the stadium, cheering as he walked in with his class, showing their excitement for what was to come in the sports festival. To see what the future enforcers looked like, especially the golden eggs of the Empire that was Class 1A. "You know, I never expected this many people cheering for us," Kirishima whispered from Nito's left. "Well, considering everything that has happened over the past year or two, thanks to Deku, they need a distraction and a sense of normalcy. To be shown that no matter what, everything will still continue as it is in the Empire, that life will still stay the same," Yagi explained from Nito's right. "What makes you say that?" Kirishima asked. "Haven't you heard? The head doctor's grandson was kidnapped and an enforcer lost his quirk, plus Stain seems to have completely disappeared from the radar," Yagi explained. "The public has begun to question the state of the Empire, and now the Emperor is doing what he can to bring their attention away from the bad. From what we can assume, he probably sent some enforcers out to search for Deku while attention is on us." "So, we're just a distraction then," Todoroki said, having been walking behind Nito this whole time. "Exactly." Nito just looked between them as they came to a stop. "Yagi, how do you know all of this?" he asked. "Aizawa tells us that a good enforcer always looks for all information relating to rebel activity, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. I just prefer digging deeper than what's considered normal," Yagi admitted, giving an awkward laugh. "Man, maybe I should take a leaf from your book," Kirishima said, laughing as he reaches past Nito to pat Yagi on the shoulder. "Everyone, welcome to this year's sports festival. For 3 days the students of UA compete in 3 rounds of events. Today we showcase what our first years are capable of and how far they have come in their training. Their principal, a creature who might be a rat, mouse, bear, dog, began to say, a smile on his furry face as he held his paws up. "I am Principal Nedzu, and it is an honor to host this for yet another year. Now before we begin, I must call for one of the top students to come and give a speech to motivate us." Nito could see Bakugo stand up straight and prepare to walk forward. "Yagi Izuku, please come to the stage." And that got Bakugo freezing. Nito almost gave a chuckle at Bakugo's reaction, though he could see Yagi stiffen slightly at being called to the stage. He almost reached out to ask him if he would be alright, but Yagi just shook his head and moved up. Yagi, who, when it was just them, had confidence to spare and Nito doubted he would ever get stage fright, tripped while climbing the stairs to reach the stage. Then tripping again from the cord and barely catching himself on the mic stand. He then seemed to be wringing his hands together as he fumbled over what to say. I thank you for the, I hope everyone does their best, and that we give a good show for all of you," he finally got out, completely stiff before giving a cough and wiping what Nito knew to be blood from his mouth. If Yagi's illness was flaring up again, especially now of all times, then he may not be able to participate in the sports festival for very long, which meant they all had a chance at winning, depending on how far Bakugo makes it, that is. As soon as Yagi left the stage, their principal took the mic once more and pointed towards where various poles of differing heights and thickness rose. "Now for our first event. King of the Hill. You have 30 minutes to climb to the top of each pole, and whoever can stay on the poles will receive points. Those who are at the top of the poles will gain the most points. Anyone still on the ground will receive none." Nito looked towards the tallest pole and gave a grin. He might as well go for the gold then, no? "Your time starts now." Inko had held her breath when Izuku went onto the stage. In the corner of her eye she tried to gauge for her husband's reaction, to see if he still had suspicions or not. Because, Despite Deku having a connection to their son, Hisashi was still keeping a close eye on Yagi Izuku. According to his records, this is the longest he has been able to go without his illness flaring up to that level, Hisashi remarked at the end of the speech. Having been looking at the screen that displayed Izuku and to allow for the entire empire to see him and his face. Even the small bits of blood he coughed out. Inko really, truly, prayed that that wasn't real blood. That her husband's fears hadn't been realized in regards to his brother's health being passed on to their son. Even with what Dr. Tsubasa had said after giving all the checkups, saying that Izuku was in perfect health after being born. Maybe it's stress-related? The more stress he's put under, the more likely it is to flare up. Inko decided to suggest. Perhaps, Hisashi said, his eyes watching the hundreds of students all scrambling around to climb and stay on top of the poles. If it continues to flare up like this, then he may not make it to the final round, which is a shame. Inko nodded, watching as a boy with an explosion quirk easily flew to the top of the tallest pole. Using his quirk to maintain a balance to blow away those who tried to chase or knock him down from the top. Based on his body language and how his mouth was moving, she could tell that he was perhaps one of the most aggressive people alive. Probably more aggressive than Muscular and Endeavor combined. And with the power to back it, he would climb his way to the top, or be knocked down by someone stronger. But Kogu Katsuki, he's a top candidate in his class. Not the number one, but he is up there, Hisashi said, probably noticing her interest. If he truly seeks the top and to truly prove himself, then I may have the good doctor send a recommendation to the high-end program for him. Isn't that still in the experimental stage? Inko asked, remembering reading the files on Hisashi's computer the night before, just to see if he was any closer to finding Izuku. So far there weren't any updates past the silent capture of Stain. You know, I believe this is the first time I have even mentioned the high-end program to you. Inko could feel herself start to panic as she dug her nails into the palms of her hands. Even with how stiff she was, she still looked to her husband who was now staring at her intently. Face blank in a way that showed he was starting to have suspicions. I know you're worried about him, but you really shouldn't be sneaking onto my computer. You can always ask me for updates, Hisashi said, hand going up to cup her face. Or is there another reason for your snooping? She held her breath and shook her head. No, you have been good with giving me updates, but I feel like I need to see it for myself, and sometimes I don't know if any information or leads are in any of the other files. Hisashi continued to stare at her before releasing his hold and turning to look towards where the rest of the students were competing. His face was still blank, but Inko could see in his eyes that he was starting to calculate something. Inko? Why, yes dear. After this, you won't have to worry about seeing anything you aren't supposed to yet. Not good. Inko could feel the line she's walking thinning even more, to the point where he will suspect her more and then she will fall. And the moment that happens, there won't be any more distractions for him. She just gave a nod, looking towards the field. Eri wished the TV would focus on Deku and II more. Instead it was focusing on everyone else, especially on the mean-looking guy who is on top of the highest pole. She didn't like him for how he kept pushing people down and hurting them, taking glee from doing just that. Zero-chan, when will they focus on someone else? I don't like that mean explosive guy, she asked as Zero-chan continued to work on braiding her hair, humming from around the hair ties that were in her mouth. Maybe if someone takes the top spot from him, Zero-chan said after removing one of the ties from her mouth to secure the braid. He is in first place after all, and it's where all the action is. She shook her head. I still don't like him, he's too mean. Why can't they focus on Deku and I more? Eri asked. Zero-chan just gave a laugh as she moved to tickle Eri's side. Deku isn't there, sir. He's probably doing last-minute cleanups of our old base, so there's no way for us to be traced to here, she explained. That or he may even be fighting some enforcers or giving a speech to hopefully gain more recruits. This might be why Deku and I told her not to tell any of his friends about his face. Because they don't want to believe he has one behind his mask. That or they all have their own ideas on what he looks like. Holding her new toy bunny close, the green fur even softer than her old one, Eri continued to watch the sports festival. hoping that Deku and I will do well, enough to make it to the top even and bring down the mean explosion guy. As the timer blared, Katsuki stared down from his perch to all the weaklings he knocked to the ground. His quirk was the perfect one for this type of event, keeping him balanced up high while preventing anyone else from grabbing the top from him. Just like how it will be when he graduates from UA and takes the top spot from Shigaraki Tamura. That's the end of the first event. The referee shouted, pointing up to the screen to show the placings. Katsuki just grinned when he saw himself at first, though a flash of irritation hit him when he saw Siki got third place. Though he doubts he will make it to the final round. There is no way he will beat him, and Katsuki will show the Empire who the true top student is. And now to announce the next event. Capture the flag. Hitoshi found himself grateful that during the first event no one from his class went after the pole he was targeting, making it all the easier to at least stay in the competition by gently coercing anyone who tried into going for a different pole with a higher point value. With this first event weeding out most of the competition, Hitoshi could see that everyone in his class and in Class B made it to the second round. He thought he saw a girl with some weird inventions try and make it to the very top pole that Bakugo had laid claim to, only for it to not end well for her or her babies, as she called them. So only the top 40 made it in. Alright everyone. The second event will be underway. And this one focuses more on teamwork. Each individual has a point value based on which pole you were able to stay on and how high up you were. Those who are at the top get the max amount of points possible. The principal explained, holding his paws up as he smiled wide. Each team will have a designated flag to guard while also making attempts at stealing the flags of opposing teams. Each team has a designated safe zone where they can have their flags placed and to guard them, or they can decide to risk taking their flags with them. Seems pretty basic enough. Shinso remembered reading about this game from overseas, how normally kids would wear belts with flags and can't have them removed if they're in their territory or something. Probably similar to that. Your limits are 3 people at minimum with 6 as your max. Now you have 15 minutes to put your teams together, so I suggest you make haste. With those words spoken and the posted amount for point values, Bakugo having the highest possible of 10 million, Shinso debated on heading there until he remembered that would paint too big of a target. That and the last time he was on a team with Bakugo didn't end well. He looked towards the teams being formed, already knowing it might be best to stick with his class. Specifically with those he have actually worked well with. At the sight of Mineta heading right towards where Yaoyorozu was talking with Hagakure, Shinso immediately made his way over to him before grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. Hey, what gives? Watch, those two are eyeing Bakugo. Not in the way everyone else is. They're probably going to join his team, Shinso explained. Do you want to be stuck with him and have that kind of target painted on your back? He asked. Mineta gulped and shook his head, immediately getting a look of pure terror. That's what I thought. Come on, maybe Yagi or Todoroki will let us join their teams, he said, remembering how they got 3rd and 2nd place respectively. He doubted they would work together, considering how they ranked. It would be almost as suicidal as joining Bakugo's team to have Yagi and Todoroki on a team together. And yet, as he made his way to where Yagi was standing, he could see Yagi standing with Todoroki as people who looked to be wanting to join one or the other backing off suddenly. Shinso glanced to where he was still carrying Mineta under his arm, much like a sports ball, and then looked towards Yagi and Todoroki only to realize he made the mistake of making eye contact with Yagi. Yagi, who immediately went right for them and gave the widest smile he possibly could. Shinso, Mineta, do you want to join mine and Shoto's team? He asked, giving them both a look that read like he had a plan and they were the perfect pieces for it. Much like a chess master playing a game instead of a student participating in a school event. When he looked around, maybe seeing if there was any out, he could already see just about everyone in his class had already formed some teams. Surprisingly, Bakugo accepted both Yaoyorozu and Hagakure alongside Kaminari to his team. Aoyama, Kirishima, Tsunatori, and Ishido had come together. Then there was Tokoyami and Monoma, both part of their own teams with students from Class B for whatever reason. Shinso just gave a sigh before turning towards Yagi. Alright, what's your plan? He asked. Well, it all starts with Mineta here. Momo knew she should have gone to team up with either Yagi or Todoroki. Considering their first day in class when she was beaten by Yagi. Thinking of him as a classmate when he was truly an opponent at the time. Her hesitation was what cost her the battle, but this won't happen again. And yet, here she was. Relegated to using her quirk alongside Kaminari to guard their points while Bakugo and Hagakure went to the other teams to try and steal their points. Though the smart thing to do would be to have all of them remain in their area to guard the coveted 10 million, but Bakugo wants to be the absolute winner in all of this. Looking towards where she knew Yagi's and Todoroki's team were guarding their own points, Momo could see most of the area was laid out with those sticky balls that grow out of Mineta's head, creating effective traps to stop those who were unaware of Mineta's capabilities from even attempting to grab that team's points. Which is unfortunate for those in Class B who she could see struggling to get free of the traps. Though she almost gave a laugh when she saw a couple literally belly flop onto the ball with Shinso standing nearby, probably him deciding to at least have some fun with his quirk. She just prayed that Bakugo wouldn't be reckless enough to go after Yagi's team, hoping that Hagakure would be able to talk reason into him as she had faced off against Mineta and Shinsu's teamwork. Her attention was soon brought away from Yagi's team when she saw a familiar pair of horns flying her way. Moving quickly to create a shield to block them from pinning her, Momo could see Tsunatori and Ashido running her way, Aoyama and Kirishima probably guarding the points they already have. Sorry Yamamoto, but we need those points. Ashido shouted, sliding on the acid she produces from her feet to getting close to the small dome Momo created to hide their flags that Hagakure was able to sneakily bring to them. The temperature seemed to drop as Momo also saw Todoroki seem to ride in her direction on a wave of ice. Ashido and Tsunatori she could handle just fine with Kaminari on her side, but adding Todoroki into the mix? There was no way they could effectively protect their points. Why couldn't she just tell Bakugo what she really thought of his plan? They should have only sent Hagakure out to gather more points, not have their heaviest hitter also go out to grab more. She closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. However, she didn't feel the chill of Todoroki's ice climbing up her. Confused, she opened her eyes to see ice circling their territory before Ashido and Tsunatori could even reach them. She looked to where Todoroki was heading, towards the territory of other teams, and started to wonder. Why didn't they go for the 10 million? When she went to look over the points, she realized that the 10 million point flag wasn't even in their pile. Where did it go? Katsuki glanced to his territory, grateful that his gut was right to not trust Sparky and Ponytail to guard the 10 million points. So when that towering ice wall surrounded his territory, he wasn't concerned because he kept the 10 million points on his person as the principal said they could do if they want to take the risk. Copycat, idiot he was, had teamed up with people from the inferior class. Birdhead also seemed to have thought that would be a good idea, not knowing that these students were shoved into the B class for a reason. Potential that doesn't shine nearly brightly as Class A. He still felt immense satisfaction with defeating Copycat so thoroughly, payback for their second day of class. Which only leaves one last person to beat down just to get revenge. And he was standing right there in front of him. You know Bakugo, had you decided to trust your team to guard all the points then they would be safe within the ice ring I had Shoto make for you, but now you can't go back to your territory to keep the coveted 10 million safe. Of course this a-hole would know his plan. Siki Yagi admitting to knowing his every move at the very beginning before Katsuki can even think. Saying that he has been watching him like some creep, claiming that one must know everything about a person who could be either an enemy or an ally. In this case, Katsuki knew what Siki implied when he revealed this fact a month or two ago. What, you going to try and FING take the flag from me? Go ahead and try you jackass. He shouted, getting in a ready stance. If he brought Siki down right here then he could just bulldoze his way right to where he was keeping the flags and take him out once and for all. To prove that he was the top student here. And with this type of confrontation he would be able to show Siki for the fraud he really is. Acting like he's some frail sick kid when he FNG times those coughs. Even plans for coughing on people like he did with Ponytail. Though unlike the time he got coughed on, Ponytail didn't end up with any burns on her face or body. No, because I actually want you to make it to the final round. You do want to show that you are the top, correct? Then prove it by protecting the 10 million points all on your own from everyone here. He shouted, voice growing loud enough for those around them to hear. The a-hole then turned and fled like some coward, leaving Katsuki alone in a sea of starving sharks. As he looked towards his opponents, Katsuki just gave a wide grin as his quirk flared up in the palm of his hands. All the power he needed to take each of these losers down. Well, you FING want him? Then fight me, he shouted. Mineta will first create a pile of his sticky ball on the ground. Enough so we can stick whatever flags we acquire to them. Once that's done, he will lay out as many on the ground as possible while leaving openings for us to move without getting caught ourselves. Minoru only remembered feeling his scalp bleed this much once this year, and that was their second day of school. The pain enough to snap him out of Shinso's quirk, but when he had seen what he had done he knew to continue what he was doing while under the brainwashing. Once that's done, Shinso and Mineta will stay in our territory and act as guards. If anyone is careful about avoiding the traps, then use any means to get them onto the traps. Ordering them to swan dive onto the traps or to turn away and go somewhere else is fine if you want Shinso, but if you can get them to give us the points they collected then that would be perfect. Hitoshi didn't think this plan would work because he figured everyone in the competition would have paid attention to him and saw his quirk for what it was. And yet, those in his class avoided his team while those in Class B who tried were unaware of what his quirk was truly capable of. He found it hard to resist the urge to laugh when he saw a girl who could split herself into pieces pull herself together and do a swan dive just as he ordered right onto the traps. Finally, Shoto and I will be going around and taking whatever points we can. We should also keep an eye out for Hagakure and Bakugu just in case. It's likely Bakugu will keep the 10 million on his person instead of leaving it with his team. So when the time comes, we're going to try and isolate him from his team entirely. That was Shoto's main role in this. To create a barrier of ice that completely surrounds Bakugu's team and whatever points they have at base. The preference is to have Hagakure within the ring as well, but there's no guarantee of knowing if he succeeded in that or not. Though when he asked if they would be taking the 10 million points for themselves, Yagi simply shook his head. No. I want to see if he can handle a large crowd of people vying for the gold. There's that, and by taking the points for themselves would cause the competition to work even harder at breaking through the defenses made. So it would make sense to let other teams grab the 10 million points in this case. So instead he focused more on going after the teams that remained and still had points to collect. Even seeing Tokoyami and Tsunatori doing the same thing for their respective teams, Tsunatori having given up on breaching the wall to instead do what she can to make sure her team moves on at least. All for one kept his eyes on the screen that showed what was happening down on the field. Watching the teams prepare their defenses when given the time, to then have it all devolve into a chaotic fight for points. Bakugu's team fighting tremendously to guard what everyone was seeking. Yagi's team acting as an impenetrable barrier that none has been able to pass through. But now, only 2 minutes before this round ends, and all for one could see what little Yagi has cooked up. The boy seemingly doing nothing to stand out outside of the speech he gave at the beginning, only to have targeted Bakugu for what should be a brutal takedown. Isolating him completely and then having others do the dirty work of bringing him down. It brought a smile to all for one's face, seeing that Yagi has only grown more than from the last time he was able to watch Class 1A. To show that he could only grow further, to possibly be an enforcer who actually topples Tamura from his position of the top. And if the good doctor's hunch is correct, that Yagi does indeed have a quirk, then it's likely that whatever it is could be nurtured further to serving its purpose in the Empire. Which only left the drawbacks of this proposed hidden quirk, might be what causes his poor health and coughing up blood periodically. Only a few seconds left and Bakugu was still fighting with a ferocity that almost seemed animalistic at this point. Though soon he started to grow more violent for whatever reason. Couldn't have been from Yagi cause the boy in question was already with his team. No, when all for one looked to the scoreboard he saw Bakugu's team go from first place all the way down to fourth with another team now holding the 10 million. A team led by someone named Kendo Itsuka. A student from Class B if all for one remembered correctly. Well, this should be interesting, all for one mused as the timer ran out, signaling the end of the second round. Kendo's team, which contained Tokoyami, Shiozaki, and Tetsu held first place upon Tokoyami taking the 10 million point flag from Bakugo. Second place held Yagi's team, most of it from the combination of him and Todoroki's point tally alongside what they were able to gather. Third place with Kirishima's team. Aoyama and Kirishima guarding while Tsunatori and Ishido going and gathering points, which left Bakugo's team taking the final slots to enter the final event. It's not a battle royale, isn't it? Inko asked, finally speaking up. She had kept quiet after her minor slip, admitting to sneaking into his office to look through his files, saying that it's because she wants to see the results of his search for their son firsthand instead of relying on what he tells her. Probably thinking he was furious with her for snooping, when in truth he found it more amusing. Cute even, but of course it needs to be stopped before she got too far. Saw too much of what he had planned for the future. Indeed it is, every year there's a battle royale for the first years after all, he said, remembering the very first sports festival after he took over Japan. When his darling wife didn't say anything further, all for one looked to the screen where the students who made the cut were made to step forth to be given instructions to rest for an hour. He focused more on Yagi specifically, wondering what else the boy had planned. Hopefully it would be something that puts him on the podium for the award ceremony at the very end. Enji knew he was supposed to be focusing on the mission at hand, but he couldn't help pulling his phone out to check out the live stream of events for the sports festival. To watch his son, to watch Shoto and hope he put aside his childishness and use his quirk to its full potential. He already got a message from the Emperor. The Emperor saying that if Shoto doesn't use his quirk fully by the end of the year then he would be removed from Class 1A and have his quirk removed. Removed and given to someone who was more willing. Worry started to gnaw at him during the first event when Shoto only used his ice to make the pole he had taken too slippery for his opponents to climb. Even if it was a good application, he knew the Emperor would not be fully satisfied. That worry turning into slight fear when Shoto still only used his ice during the second event. If Shoto continued with this then he would suffer from a severe case of frostbite, something that only his fire could help mitigate. A benefit Fuyumi and Natsuo didn't have with their own ice quirks, and then there was Tuya who had suffered from the same issue as Enji. Tuya who died because of Enji. Oi, Hellfire Dash, a code name Enji was given just for this operation, a code name that Shigaraki had come up with specifically for their joint mission. Focus, I am not losing this raid because you want to watch the sports festival. Right, he was at the entrance with these things. The doctor called them Numus, though Enji would prefer the term monsters for them. Shoved with too many quirks and losing their minds, this is probably a punishment for those who break the rules. Punishment for any rebels who were caught and not executed on the spot. This is probably why they're to bring Deku in alive. Didn't matter if he was harmed or not, as long as he was still breathing. As he put his phone away, Enji vowed to watch the rest after he finishes this raid. Maybe he will catch the final event before it ends. The moment they were released for an hour to rest up before the final event, Shoto immediately grabbed Yagi's arm and pulled him to a secluded hall. A space he knew there would be blind spots for the cameras, a space where he could ensure he wasn't heard as he prepared to ask Yagi the one question that has been bugging him ever since they met. Are you Deku? He waited for Yagi to say something. To get a reaction, whether denial or a confession he wasn't sure. After all, this was a long shot and Yagi probably assumes he wishes to turn him in. That is if this is the case and he is Deku, but if not then. Instead, Yagi just gave a laugh. He shook his head and scratched the back of his head. I can see. Why you would think so. I mean, I lived outside of the Empire for a while and Deku always seemed like an outsider. Plus, all the digging I do is deeper than considered normal and stuff, he seemed to ramble on, shaking his head once more. But I'm afraid the answer to your question is this. No, I am not Deku. Slowly, Shoto gave a nod. Perhaps it really was just a coincidence that Deku, when dressed down, occasionally has similar eyes to Yagi. However, the eyes are never the same so he can't guarantee anything. However, he could still tell Yagi had a sense of rebelliousness to him. Perhaps he could be recruited then? He opened his mouth, ready to say something, but soon closed it when Yagi set a hand on his shoulder. Listen. If you continue saying these sorts of things out in public and where people could be watching and listening, then you might get the wrong person in major trouble with the Empire or even with rebels like Overhaul and Redestro. Imagine what would happen if those two overheard the two statements you have put out. Shoto may not have met Redestro yet, but he knew a little about Overhaul. If he knew Yagi was Deku or if Yagi was possibly All Might's secret love child then. I understand, sorry for that. In any case, are you sure you want to continue with only ice? You do know that your body can only handle it for so long before you have to warm yourself up with fire. And here he is, Yagi showing concern for him. Much like what he showed on their first day after Shoto used a little more than normal, Shoto nearly pushed himself past his limits during the second event alone. His entire right half almost coated in frost that was a residue of his quirk, to the point where he was literally shivering and doing everything to keep warm. Yes, I'm sure. I refuse to use the power I got from him, Shoto said, arms crossed against his chest as he ignored the voice of Dabi in his head. Dabi saying that this power was his and stuff. Even if he thought of it, he still couldn't imagine himself breaking the vow he made to himself. The vow to never use his left side. That is ultimately your choice, but you also have to remember that the power you have is still part of you. Rejecting it wouldn't end well at all, especially if the Emperor notices this about you and deems you unfit for your quirk, all of it, not just half. What? You're saying he'll take it away? If so, then I'm fine with that, he lied. In truth, he absolutely loved using his ice, making shapes with it and then creating such large glaciers. It always filled him with joy, making him think of his mother and how proud she would be if she was able to see him use her power like this. You don't know that. Have you ever seen or met people who lived through having their quirks taken? It completely destroys them. Few ever recover from having a piece of themselves ripped away. Yagi, for the first time, actually yelled at him. Shoto just blinked and stared at Yagi. At the fact that he seemed to know more about this than him, until it finally hit him. I'm sorry, I didn't know, he said, suddenly finding it all to make sense. Why Yagi is in the Enforcer program even though he's more unorthodox with his viewpoints, why he would be quirkless, and why he seems to want to avoid the Emperor. He must have had a powerful quirk, but then had it stripped away when he was young. That has to be it. Anyway, please at least think about it, Yagi said, giving a small smile as he turned to walk away. Shoto gave a nod as he turned and walked in the opposite direction while thinking on what to do. Perhaps he could get Deku to recruit Yagi, or see if they can find a way to get Yagi his quirk back. Both may be a possibility actually. Either way, he's going to help his best friend. No matter what. It took him almost an hour to find Yagi, something that he wasn't expecting at all. He hoped it wasn't because he was losing his touch, as he has had experience of keeping track of children, especially ones like Tamura. Then again, from the footage he has seen, Yagi is no Tamura. When Kurogiri finally came across Yagi, the child in question had one hand pressed against the wall while the other was covering his face. For a brief moment, Kurogiri could have sworn Yagi looked towards him with green eyes. And yet, when Kurogiri blinked, the eyes were blue and Yagi was coughing horribly. To the point where it seemed like he was barely even able to stand. Perhaps you should not continue on? Kurogiri suggested, wondering how Yagi was even able to go on for so long when according to his records I'll be fine. Thank you for your concern, but I have to see this through to the end, Yagi said, pulling out a tissue and wiping his mouth and hand before throwing it in the nearby trash can. The trash can Kurogiri had discreetly opened a warp gate to just in case something like this happened. In case he came upon an opportunity to acquire a blood sample and send it right to the head doctor for testing. Very well, if you do plan on continuing, then I have a message for you from the Emperor himself, Kurogiri began, taking note of the way Yagi's fingers curled on the wall, especially as the boy seemed to tense ever so slightly. He hopes to see you on the podium. Yagi gave a nod. I'll do my best, he said, voice a little quiet as he walked out towards the field that would act as an arena for the remaining 16 students. I refuse to play into his hands. How can a blood sample not contain any DNA? Perhaps a quirk maybe? Tamura expected to enter the subway to find Deku and his crew caught by the strike team. Deku unmasked to reveal whoever he is. He wouldn't be surprised if Deku was related to someone like All Might, or another ex-pro hero who turned rebel. Maybe even a relative of Knuckle Duster? However, when he entered he only saw the base was completely cleaned out of everything. Almost like no one has ever lived here at all, let alone used it as a base of operations. Did they somehow find out about the raid? Tamura asked, walking around before stopping when his foot comes into contact with a small object on the ground. The object being a small chess piece. As he picked it up, he noticed that it was a black king. There was a note left behind, Hellfire explained, having pulled out that DMN phone once more. It was like he was more interested in that stupid sports festival than he is in catching Deku and retrieving the prince. Still, he took the note that one of the Numas was carrying and read it over. Had I known company was coming then I would have greeted all of you in person. Sorry for my lack of manners there, and for not notifying you that we have moved. Then again I guess this would be considered an eviction notice? Well, as you can see, we have evicted. Perhaps next time we can have a proper meeting. Deku. Tamura was half tempted in destroying this note. The note that was more of a taunt than anything because they had to have known. Deku knew they were coming for him well in advance and he made sure to leave zero trace that they can track. Not even a footprint. Instead of destroying the note, he put it in his pocket along with the chess piece. Tamura knew he would need them both when he gave his report, his failure, to Sensei. Suddenly, the surrounding area grew unbearably hot. Shoto! Hellfire suddenly screamed, his fire burning even hotter as he held his phone up. The only thing Tamura could think and say was this. What the actual F-? As Aijuru stood in the arena, he looked towards those who made it as far as him. To Tsunatori and Ishido who were on his team alongside Aoyama, Ishido having gone to the same middle school as him even. Then towards his main friend group, only to feel concern growing when he saw Yagi seem to be swaying and coughing even. A hint of red on his hand causing warning signs to go off in Aijuru's head. Hey Yagi? Are you okay? He asked, reaching to set a hand on his friend's shoulder to find him literally shaking. The memory of Yagi saying he wasn't in the best of health flashed into his mind and he started to wonder if maybe Yagi should drop from the competition. Yagi looked up to Aijuru and it seemed like his eyes were more of a mix of blue and green instead of just blue. Though after Yagi squeezed his eyes for a few seconds, they opened to be the same blue that Aijuru was used to seeing. What is even going on? Yeah, sorry, I pushed myself a little too hard in the last event. I promise, I'll be fine, Yagi said, trying to give Aijuru a reassuring smile. Though his face looked a little on the pale side. Are you sure? I'm sure if you dropped then no one would blame you. Yagi simply gave a nod. I refuse to go down before Bakugu. Before Aijuru could say anything more, the signal to start went off and he had to quickly harden himself just to stop Kendo from knocking him out with a large fist. The moment the signal went off, Katsuki beelined right for Siki. After the humiliation he gave him in the second event, he only saw red and knew he had to bring Siki down. Especially since Siki was coming right for him. Propelling himself with his explosions, he prepared to lunge with his right hand to grab Siki and beat him to the ground. However, he remembered what Aizawa said to him on his second day of school. Before he could even reach Siki, Katsuki slammed his right hand to the ground and used the explosion to launch himself into the air. Right above Siki's head so he could accelerate his descent and shove the a-hole's face into the dirt. 1 second he was within range. Hand poised to grab Siki by the back of his head. 1 second later, Siki seemed to have moved barely out of reach. Within a split second, Siki reacted to Katsuki's attack with a counterattack. His hand moving up and grabbing Katsuki's outstretched arm, using the momentum to slam him to the ground. For a few precious seconds, Katsuki was completely frozen with shock. And then, all hell broke loose for him. That movement, it was far too quick for it to be natural. When her husband said that, Inko tried not to swallow. She remembered what quirk that one enforcer had, a basic enhancement one that was more focused on reflexes and reaction time. A quirk that was taken after the enforcer in question encountered Stain and Deku. Encountering a crazed killer and her son. Her son who was right down there, fighting his classmates. Classmates who all collectively decided it would be more productive to take down the largest threat in the arena at the moment. She felt bad for Bakugo, who had to fight off 14 other teenagers with powers, Izuku having stepped back to observe the carnage he brought about. "Didn't you mention calling into question about Yagi being quirkless?" Inko asked, knowing that he is well aware of her snooping at this point. "Indeed. It is likely he could have a flexible enhancement quirk, or he could be like Kurogyri," Hisashi said, almost like he was probing to see if she looked into more about the various experiments he had his doctor do or if she only peeked at the high ends. "I feel like flexible enhancement quirk would be more accurate. It's likely he's unaware of it being a quirk. Maybe the drawbacks are his poor health and attitudes overseas could have him think that there is no quirk there," she suggested. Her husband continued to stare at the battle happening, hand rubbing his chin as he seems to be deep in thought. A well-hidden quirk. Even with those words spoken, he continued to focus on Izuku. The suspicion seemed to still be there, but Inko deflected it as much as she possibly could. All that was left to do was for Izuku to hopefully not do anything to stand out further. Rikia held a wine glass to his lips as he watched the remaining students duke it out in a battle royale. All to see who had powerful quirks that they could utilize for better purposes than whatever propaganda they were brainwashed with. He felt it a shame that at this point they were probably still so enthralled in the false glory of the Empire, following a man who could only be described as the Meta Liberation's army equivalent of the Antichrist. At least they were first years, still young and impressionable. As evident by the agents he would send into UA to search for potential recruits to sway onto the MLA's side. He would have gone for younger recruits, but Deku has been a thorn in that regard, which makes him question where Deku's loyalties truly lie. Does he want the eradication of quirks like Overhaul does? Or does he only wish to destroy the Emperor? There would have to be a personal vendetta in that regard, but Deku has made it very clear that he does not wish to even talk to the MLA, let alone team up with them. As he took another sip of his wine, he watched as Bakugo Katsuki was finally knocked out by a blow to the head. Yagi Izuku carrying a wok of all things, created by the Yaoyorozu heir who had thrown it at Little Ibra. Such a shame that someone with such a great quirk was brought down by someone who lacked a quirk. By someone who should not even be alive in this world, especially if the MLA had their way. A relic of the past that should remain in history books, not be walking amongst them in the present day. Something that the Emperor fails to realize as he continues to allow for them to live in this world. Still, perhaps if Yagi gets a quirk from the Emperor, then he could be of use to the MLA. But that won't happen until after he graduates, and Rikia would prefer to pick up the first years while they're still young and impressionable, especially those with powerful quirks. Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Yaoyorozu would perhaps be the best candidates then, especially Todoroki, to break the spirit of his father. He made a note to send his list to Skeptic and Trumpet, however he also decided to add one more to the list. Yagi Izuku, to be grabbed for a public display on why the quirkless should not be allowed to exist anymore. This should be easy to achieve, even if Yagi had somehow made it to the top 7. Actually no, top 5 as he and Todoroki brought down both Ishido and Kendo at the same time. Such a shame that he has to rely on the power of others to bring himself up. Shoto watched out of the corner of his eye as Yagi knocked Kendo out with the wok he took from Yaoyorozu. More frost covered his right arm as he froze Ishido in place. The entire arena turned into a frozen wasteland from how much ice he was throwing around. He knew how crafty Yagi could be, especially during their fundamentals class together. But to think he was able to get Bakugo to really show how much power he has, enough to get everyone to band together to bring him down? That was the kind of person Deku could use. Just picturing the two of them using their planning skills for an operation both terrifies and inspires Shoto to make sure this will become a reality. Suddenly a mass of darkness came at him. He knew this to be part of Tokoyami's quirk. A quirk that he had an easy counter to, and yet he barely dived out of the way, movements slower because of how cold he was. It seemed like the coldness from his right was starting to spread to the rest of his body. His fingertips looking a little blue from how they were in ice. Tokoyami kept his distance, using dark shadow to break any ice Shoto brought out. Ice that was steadily getting weaker and weaker to the point where Shoto knew that he had reached his limits. If he didn't use his father's power then. Shoto! He blinked at the sudden shout, looking to where his friend was. To where Yagi was shielding himself from Yaoyorozu's attack with the wok he stole from her. In that moment, he remembered what Dabi and Yagi told him before the sports festival. How they both said the same exact thing in regards to his power. To his fire. In that moment, Shoto didn't even think of his father as he felt his left side start to warm up. It took a couple minutes, but soon he allowed himself to light up in a blaze of glory that repelled Tokoyami's quirk. Tokoyami, who was then knocked out by Shinso via a sneak attack with an icicle that he probably broke off from the glaciers. The ice on his right side melted away, and then he smiled at his friend. "Thank you." Chio held her breath as she watched the ending of the sports festival from the TV in the office she was given for the purpose of events like these. Students laying in cots after they were brought in by the robots when they fell during the battle royale. Her quirk could only do so much for them, a quirk that she was only allowed to use for things like cuts and scrapes. Any worse and they would be sent to a trained doctor, something that made her feel almost useless here because she knows her quirk can mend broken bones. She's done it back before the emperor came to power. The government at the time even encouraged it. She just shook her head, watching as Todoroki seemed to explode with bright hot flames. The force enough to knock both Yagi and Shinso back while Yaoyorozu created a quick shield for herself. From her perspective, it seemed like Yagi and Shinso were knocked down at the same time. However, she could see the referee call Yagi as the first to fall, which gave Shinso third place. And then, Yaoyorozu collapsed, probably expending the last of what she could of her quirk. Todoroki only standing for a few moments longer, just to fall himself. The both of them down due to quirk overuse from what she could tell. Something that a day or two of rest should manage. As the robots brought the finalists to her office, Chio walked over to the students only to cringe at the tips of Todoroki's fingers on his right hand. They were blue-gray, a sign of obvious frostbite. His hand looking incredibly pale even. It pained her to not be permitted to use her quirk for this, to give this boy the help he needs that she knows she can provide if only she were given the chance to. Instead she waved the robots off to take Todoroki to where the head doctor was stationed. Though when she looked to the rest she found that they only had surface-level wounds and thus fell under her jurisdiction. Upon administering her quirk to Shinso and Yaoyorozu, she turned towards Yagi before remembering something that was ordered for her to do. She looked towards the cut on his cheek and debated on reaching for a tissue. Perhaps if she managed to do this then she would be allowed to continue with her position here at UA. To not be forced to retire. However, as she looked at how he slept peacefully, she thought of the times she would visit Sorahiko and see his niece napping at the kitchen table with all sorts of homework and other projects surrounding her. Little Inko who would then grow up to become an empress. The empress who would confide an incredibly important secret to her, a secret that she realized was laying right in front of her which forced a choice on her. Either try and gain the favor of the emperor, or protect the empress. The answer became obvious to her as she moved her hand away from the tissues and administered her quirk. She just hoped she made the right decision. All for one could feel minor disappointment at the lack of one individual on the podium. He was incredibly curious about the enhancement quirk his wife suggested the boy had, however there was not an opportunity to check at this moment. Especially as Yagi Izuku had placed himself somewhere in the middle of the crowd of students. Just out of reach for all for one to use his quirk to check. Though he did see Bakugo Katsuki struggling against his chains. Reacting in such an immature way that had him debating on sending him in for the low-end program as opposed to the high-end. He should feel flattered that his classmates saw him as a large enough threat to band together to take him down. As he awarded the medals to the three winners, seeing the bandages on Todoroki's hand, he gave a nod to them. So far those of Class 1A have proved themselves worthy to stay in their positions. Enough that he won't ask the principal to transfer a few students between classes. Even Todoroki was able to rise up to the challenge and finally use his full power, which meant they would all be ready for the next stage of their training. Shadowing enforcers. On that day, I did not know of the close calls I had. Of how the referee almost had Shinso be named the one who went down before me. Or that the school nurse nearly exposed me so soon. If only you knew how scared I was on that day. But when I saw Mom for the first time in person, I remembered exactly why I was fighting. To make sure her sacrifice was not in vain. To make sure that no one would be hurt further by your actions. But little did I know that this was only the beginning. He heard footsteps hit the stone floor. Feeling the malice that permeated the air as that monster walked into his cell. The monster who was probably grinning as something clattered to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see it was his mask, cracked from the impact on the floor. Your friends are having a fun time with the doctor. Now, how about we put this silly rebellious phase behind us? Toshinori watched with worry as his nephew continued to toss and turn in his bed, sweating and shaking in his sleep, all over a nightmare. He remembered right after the sports festival when he went to pick Izuku up from school, to find that he was literally burning up and doing everything he could to hold on to his disguise quirk. The very first one he took and kept. Toshinori shook his head, instead turning and grabbing a wet cloth to lay on Izuku's forehead to hopefully help with the fever. Only days have passed since the sports festival, and his nephew was still stuck in bed. Not helping that he tried to force himself out of bed to continue his work as Deku. It took himself, Sorahiko, and Aizawa pushing Izuku to bed just to get him to agree to resting more. Though now that he can see Izuku was suffering from an obvious nightmare. It's no wonder you wish to stay on your feet, but you will only worsen your condition if you force yourself, Toshinori whispered softly. His mind going back to when Izuku was only 5 or 6 years old. When he had his first real encounter with the impact his father had on the world. To meet with people who would want to kill Izuku just by the nature of who his father is. The MLA is starting to mobilize again, Aizawa spoke from where he stood in the doorway. I suspect his performance in the sports festival caught their ire, and that they have a spy in the school. They always do. Toshinori stiffened at that. Stop. Let go of me. Uncle Toshi, help. He shook his head again, looking to his clenched fist as he felt his blood boil with rage at the memory. The regret from that day hitting him like a truck. The headlines that soon followed. All Might breaks a man's spine. Man left paralyzed after facing against All Might. He could only feel gratitude that Izuku wasn't put in any of the headlines or pictures, the main focus being himself, the MLA member, and how the Americans soon connected that man with terrorism and backed Toshinori's actions in that moment. Is something wrong? Aizawa asked. No. We just have a bad history with the MLA, Toshinori said. It's been a week. His father seems to be more insistent on having Shoto learn better control over his fire, but he continues to ignore him as he still has to decide on how to cope with his broken vow. Yagi has been out sick, Aizawa saying that he has a doctor's note and that Bakugo of all people would have to run his classwork to him so he can stay caught up. Shoto was already missing his discussions on the Empire and why there were rebellions at all if things were as great as they seemed. Speaking with a neutrality that one would never be able to find anywhere in the Empire, especially not in Yue. Though there always seemed to be an underlying hatred for the MLA. A hatred that reminded him of when he talked to Deku about possibly meeting with them and forming an alliance. Whoa, Shinso, you look like crap. Mineta suddenly piped up. I feel like crap, Shinso deadpanned, followed by a thump on the table as he groaned. Stupid flu season. Shoto just blinked as he looked in the direction of what the class has fondly called the Purple Duo. Mineta sitting on the desk next to Shinsu's, staring down at him with concern. Definitely showing one of his better qualities that Shoto never expected of him. No matter what, Mineta would always worry about his friends and allies. Especially for their health and safety. Had Shoto not started hanging out with Yagi, he doubts he would have noticed this about Mineta at all. Probably either assuming he's just some flat perverted stereotype or finding him to just be yet another drone for the Empire. Likely both. He probably caught Siki's illness. Bakugo grumbled to himself, though Shoto couldn't help turning and glaring at him. Ever since the sports festival, no, much earlier than that. Since day one Bakugo has always had a bone to pick with Yagi, that hatred growing even worse after he was humiliated by Yagi during the sports festival on live television, right where the Emperor could see firsthand how volatile Bakugo has grown. It was only a matter of time until the Emperor decides to send Bakugo to behavioral camp to work on his temper. Suddenly, Aizawa stepped in and stared at all of them with a sense of something that caused fear to go through every last student in the class, enough to make them all immediately settle down and wait to see what was up. After your performances at the sports festival, the Emperor has decided all of you are ready to start shadowing enforcers for a week. Lists have been compiled of those that are compatible with you and can teach you important skills for your future, so I suggest you pick wisely from the lists, Aizawa said, going down the line to hand out sheets of papers. When Shoto got his, he looked down to find he had only one post-it note with a single name. Unlike his classmates who had either a single sheet of paper or entire piles. Todoroki Enji. Great, so he doesn't even get a choice with this. Wait, why the hell do I only have 2 choices? Bakugo suddenly shouted, holding up his own post-it note. Almost as if he was expecting to have more options for making it to the final event. From what Shoto could see, Bakugo's choices were either palace duty or to go shadow the second-ranked enforcer. Which means he's very likely to be paired up with Bakugo. Because the Emperor decided your attitude needs heavy monitoring, it's either that or you get sent to behavioral camp. He figured that one of the 2 will give you the wake-up call you need, Aizawa said, turning to the rest of the class. You have until the end of the day to make your decision. In 3 days you will start your assignment. Shoto took a breath, already mentally preparing himself for a week of nothing but headaches caused by his father and Bakugo because God knows Bakugo will not pass up the chance to learn under a top enforcer. He just hoped Deku will message him soon with a mission so he can try and get out of this. If not, then he may try a raid on his own. So Yagi will be missing out on the assignment because he's still unwell from the sports festival, and now Shinso has the flu? How tragic. I'll see if I can set up a make-up for them both in the summer after their class finishes up camp. It was a habit for Inko to listen into her husband's office when she went by the door, however she was here for a different reason. She was here at the door for his office because he had called her here to talk about something important. Her mind flashed to the sports festival and her slip-up in admitting that she had been snooping through his computer. Inko, I know you're out there. Do come in, I just finished my call to the school, Hisashi said, his voice completely neutral. The neutrality scaring her more than anything because it was hard to discern what he was feeling. Hard to tell if he was angry or not, to tell if he was happy or anything really. A perfect mask that held 0 features. As she stepped into the office, she could feel confusion growing as most everything there was packed in boxes and being moved by Kurogiri's warps. Kurogiri, who was remaining silent while Hisashi stood right by the window and set his phone in his pocket. You wish to see me? Inko asked, careful to keep her voice quiet and even. To not betray the fear she was feeling as Hisashi looked to her with a completely neutral expression. Yes, I did. I wanted to tell you a few things. Namely that the fact you don't trust me anymore hurts beyond belief. That you are still hiding your real feelings breaks my heart, he began, taking a few steps closer to her. It took everything in her power to not step back, to not tremble and flinch when he brought a hand up to brush a strand of hair behind her ear. She knows he would never raise a hand to her like that, and yet the fear was still there. Especially after that night when he was screaming at guards. Ordering them to search harder and faster, only to have red splatter after 3 days of failure. Just the smallest bit getting right onto her face while her husband had the coldest look she had ever seen. I see it in your eyes, Inko. You're terrified of me, Hisashi said, voice now going soft like the way his hand caressed her face. Gentle like when he cleaned the blood from her face. My eyes. Yes, your pretty green eyes. They betray your true feelings. For a while I thought the fear was for our son, but after the sports festival I realized what you were really afraid of was. It's me, isn't it? Inko kept quiet, not sure on how to respond to that. She could only remember being told that the eyes were the windows to the soul, but she never thought that it would be literal. So I'm right. I would say that you have nothing to fear from me, but from your lack of trust one know that my words will be empty to your ears. Much like how the nights we spent together didn't have any feelings, did they? Just a chore for you to do to keep me pacified. That stung. If you believe that I will let you continue this just for my own pleasure, then you are wrong. I want you to have some of your own joy in this, to find pleasure for yourself in all aspects. Hisashi, I wanted you to dash, Inko started to say. However, she stopped when he suddenly held her jaw. No. You wanted me to wear myself out just so you could sneak into my office and onto my computer. That isn't something you fully consent to, and I'm putting a stop to it now. First by moving my office somewhere else, and then I'm going to move you to a separate bedroom entirely. He released her completely and turned away. Distance may do us some good in this. Inko didn't move for a few moments, processing what he said. Knowing that were she any younger then, she would have felt her heart flutter and find those words to be romantic. To love how much he genuinely seems to care about her feelings. And yet, she knew the truth. He didn't trust her anymore. You know that, don't you? She decided to ask. At this point it's becoming more and more likely that he knows she was involved somehow. You knew all along and have been punishing me for it, haven't you? She was only met with silence, which confirmed her suspicions. You knew all along that I sent Izuku away, didn't you? As her shout rang through the nearly empty office, Inko went wide-eyed and covered her mouth, hoping that it stayed in her head and didn't reach her husband's ears at all. Instead, he turned towards her and got a look in his eye that really made her believe that they were truly windows to the soul. No. I did not. Oh no. Thank you for this information. I will have to discuss this treachery with you after I retrieve our son. She's dead. As I sat at the table, I looked at the 2 cups of tea that remained untouched. I didn't drink it because I preferred coffee, while Deku didn't even look at his own cup. This was part of our weekly meetings where we talk about the progress made with my research. And then other things. The current happenings in the Empire, Deku's repeated criticisms of the MLA, analyzing quirks, hobbies. All of this made Deku seem more human, like there really is a person behind that mask. Not some faceless void who lords above everyone. Just a person like me, a person who has feelings and passions, a person who sees himself on an equal footing as everyone around him. It probably helped that he dressed down. A soft yellow shirt that said suit on it, a medical mask, and brown eyes that would sometimes have a mix of blue or even green in there. Though today they were purely brown. Then there was his hair. Most would think Deku was bald or had some intimidating-looking hair. But it was just the fluffiest-looking curls that had me wondering if they were as soft as they looked. So what did you note of the 2 samples I gave you? Deku asked, reminding me that I had a job to do and not to focus on whatever delusions I was having. I don't even know why my brain went in that direction, probably because of how isolated I have been here where only Deku and 4 members of his crew were the social interactions I've had. Deku being the one where the interactions are the most frequent, there is that and the fact that I'm a teenager in a body full of hormones that cause all kinds of irrationality. That's how my grandfather would label this. The moment I get out of here and around other people again, I know that whatever this is will fade. Both samples were very interesting. The first was phenomenal. The cells were in a state of constant reconstructing. DNA that never truly dies. It could be the key to unlocking cures to all sorts of diseases, maybe even cancer. But the second sample, that one appears to have multiple strands of DNA in it, including the DNA of the first. It kind of reminded me of the Emperor's, but I've never seen that in the sample I was given to study. Unless this one is more recent? No, that couldn't be possible. News would have broken out by now, unless I was kept in the dark on a lot of things. I had a friend help the original holder of that quirk learn how to use it. No one thought to teach her how to use it. Not her original caretakers, nor did your grandfather. Instead he used her to completely erase people from existence, Deku explained, his voice taking on a more venomous tone. It brought me back to his debut, how he punished the MLA for attacking schoolchildren. Perhaps that's his weakness? Wanting to always keep the innocent children safe. A weakness that I can't ever bring myself to exploit, not without feeling sick to my stomach. You must hate it when people hurt or use children, I said. Is it that obvious? He asked, the serious tone leaving as he seemed to lighten up just a bit. I mean, think about it. The children are our future, they're what will dictate society and need to be allowed to grow up safely. To be allowed to have a childhood outside of everything, I'm actually a little envious of them. Envious? What makes you say that? I asked. Deku just remained silent before getting up from his seat. Sorry, I took up a lot of your time here. I'll let you get back to work, and next week you get to meet someone important, Deku said, scratching the back of his head. Oh right, I also got the TV set up in your lab, so if you want to watch things like the sports festival then you can, and I think at the end of the month is when we'll get the first samples of Overhaul's quirk-destroying serum so you can work on the antidote. He seemed to ramble on as he went to the door. Wait, I have one more question, I said. Deku stopped and looked back at me for a few seconds. What kind of childhood did you have? I asked. Silence. I didn't have one, not since I was 5 or 6. After that admission, he walked out the door and left me alone to think about what he said. About everything. The next week, Deku was in his mask and cloak. It almost made me cower, especially with how tall he looked. I knew he was actually closer to my height, but it seemed the boots he wore gave him a couple inches above me. The ears on his mask didn't help things either. Sorry, Tsubasa-kun, but Eri here requested that I wear this, Deku said, bringing attention to the small girl that was poking her head out from under his cape. Her eyes looked to me with a mix of curiosity and fear, her hands holding the edge of the cloak before she moved it to hide herself further. I immediately thought back to when I went into my grandfather's office the day after Deku made his debut. When I saw some of the prototypes for the Numu project and then, Subject 29, that little girl who was standing right here with Deku. The little girl who looked like she was constantly living in fear. It's okay, Eri, he's just going to give you a quick checkup. To make sure that you're healthy, Deku said, his voice quiet as he tried to coax Eri out from hiding. After a few moments, with Eri still remaining in hiding, I remembered something that Zero will usually bring me because it's something doctors would usually have, and at this point I was known as the cruise doctor. I picked the bowl of lollipops from my desk and crouched down. Do you like lollipops? I asked, looking to the flavors in the bowl. Well, to the only flavor Zero could pick up. Green apple, which was actually my least favorite, but beggars can't be choosers. Eri seemed to peek out once more at my offering. You can have one if you let me give you a checkup, I said. Eri, still a little hesitant, finally came out from where she was hiding, and I could see just how small she really was. Though she did look a little better off than from that image I saw, I could still tell that it would take time to have her fully healed from whatever my grandfather did to her. How could he have been allowed to torment a child like this? Eri, will you be okay if I leave for a few minutes? Deku asked. I watched her contemplate, wondering if she would ask him to stay. It wouldn't matter to me if he does or doesn't, but part of me wanted him to stay here. To see that I wouldn't do whatever it is my grandfather did to Eri. And yet, I'll be okay, Deku and I, but please be quick, Eri said, putting on a brave face that looked downright adorable. Alright, I'm trusting you to take good care of her, Tsubasa-kun, Deku said, going down on one knee for Eri and bowing his head. As you have commanded it, so it shall be. I'll be back as fast as possible, he said, causing Eri to actually give a small laugh. I watched Deku seem to just meld into the shadows, and then he was completely gone. Almost as if he warped away, probably from whoever his mysterious warper is. Maybe the person with that one DNA sample I studied. Instead I focused on Eri and gave the gentlest smile I could. Deku did trust me to take care of her, so I'll do my best to make sure she's in good health. So, Eri-chan? Why don't you tell me a little about yourself while I do some basic checks on you? I asked. Okay, Eri said, voice a little quiet as she moved to sit on the hospital bed I was provided with for if any members of Deku's organization got hurt or sick. Though I could only provide the basics for them since I don't have experience with actual surgery or more serious ailments. That would require my grandfather or another doctor with full training and experience. I didn't have much thoughts while watching the sports festival. I knew deep down Bakugo would get viciously brought down from his pedestal, but I didn't expect Yagi to be the one to do this. Efficient and brutal especially, as if he has had a personal grudge against Bakugo. Something that has been festering for about 5 or 6 years now. And then came the topping of Bakugo getting hit by a walk of all things for a knockout, something that had me laughing from my lab as I had taken a break from studying the samples of Eri's and Deku's friend's blood. I had my doubts about this friend. No, my thoughts didn't come until Deku didn't show up to our weekly talks. It wasn't like him to skip out on this, he always found a way to make time for me even if he had a mission of some form. I could see Zero, Froppy, and Ingenium all growing worried about this. As if Deku hasn't shown himself to them either. Though we also knew he hadn't been caught either. Had he been captured, then news would have spread almost immediately, with Deku's execution being announced and carried out before we could even think of rescuing him. This isn't like him. Usually he will come here personally at least 2 or 3 times a week to plan with us. We haven't even had a heist since the week before the sports festival, Zero said from where she walked right past my lab. It is an oddity, maybe he went on a super secret undercover mission and couldn't tell us about it until it ended? Ingenium suggested. If that's true, then why couldn't he tell us? He should be able to trust us, Caro. As I contemplated what they said, I brought my hand up and pinched my bottom lip. What kind of mission would require this? Is he doing something stupid like infiltrating the palace alone? Or maybe he went somewhere like America to try and meet with their government. Both would be suicide for various reasons though. The 3 of them kept walking though, and soon I couldn't hear their conversation anymore. Though I could still feel a bit of worry gnawing at my stomach over where Deku could be. It was then that Shie came in. Deku's right hand and the one that I held a bit of jealousy towards for how close he is. Shie, still wearing his mask, just stared at me silently. And then, I'm going to do something stupid, and you're going to help me with it. What is it? I asked. I'm going to fight Endeavor. As Katsuki stood outside of the door with an armful of papers and a FING gift basket of all things, he prayed that he would see the jackass's great uncle instead of the walking skeleton that Katsuki would never admit gave him nightmares half the time. With those sunken blue eyes that always stared down into his very soul, and then the unhealthy amount of blood coughed out, then came the air that he would always give off that sometimes had Katsuki finding it hard to breathe. Almost as if he was caught up in a raging inferno, and he shook those thoughts from his head, instead focusing on the fact that his FING homeroom teacher gave him this important assignment, and then Siki's groupies decided to put together a pair of gift baskets for Siki and Ibex. He didn't get the point of them and was half tempted in breaking the one for Siki. The door suddenly opened and all of Katsuki's thoughts completely stopped when he saw the one person he didn't want to see. Ah, young Bakugo. I haven't seen you in ages, how have you been? The skeleton asked, trying his hardest to put on a more jovial air, but it never worked because Katsuki had seen how downright terrifying this man could truly be. The feral air he gave off when one of his nephew's teachers said something about his quirklessness and frail health. An early lesson that taught Katsuki to keep his true thoughts far away from Siki's uncle. Still not much for words, I take it? Well, your homeroom teacher already told me why you'd be coming. I'll make sure these get to Izuku, he said, holding his arms out to take the papers and basket from Katsuki. Katsuki, who remained stiff, movements almost robotic as he handed the stuff over. Hoping that the moment this would be done he could make a quick getaway and not risk this man confronting him about the sports festival, or even in hopes that Yagi didn't bring up any of what he did at school so far. All of it. I'm glad Izuku is making friends. For a while I was worried that he would be all alone when we moved here and wouldn't adjust at all. Those words felt like a lash of white-hot flames, not wild and everywhere like half and half, something precise like an arrow because Katsuki just knew. Tell the ones who made the gift basket that we really appreciate it. Good, he wasn't being grouped with the ones who made it because he was not under any circumstances friends with Yagi. They have been nothing but enemies since day FNG1. As soon as the door shut, Katsuki gave a sigh of relief and immediately turned to completely vacate the building and get as far away from the skeleton as possible. How curious, a voice said from right next to him, and then a hand tapping. Itself right on his arm. Excuse me, you were in the sports festival, no? I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. Katsuki blinked and glanced to whoever dared to bring up the most humiliating day of his life. Even then, something about this woman with pale blue skin rang a few bells. Same with her lilac hair, but he couldn't quite think of where. Probably a reporter or something, but she doesn't look like one of the ones that shows up in the news stations. What's it to you? He asked. I'm just curious about a few things. Like how someone with such an incredibly strong quirk was knocked down by someone who was obviously weaker than them. That got Katsuki bristling. especially at the reminder of how he lost in the most humiliating way possible. It frustrated him that not only did the hag keep hounding at him for his weakness, but now some dim stranger was doing the same. Is this where Yagi Izuku lives? My boss wants me to write an article over how it was a miracle that a relic like him is allowed to live. Those words and the appearance of this woman finally clicked for him. You're one of those Emilabisses. She gave a laugh, holding a hand to her mouth. Oh my. Me and my big mouth, I guess I better make myself scarce now before you call for help, the woman continued, taking a couple steps back. What the hell are you even doing here? If you're trying to recruit me, then you can take your pretty nonsense and shove it further up your butt than that big stick you have lodged in there, Katsuki said, remembering from the news about the occasional first years suddenly vanishing and then they turn up a year or two later as walking bombs thanks to the quirk of one of the MLA members. That's where he saw this speech from. She's always right there with the bombs. The snake seemed to grin wide when he paused after that insult, liking her lips like a creep as she held a hand up, fingers poised in a snapping motion. You really are too smart for your own good, and here I thought you would rise up to be a lieutenant, even, perhaps a member of our Supreme Commander's inner circle if you survive that long. Oh well, best not let all for one have you as an asset. Katsuki held his breath and then moved, hands poised as he knew what he had to do. Firing his quirk up, he immediately launched himself at her before she could have the chance of activating her quirk. Who knows where she set some bombs, who could be bombs, or even how her quirk works exactly. Only that explosions were involved and he had to stop her before she could start blowing things up. Suddenly, he froze before he could even reach her, the air getting far too heavy to breathe even. Though from the look of it, the MLA rat was also having trouble breathing. Like some hands had suddenly wrapped themselves around her throat. And then literal skeletal-like hands came and grabbed her by the throat. Ma'am, I must ask you to leave right now, Yagi's uncle said from where he stood, towering over the two of them and with such a deep frown that it sent literal chills down Katsuki's spine until he remembered one very important detail about this walking skeleton, about him and his nephew. They were both quirkless and the MLA hated the quirkless. However, it seemed more like Yagi's uncle was a lion moments away from pouncing on the soon-to-be prey as opposed to someone that could easily get killed by someone who wouldn't hesitate. Katsuki really should move, to just knock her out, and yet he couldn't because of the air Yagi's uncle was giving off. It felt way worse than that day where he felt it while passing by all those years ago. Is this what it feels like to have that air of pure killing intent directed right at him? Even then, he can somehow tell it was pointed more towards. The woman seemed to struggle for a bit to nod, though her grin suddenly widened as she lowered her hand. The lowering suddenly made Katsuki's stomach sink. And then, motherfu dash! Katsuki screamed, forced to fall back from the resulting explosion. Young Bakugu! Alone this time, Shoto sat at the bar Deku would take him to occasionally. He ignored the drink in front of him as he waited for Dabi to come in and discuss the logistics of the plan he has to defeat his father. To knock him down from his pedestal and to maybe... His thoughts stopped when the small dingy TV that was playing highlights from this year's sports festival suddenly had an emergency broadcast appear with a tagline that caught his eye. MLA attacks first-year UA student. The hell are those BS studies doing now? Turn the volume up. One of the patrons shouted towards the bartender. Another shouted for everyone to quiet down when the bartender said that this was as high as the volume would go. Shoto didn't pay them any mind, instead listening to the broadcast. Bakugu Katsuki showed a lot of promise with his early lead in the sports festival, so this may have been a recruiting attempt gone wrong for the MLA. The perpetrator was recently identified as Kazuki Chitose, her quirk allowing her to turn anything she touches into a landmine. While not normally fatal, she has been known to plant multiples in a person to make their bodies combust in a string of explosions that destroy the surrounding buildings. There were no casualties in this attack, probably thanks to the actions of a random bystander stopping her from touching anything else. Though he does regret that he didn't act fast enough to save Bakugu Katsuki, but it's expected that Bakugu will make a recovery, but it will be difficult to be back to his full capabilities due to the loss of his right arm dash. Shoto decided to tune out the rest of the broadcast, as the rest made him feel like puking. Was this why Deku always rejected any and all notions of aligning themselves with the MLA? Because they would heartlessly attack anyone who called their beliefs into question? That they would use their own followers as hidden bombs? He glanced over when he heard a whistle, and noticed Dabi had just stepped in. Asikas to be that kid. The dry sarcasm coming from Dabi almost made Shoto laugh, because he knew Dabi didn't feel bad at all. It's more likely he's internally laughing at the misfortune of someone who was training to be an enforcer. So, Scarecrow, what brings you here this time? Still dealing with your daddy issues? Dabi asked, sitting down next to Shoto. In a way, but I'm mostly here because I want to know the logistics of possibly defeating the second-ranked enforcer, Shoto said. What? Is he related somehow? No, it's just something to get some catharsis. Shoto knew better than to tell Dabi outright that he was Endeavor's son. There's no telling where Dabi's loyalties truly lay. For all he knew, Dabi could just be a spy for the Emperor, sent here to keep an eye out for any rebels who gathered here. To then turn them in and get some sort of profit. Seems like the kind of thing he'd do. Your chances of beating him without a quirk is about as good as the Emperor finding his brat alive. Which means the only chance he has of winning is if he uses his quirk, all of it instead of just half. Meaning he would have to risk his identity being known to the entire empire and be forced to go on the run permanently. Or be faced with a worse punishment than death. Could be wrong though, I know I am wrong about a lot of things. That still wasn't comforting, so Shoto decided to turn his attention away from Dabi and to instead watch the TV again to see that it was back to the reruns of the sports festival. To show the moment where he used his fire. I pity those kids. Glorified child soldiers are what they are, and soon they'll be put as close to the front lines as possible, Dabi remarked, probably shrugging. It's all the same though. Old government used child soldiers. The Emperor uses them, MLA uses them, wouldn't be surprised if Overhaul and Deku also dash. Shoto suddenly stiffened at the mention of Deku and turned towards Dabi. He brought a finger up and jabbed it right into Dabi's chest. I suggest you stop right there. Deku refuses to let innocent children be dragged into this sheet. Really? And how old are you, Scarecrow? Old enough to make my own decisions. All of them chose to side with Deku. There wasn't any coercion or brainwashing or even propaganda that the others used. They all knew what was right and chose to fight for it. It doesn't matter how old they are in this case. Well, better pray the MLA doesn't target that quirkless kid then. 'Cause I doubt he would last 5 seconds against someone who has had years to hone their quirks, Dabi decided to say, suddenly reminding Shoto of where Bakugo was headed on that day. And who exactly was currently sick and stuck at home. He immediately stood up, turning and storming out of the bar because he needs to check and make sure his best friend is safe, even if he wasn't mentioned in the news. There's no telling at this point. However, he stopped when his phone started to buzz insistently the moment he stepped into the alley out of the bar, stepped right outside of the dead zone, text after text. All of which from his father demanding where he is, to come home immediately, asking if he was safe or something. The last one was probably just some obligation, with absolutely no care or love behind it. Empty words, all of it. But he couldn't risk his father sending someone to search for him, to then put a GPS tracker on his phone, so he just gave the generic response that he was safe and on his way back. All to get the old BSTRD to shut the F up. Then he sent a message to Yagi, asking if he's safe. Yagi, I'm safe and alive, just woke up to the explosion. My uncles say that it's all handled and to keep resting. Thanks for the concern. Shoto gave a relieved smile from behind his mask. At least his best friend was still safe. When his patient woke up, Dr. Tsubasa was checking on the vitals while recording them in his clipboard. So far the new quirk was merging well with the old, though it was unfortunate that his patient wasn't brought to him immediately because then he could easily have the new quirk regrow his arm. Alas, Bakugo would have to live with only one arm until he could find a suitable replacement to fix him with. It would be interesting to see how his quirk adapts to an arm that wasn't originally his after all. Bakugo seemed to slur something, probably a question of some form. Which means he is one of the ones who has the capability to hold 2 quirks easily without any real impact on his mental state. Perhaps more could be squeezed in. You will be feeling a little groggy for a while, but after a few days of rest you will be able to get back on your feet. Luckily your work week doesn't start for another week, so you have time, he said, making sure the painkillers were working properly. Couldn't risk them interfering with the dosage of trigger used to grant Bakugo the clone of the regeneration quirk that came from the Numa Deku killed all that time ago. I was made to give you something extra to hopefully cope with this, and if you want then I can augment you further. Though that will require some staggering of treatments and full consent, Dr. Tsubasa continued, though he didn't say who exactly the consent had to come from. After all, he could see it in Bakugo's eyes. The boy wanted to get stronger, by any means possible, even if it meant breaking himself beyond repair. He only needed the go-ahead from the Emperor and he could start, perhaps make Bakugo into his greatest creation of all time. The first Numu that wasn't made from a corpse. A true high-end. Oh, curious, I thought we all agreed that we would wait until their training camp to strike. My apologies, Supreme Commander. I figured I could at least do some light investigating, maybe plant the seeds into Bakugo to have them slowly grow. Rikia shook his head, turning towards little Ibra and giving a smile in her direction. Now, that's little Ibra's job. She is the planter after all, and an expert at agriculture thanks to her meta ability. Curious nodded, giving Ibra an apologetic look. My impatience cost us a potential recruit. That it did, but all is forgiven. After all, your little diversion was what allowed us to grab something right from under all for one's nose. Rikia said, his smile wide as he threw an arm to where he had a creature with black skin and a brain that completely covered its face, right up to where it had an underbite. Now we only need to figure out how to sway these things to our side, and then we can have the Empire under our control. To show the world that the words of Destro are nothing but the truth. To then have a society where it is the meta ability that someone has which determines where they belong. Not something ridiculous as family or elections. Only the strongest should have the right to lead, and all for one lost that right the moment he allowed for the quirkless to have a place in their world. All to pay homage to a weak and pathetic little brother who died some 2 centuries ago. A little brother who would not even survive in the world they will soon create. From what Shoto could see, Bakugo had a real resting beach face. Whether it was because he was forced to be with him for a week or if it was because he lost an arm, Shoto honestly couldn't tell. It would be easier on him if it was the former, but the latter is equally as likely. As they stood in his father's office, Shoto could tell that the old man was not pleased. His frown directed at Bakugo specifically, Bakugo who glared right back at the second-ranked enforcer. Alright, you're both here under orders of the Emperor to shadow an enforcer and learn what it takes to be one. All the duties and responsibilities among other things, he began, standing from his desk. Don't lag behind, that's all I can say. Don't lag. Are you saying you old man? Always with the more colorful language, Bakugo took a step in Endeavor's direction. Where are you even going? I got intel of the whereabouts of an escaped experiment from when Deku invaded the head doctor's main compound, he explained. Yamada Hisashi, code-named Tweety by the doctor. Shoto did his best to not react to that knowledge. He knew that they had all been hunting Yamada for months now, but the man had evaded all sightings from all of Deku's contacts. Him and Shiratoko completely vanished from the face of the earth, until now that is. Who the F is Yamada? Bakugo asked. Right, you were both too young to even remember. Yamada Hisashi was one of 4 students who followed under the first rebel o'clock. You mean Knuckle Duster? Yes, that's another of his names. He took that one up when he had his quirk removed as punishment. It showed the Emperor that some people need more than just their quirks removed to fall in line. When his father said that, Shoto noted how off his voice seemed. As if there was some type of disagreement there, some dissatisfaction or something, but why would his father be dissatisfied by anything? He's a top enforcer and has a good thing going for his life. He still remembered when he watched Knuckle Duster's execution. How it was broadcasted everywhere much in the same fashion as All Might's. The way Muscular himself crushed Knuckle Duster's skull like it was an egg. That was only a week before Deku made his public debut. So what, we're just cleaning up after Deku's mess? Why haven't you guys even caught him yet? I thought you were supposed to be the top, Or are you slacking on your demon job? Bakugo asked. Shoto was not trembling. Even with the way his father looked back, how his cold eyes glared right at Bakugo, he did not shake at all because those eyes weren't directed at him. There wasn't going to be another training session where, boy, you should learn to watch your tongue before someone decides to rip it out. That was all his father said. And then he went back to walking. When she walked into his office, Ochako averted her gaze from some of the pictures that were currently thrown up as Yatsukuin seemed to be focusing intently on whatever it was he figured out. Specifically involving Aries' quirk along with the samples of the quirk-destroying serum they got from Overhaul. She didn't look at the notes that involved rats being rewinded out of existence or what it did to humans. No, she just needed a bandage and that's it. Hello there, Zero. Are you interested in the progress I made? It's all really fascinating and dash. Ochako shook her head, holding a hand up to show the paper cut she got on her finger. Actually, I just wanted to grab a band-aid from here. You do have all the medical supplies, she admitted, though she almost regretted those words at the dejected look Yatsukuin gave. Oh, I see. I'll get you one then, he said, voice a little quiet as he went to his desk to pull out a box full of band-aids that had a flower print. Ochako remembered picking those up for if Eri ever got any scrapes. It always amazes her how Deku is able to trust her with their budget, saying that he figured she could manage money the best out of all of them. As she took the band-aid, Ochako glanced very briefly at the papers and held back the urge to vomit when she saw it was discussing the origins of the Numu project. Corpses. The Numus were made from corpses. Well, thank you, she said, already wanting to leave this room and never step foot in there. How can Deku even stand to be in the same place as Yatsukuin? Though even then, there was a part of her that wondered if Yatsukuin created the antidote yet. You're welcome, Zero. So I take it you'll be going back to work? Yes, but well, I mean, have you made any actual progress? I mean, did you get the antidote yet? Yatsukuin perked up at that moment, immediately moving away from his desk. I actually have. For one thing, I wanted to see if the experiments Overhaul had done on Eri-chan's blood could possibly hold the key to undoing the process that created the Numus, but that alley held no ground because if you rewind a Numu then they'll just be dead once again as they have never been truly considered alive, he began, putting away some of the files as he then brought out a case. When he opened it, there were 9 samples with one indent that showed there should have been a 10th. How many did you even get? She asked. 10, but one is being tested right now to see how it works exactly. How long the effects last since this serum is incomplete. Sho did say he had a target in mind for testing this out on. That was actually pretty worrying. Was Sho going rogue? Doing something that Deku hadn't planned out for them? Doesn't he realize that they can only fully succeed at operations when they work together? Do you know where he is? Why didn't you tell us about this sooner? We're a team and we can help at least. Make sure he doesn't get caught. Yatsukuin shrugged. He was convinced that this plan was foolproof. That and he mentioned this being a personal vendetta he needs to see through to the end. Doesn't want to involve you in all that. Ochako could feel herself bristle from that. Of all the selfish things, they're all friends here. They're a team and the fact that he thinks he can solo something just... She turned and stormed out of the lab, going up the stairs to her room where she had the emergency communicator. As she grabbed it, she looked through the short contact list before selecting Deku to see if he will actually pick up unlike the other times they've tried. This is a real emergency and she will get through to him no matter what. Toshinori did not know what to do when the communicator Izuku got from Melissa buzzed with names of those from his crew. Sometimes they only buzzed once or twice in a day, but there weren't any real emergencies from what he could see. Plus, Izuku needed his rest, and to take the time to catch up on his schoolwork. However, on this day in particular the communicator has been going off non-stop. Which meant this had to be an emergency, so he went into Izuku's room and gently shook his nephew awake. As he handed it over, saying that it might be important, he turned and stepped out of the room. He truly hoped it wasn't anything major, that it was just Izuku's crew being worried or needing some advice for a raid they can do on their own. With those few weeks of bed rest to recover from quirk exhaustion, the worst case Toshinori has seen in Izuku. Far worse than when he trained his boy personally and saw him constantly switching between 3 different quirks. Then at the sports festival he had used at least 4 different quirks, 3 of which were kept on for the entirety of it all. Had been left active for at least 2 or 3 weeks now. It was no longer his body finally shut down after all that strain. It reminded Toshinori of when he continued to try using One for All after he got injured. But he had to use it to train both Izuku and then his successor. I really should have gone with my first choice in that case, he said quietly to himself, looking at the door when he couldn't hear the muffled sound of Izuku's voice anymore, probably indicating that the conversation was over. A little curious, he stepped into the room only to stop when he saw Izuku up on his feet, suddenly frozen with his hands on his cloak as he stared at Toshinori with wide green eyes. "Izuku, shouldn't you still be resting?" he asked, immediately eyeing the mask that was laying on the table now instead of in the hidden compartment of Izuku's closet. Meaning he must have brought it out while on the phone. "I can't. I took too long recuperating and now one of my crew is going to get himself captured or even killed doing something stupid," Izuku said, moving to pull the cloak on and step towards where his mask lay only to stumble forward. Toshinori immediately moved to catch his nephew. As he brought a hand up, he winced when he felt that Izuku was still burning up. He should not be going out into the field like this. Instead he needs to rest for at least another few days. Izuku shook his head, moving a hand to balance himself with his desk. He then turned towards Toshinori and gave a smile. "I'll be fine, Uncle Toshi. I'm just going to grab Sho and get him out of there. I promise I won't do any fighting." Even with those words that worked on reassuring him, Toshinori couldn't help his own worry as he squeezed Izuku's shoulder. "Izuku, please don't strain yourself. At least keep the quirk use to a minimum." "I will. I only plan on using 3 quirks at most." Sitting on a roof of some building in Hosu, Dabi stared down at the case he got from one of Shadow's people. He remembered opening it to find a sniper rifle, scope and muffler included with instructions on how to use it. He was no stranger to guns though, as he would go and sometimes shoot under the bar with a few of the other unsavory folks. Definitely a good skill to have in case he can't use his quirk anymore and needs to make a kill just to survive for the next day. Dabi pulled out the binoculars he got and looked around the streets for his mark. The one scarecrow told him he wanted shot with some special bullet he got from a mysterious benefactor or something. Whoever it was didn't matter to Dabi as he looked, grin forming on his face as he found the bright flames of Todoroki Enji. The one scarecrow told him would be the target. The second-ranked enforcer standing with a pair of kids following behind him. Which means he better only hit the enforcer and leave the kids out of it, lest he wishes to invite Deku's wrath on his soul for even thinking of involving children in something like this. In his thoughts, Dabi realized that his target had moved just out of range. Kinui would have to move to a different rooftop and wait for a moment when his mark would stay still for long enough for the shot to reach him. This would be a lot easier if Scarecrow would come and actually help him, but he only said that Dabi would be on his own here. So instead he moved to jump to the next roof. Then the next and the next, all to get a good vantage point and to find the right opportunity to get Enji. Hitoshi shivered as he felt a cool breeze enter his room. When he cracked an eye open, he blinked at the shadow that seemed to move. Though when nothing happened, he figured it was probably a fever-based hallucination and went to close his eyes. It probably was some kind of fever dream or maybe his mom coming up here when he felt a hand brush against his forehead. Logically, it would be his mom checking on him, as he knows there's no way Yagi would come and see him. Even if he could have sworn he heard Yagi's voice, whispering an apology of some form. Hitoshi closed his eyes, not even contemplating the sudden emptiness he felt. Enji swore he would grow deaf, especially as he felt something drip from his ears. A few feet in front of him stood Yamada, hunched forward and staring with wide and almost crazed eyes as he took in more and more of the surrounding oxygen. It definitely made using his fire more difficult as the lack of oxygen threatened to snuff it out completely. Then came the scream, a hellish sound that caused his ears to ring and the surrounding buildings to completely collapse. A scream that lasted for about 5 minutes until Yamada had to go back to sking air in. When Enji did try to get close to Yamada, he found that the ex-rebel had somehow surrounded himself with an area that was so slick that Enji was blown back even faster by the next scream. Probably a quirk that reduced the friction of a specific area. But there has to be a limit of some form. Shoto, use your ice. Enji called out, knowing that fire would be no good in this situation here. Which is exactly why he had Shoto, to have him be a better version of himself in every single way imaginable. To also hopefully erase the flaws that his own quirk has. However, no ice came forth. When he looked back briefly, Enji gave a curse when he saw Shoto was gone. Only his classmate was there, barely holding onto the ground with his single arm as he gave a look of pure animalistic rage at Yamada. Where the hell did Shoto go? Suddenly, Enji blinked when he felt something go into his neck. And then an empty void as he felt himself grow colder than usual. Finally, as he went to summon a flaming arrow to aim at Yamada's shirt, he realized that no fire was coming forth. And that was when Yamada leapt for him. It was easy to get away from his father and Bakugo the moment they were all suddenly ambushed by Yamada. Even easier to find an abandoned building for him to change into his costume. All that left was for him to go out and bring his father down, get Yamada away. And then they could all go back to base. Back to base to wait for Deku to come back, to see that they did make some progress while he was out somewhere. To show that he wouldn't have to worry if anything happened to cause him to disappear for even longer. As Shoto donned his mask and stepped out, he ran forth to where Yamada was and then turned to his father who barely dodged getting pounced on. In that moment, Shoto reacted by discreetly freezing the ground at his feet to move to where his now quirkless father stood. With the accelerated momentum, it made his kick hit just that much harder. He then jumped back, getting in a stance right in front of Yamada. Sorry, but I'll be taking Yamada here away from all of you. Katsuki could not believe his luck right now. Directly in front of him was a member of Deku's crew, one of the quirkless members if he remembers correctly, which means this will be an easy capture. Even then, Tweety right there made things all the more difficult. The fight in question already lasted about an hour, and now it has extended for another 2 after Endeavor's quirk suddenly failed and then came this scarecrow a-hole. When it seemed like there was an opening Katsuki could take, he would suddenly slip and get blown back by either Tweety's voice quirk or a kick from Scarecrow. And then it's back to square one. By the 3rd hour, Katsuki had thought some reinforcements would come in. But there were none. With the 4th hour though, he could see flames start to show up on Endeavor once more. By the 5th, Endeavor was back up and Tweety had seemed to stop his attacks to take a breath or something. Which gave Endeavor a shot to send a flaming arrow right at Scarecrow. Scarecrow who, all of a sudden, brought up a very familiar wall of ice to block it. Then again there could be more people out there with ice quirks, could easily be a cousin as far as Katsuki cares. All he cared about was bringing Scarecrow down and then, as Katsuki stepped forward, he suddenly stopped when something was thrown right in his direction. Turning to where it came from, he saw Deku himself jump down, landing on top of the glacier Scarecrow formed. Sorry for being late, had to pick up a few things, Deku said, holding a hand out as he gave a dramatic bow like some over-the-top vigilante or something. Though I'm afraid I'm only here to collect a couple more things, and then I'll make my departure. Endeavor shook his head from where he stood, bringing out another flaming arrow. No, you will stay and face your crimes, you rebel scum. Katsuki got into his own stance, ready to run and attack Deku head-on. Though he almost faltered when the rebel turned his head in his direction. Well then, you might want to be careful here. Don't want Orange to get out there now, do you? Katsuki blinked at that. Orange? The F, are you dash, he started to say, however it seemed he was suddenly caught in some kind of fog. His movements stopped completely as everything around him grew silent. Though the next things were said in a type of echoey voice that compelled him to just listen. Bakugo Katsuki, I order you to stop anyone who interferes with mine, Sho's, and Yamada's escape. And then, everything went completely black for Katsuki. Dabi couldn't move when he saw the wall of ice. He should have left the scene, but instead watched the fight with his binoculars. Part of him wished he had another bullet to hit that man with. To then drop down and land the finishing blow himself, but this wasn't the time for that. Instead he took a sip from the water bottle he always carried, holding back a laugh when Deku appeared and suddenly the remaining kids started to attack Endeavor like a traitor. Could be that he was a sleeper agent all along or something. Though Dabi found himself wondering where the other kid went. Perhaps I should look for him, see if little Shoto even remembers me, he chuckled, about to turn around until a bright fire caught the corner of his eye. Enough to have him grab his binoculars once more and look before blinking. Suddenly he frowned, his left hand lighting on fire enough to start to melt the object in his hand as he started to seethe. Especially at the sight of horrified shock on that man's face. "You FNG brat." Shoto was completely speechless. Of all his thoughts about Deku, he never once believed he would ever get a true clue as to who was beneath the mask. Though now that the hint was there, it became increasingly more obvious the more he thought about it. The attempt at distancing himself. Being very selective on who he winds up hanging out with. His closeness to Yagi, because Deku would recognize the benefits of recruiting Yagi to their side. How he was able to rally people to his side so quickly, because it is in the nature of his quirk. Even the height matched up, and it would make sense that he would pick green as his primary color. Green instead of purple, to throw people off of his trail further. As he watched his father knock Bakugo down, clocking him hard enough in the head to knock him clean out, Shoto brought his left hand up and locked eyes with Todoroki NG and grinned from beneath his mask. If Deku felt this was the right time to tell the Empire who he really is, then it's also time for Shoto to reveal himself to not only the Empire, but to his own father. His right hand reached for his mask and removed it, tossing it to the side as he lit his whole left side on fire. "My name is Todoroki Shoto, and I refuse to be your puppet," he shouted, feeling absolutely light and euphoric as he sent fire right in his father's direction. His declaration may be for his father, but it was also primarily for the Emperor himself. However, that lightness started to fade when he saw the look of pure pain and horror on his father's face. For a brief moment he was confused, expecting to get the normal look of rage the man held whenever it came to rebels. But no, his father could only stare at him, not even moving until he finally spoke. "Shoto, why?" Asking this as if the answer wasn't obvious. As if he didn't go against everything that made someone a hero, as if he didn't pledge his allegiance to that monster, as if he didn't put Shoto and Shoto's mother through hell and abuse. He opened his mouth, ready to shout more at his father, only to stop when he felt a hand press itself down on his shoulder. When he looked back, Shoto could see Deku have a hand on Yamada as well. "It's time to go, Sho," Deku said, his voice quiet as he squeezed Shoto's shoulder. For some reason, his voice held a hint of disappointment. Still, Shoto nodded as he felt the quirk of one of Deku's hidden associates grip the three of them and pull all of them to the green forest. The last thing he saw was his father reaching out for him. Breaking news. First-year UA students secretly rebels? Is Deku actually Shinso Hitoshi? Deku's second-in-command, Todoroki Shoto. Why would someone who has such a high standing in the Empire, a promising future as an enforcer, turn his back on everyone? Aijiro felt like a knife was stabbed into his chest, twisted the more he watched the live coverage of what's happening in Hosu right now. From what he saw, the media immediately began covering what was happening the moment Todoroki's dad initiated a fight against a rebel who was believed to be quirkless for a long time. That was until he used an ice quirk. An ice quirk Aijiro knew because he had trained with it. Then Deku appeared and Aijiro turned the volume up because, despite not agreeing with him and his methods, his speeches were enough to light a fire in his heart, to get him motivated in working his hardest to make the Empire into a better place. Into a place where there wouldn't be a need for rebellions anymore. To change it from the inside. Well then, you might want to be careful here. Don't want Orange to get out there now, do you? Aijiro could feel the same confusion that Bakugo was feeling. Why would Deku make such an obscure reference, and to Bakugo no less? Did he know Bakugo somehow? Orange? The F, are you dash, Bakugo started to say, but Aijiro held his breath when his classmate completely froze. Why would he? No, it can't be. Bakugo Katsuki, I order you to stop anyone who interferes with mine, Sho's, and Yamada's escape. Aijiro could feel his heart completely shatter, especially when Bakugo wordlessly followed Deku's orders and immediately attacked Todoroki's father. It only went downhill from there, with the unmasking of Deku's right hand and then the rebels all escaping soon after. He held a hand to his chest, resisting the urge to cry manly tears because suddenly his friend group would be shattered. I hope Yagi isn't watching this. Minoru refused to watch, but he soon read what happened the morning after and nearly puked. Shinso, why? He sobbed out, lamenting the fate of his closest friend. Open up. You're in there. Shinso Yumito held her breath as she tried to get her son out of bed. His fever was still present and he was delirious, but she knew she had to get him out of here. Rebel or not, Hitoshi was still her son and she refused to let him die at the hands of the emperor. Hitoshi gave a cough, looking around with confusion before he got hushed by Yumito. Sleep now, Hitoshi. Dream of when you are able to go back to school and see your friends again, she whispered, not liking the idea of using her quirk on her son, but what choice did she have? Yumito held back another curse as she pulled Hitoshi down to the bunker she and her husband discovered when they first bought this house. Already the enforcers were banging on the door, ready to break it open. All she could do is pray that they would overlook the bunker when searching their house. Fuyumi tried her hardest not to cry while in the interrogation room. All she could do was be honest with everything. No. I had no idea what my little brother was doing. Had I known then I would have stopped him sooner. At least she told them what they wanted to hear from her. Already she lost her mother and her brothers. She didn't want to be separated from the last of her family. Her father, who looked completely broken when he arrived home. When they were brought into their base, Shoto could immediately see the rest of the crew had gathered around them, each staring at him with complete shock, as if they weren't expecting the son of the second-ranked enforcer, the winner of UA's sports festival, to be one of them. Shoto, do you realize what you just did? Deku asked, readily using his first name. Probably because he knows that they are one in the same, rebels who hid out at UA. I do. I don't care if my identity is known to the world, I'm tired of hiding. Deku shook his head. No. You went on a mission by yourself without telling me, and had I not come then you would have gotten captured. They would have interrogated you into revealing our base, and then turned you into a Numu soon after to keep you loyal because the Emperor would find your quirk to still be useful for the Empire, he began, though he was soon interrupted by coughs. When I gave all of you your recruitment test, it was with the hope that you would continue to trust each other and work together. To not allow for grudges to blind you to what's really important. The rest was cut off by even more violent coughing, enough to have Deku nearly fall to his knees until Ingenium and Tsubasa-kun ran over to help support him, though it became apparent that had passed out when he fell limp into their hold. Shoto took a step closer, suddenly remembering the day they were tested by Deku. Why exactly they had succeeded in their missions. He then looked down to his hands. Could he have possibly made a mistake? Suddenly, the sound of something clattering to the ground followed by gasps had Shoto looking up. When he saw Deku's mask on the floor, part of him wanted to close his eyes. Yet another urged him to look up further, despite knowing what he would see. So he kept moving his eyes up, knowing that he will see purple hair. However, instead he sees green. Deku is? That can't be right. That can't be. Suddenly Froppy stepped forward, removing her own mask as she looked at all of them. I believe this is another test of trust. For now let's pretend we did not see his true face and take this secret to our graves, Karo. Zero nodded, removing her own mask as she gave a smile. Yeah, I trust Deku no matter who he is beneath the mask. He cares about all of us and we care about him. He hid his face for a reason, and I vow to do whatever I can to keep his face hidden. Ingenium was next to remove his mask. He said to me that he would show his face to us at the end of summer, and I still hold him to that. Even if we know it now, it will be easy to pretend because he is still Deku, with or without the mask. Somehow, Shoto could feel that this also applies to him. He found himself smiling at all of them, silently keeping to the same promise that they all held. I agree. Deku is still Deku. Even with the way Deku's crew spoke, how they put Deku's mask back on as they put them to where Deku would normally rest after a mission, none noticed how suspiciously quiet Tsubasa Yatsu went.